at those eyes, 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 eyes. 'Cause baby tonight, the creepers trying to steal or stop again. 'Cause baby tonight, you grab your big shovel and bolt again, bolt again. And run, run until it's done, done, until the sun comes up in the morn. 'Cause baby tonight, the creepers trying to steal or stop again, stop again. Just when you think you're safe, overhear some hissing from right behind, right behind. That's the next life you have. Shame it's gotta end at this time, 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 time. Blows up. The new health ball drops and you could use a one-up. Get inside, don't be tardy. So now you're stuck in there. Half a heart is left, but don't die, 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 die. 'Cause baby tonight, the creepers trying to steal or stop again. 'Cause baby tonight, you grab your big shovel and bolt again, bolt again. And run, run until it's done, done, until the sun comes up in the morn. 'Cause baby tonight, the creepers trying to steal or stop again.
Creepers, you're mine. Dig up diamonds and craft those diamonds and make some armor. Get it, baby, going forge that like you so MLG Pro. The sword's made of diamonds, so come at me, bro. Training in your room under the torchlight, own that home to get you ready for the big fight. Every single day in the home night, creepers out prowling. Alright, look at me, look at you. Take my revenge, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm a warrior, baby. What else is new? And my blade's gonna tear
'Cause
through you.
baby tonight, the creepers trying to steal or stop
Yeah,
again.
you stuff. Yeah, let's take back the world.
Baby tonight, grab your sword, honor and gold.
It's on.
Take your revenge. So fight, fight like it's the last, last night of your life. Like show them your body. 'Cause baby tonight, the creepers trying to steal or stop again. 'Cause baby tonight, you grab your big shovel and bolt again, bolt again. And run, run until it's done, done, until the sun comes up in the morn. 'Cause baby tonight, come on, the creepers are trying to steal or stop again. Woo!
Foolish pussy, what the heck? You say that to me? Who's like a good son of a bitch? Like that's your friend and you're calling him a son of a bitch. Shit, what's that about, my bud? I mean, understandable, but okay, so it is like a joke, like son of a bitch, like yeah, what's up, son of a bitch, you know, like that kind of thing. Good shit. The song is ending, so with that get started. Okay. What is going on, my people? Remember, do you have like some links for the um Jenk and Valentina Gomez going unhinged at MTG? So we can look at that for a bit before I start gaming and watching the Mamdani Trump thing, maybe. I know there's also some videos over the whatchamacallit, the the MTG thing, maybe. Although she kind of just posted her like a short thing, right? Jen Glazer, yeah, I saw Jen Glazer. Pretty fucking giga cringe. You know, what do you expect? Let's see. It's kind of also why I want to watch the fucking Donnie Trump thing, because leftists are glazing the fuck out of Mamdani still, even after that, and yeah. Okay, let's see. Here we have Valentina Gomez. Um, retard fucking. I think she ran for Congress a couple times. She's just a retarded right winger. If you don't know her, she's the fucking Valentina Gomez. Yeah, there we go. We already looked it up because we were no, not that. Fuck. It was just there. Shooting. Damn it. She did this a couple times. So this is her. If you don't remember who this is, or if you haven't heard of her, you might have seen this image. It's a classic, kind of. Pretty giga cringe, you know. But yeah, that is a bit strange. It is quite a bit strange, some would say. And here is what she has to say about Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is resigning from Congress in January. Marjorie Taylor Greene betrayed President Trump and MAGA and cheated on her husband and children multiple times. Whoa. Made millions from Gresham stock trading. Now she resigned from Congress. I will end Islam, help President Trump make America great again, and never quit on my people. Dog. Who the fuck are you? You're not in Congress. You're nobody. Ending Islam would violate the First Amendment of the Constitution. Actually, good idea. Good community note. Good community note. Can't end Islam. Can't do that. Also, this is just like, brother. The fuck are you? Did you also came out against Messi pretending because it affected her construction business? What a traitor. Absolutely, she made well over 20 in Congress, not from construction, but trading stocks. You were the one. Verified account. Okay, thank you. You put America first. Verified account. Verified account. Verified account. All these people are Russian bots, bro. I'm still not convinced Valentina Gomez is a real person. She might be just AI generated. Let's see the Jenk thing. Randy Fine to about March Green said 1 anti-Semite down, 1 to go. Congressman for Florida 6. This guy's a Republican, right? Or is he a Democrat? 3-time yeah, he's a Republican. Okay, yeah, I've seen his name before. So this guy said this, and then Jenk responded, seeing this pig celebrate is reason enough for me to be furious about Rep MTG's decision. No way she should leave, and he should stay. For all my disagreements with MTG, at least she was an American and cared about America. Almost all we have left are congresspeople from Tel Aviv. What does he mean by this? Is there something bad about being from Tel Aviv? And what are you implying about the congresspeople who aren't actually from Tel Aviv? And you're saying that they are from Tel Aviv. Hot take. The left versus right fight is engineered chaos. We have more in common than we're told. Meanwhile, nefarious actors in government use distraction to expand their power. Choose unity. It's the one thing they can't control. 100. So true, Jenk. The Uniparty. You're from Constantinople, my guy. He's actually glazing the fuck out of MTG. Like, brother, she's not on your team, bro. She's not on your team. She's not on your team. And also, why are you like, he appears to be like upset that she's being called an anti-Semite? Do you think she's not an anti-Semite, Jenk? The real answer is that Jenk is an anti-Semite, and that's why he doesn't give a fuck. Alright, but you know. Push Pussy asks, do you think that MTG resigning is a win for Trump? Because he certainly tries to make it seem like it. I don't think it's a win for Trump, although it will depend on what happens. It's possible that she's able to, like, you know, leverage, because she didn't resign for no reason. She resigned because she wants to get another office. She wants to either run for Georgia Senate, or she wants to run for governor, or she wants to run for president in 2028. Stupid as that would be. So in that sense, like, what she did, and she kind of said so explicitly, she's trying to fuck over like the numbers in the House, right? Because she's resigning, and then there's would be a special election, and then the Democrats have a chance to get it, right? But also she's doing it for herself because she wants to like go out with a bang, right? It's if she ends up leveraging that into like breaking off a part of MAGA, or, you know, getting a Senate seat, or getting, you know, whatever, then in theory that's bad for Trump. But if she just disappears into the wind, as just perfectly possible she might, although I kind of doubt it, then maybe it's not. Maybe it is a win for Trump. Who knows? And also, in theory, Republicans can take the seat that she had. But who knows? Oh, yo, what's up, Cryptic? Mazippa. Jenk trying to white knight for the Jewish space lasers. Yeah, she's an anti-Semite. She believes in Jewish space lasers, and that they were shooting Hawaii or something across like wildfires. Like, she's actually anti-Semitic. And yeah, resigned for entirely self-interested reasons, as you say. You're entirely right. Exactly right. What was the other Jenk tweet? I challenge Rep MTG to debate on whether she should stay or leave Congress. I'll take the side that she should stay. Anytime, any place, Marge, bro. She does not care what the fuck you think. I'm sorry, bro. She does not give a fuck what you think, Jenk. Who does this guy think he is? Why does he think anybody would give a fuck what he has to say? Why? Like, bro, like, why would you ever want Marjorie Taylor Greene in Congress? She's literally one of the worst fucking people in government. Why would you ever want her to stay in? This is retarded. Like, she's not for the populist like underclass can take over. It's the elites who fight against the donor class. Oh, like, bro, she's not like she's not on your side, bro. They don't care. They don't give a fuck. Um, Polish Boozy, but the optics on the mega side are we defeated her. Period. Maybe, could be. I'll have to see how it shakes out, kind of. But I don't know. Maybe. Elmer debate her into staying as psychopathy. Yeah, this is retarded. I more less than psychopathy. It's just retarded. I don't even know what he's trying to do. Does he expect a response? He's not gonna get one. I'm expecting, but Cryptic says, Zip Zip in chat. Vermintide 2 is free on Steam for the next 24 hours. Everyone should grab a copy. Any gamers in the chat? What is Vermintide 2? I don't know what that game is even. I think I've heard of it, but Warhammer Vermintide 2. First person action video game. Sequel to 2015's. Huh. Uh what what genre is it? Is it just like a fighter? Is it like what is it? Senti, he has a hate boner for Israel. Yeah, true. Like he's with her because they're both anti-Semitic. That's why he likes her. But yeah, the donor club. Yeah, I wish I had that in my soundboard. I don't have it. All I have is Frogan,
Base?
and then I have Hassan's laugh. Jink has hilariously high self-esteem. I don't even think this is self-esteem. I think he's just retarded. Like it's not even like, oh, he thinks he's all that. It's just this is retardation. I guess you're right, but like, brother, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are, bro? Trump saving Mamdani. See, this is why we're gonna watch the Mamdani thing, maybe. Trump saving Mamdani from the fascist question was a nice moment, but for the country and for Trump, he seemed magnanimous and thick-skinned. Features he's not overly known for. It was a much better look. Press tried to goad them on, and neither one bit. Happy to see it, dog. This is retarded. This is the stupidest take I've heard from it about it. Like, dude. Vermintide 2 gameplays, sort of like Elder Scrolls, first-person swords and magic, but it's not open world, it's camping missions. Most importantly, it's free, so just add it to your Steam account. Will do. I'll do it after stream. Why not? Unless anybody else has anything to keep scrolling down and read the Jeng tweet that's under his poll. This one? They should double Trump's Secret Service protection. Huckabee having a secret meeting with the traitor Jonathan Pollard is deeply unsettling. Israel is livid about Saudi arms deal. Israel first inside America has predictably turned on Trump. This is the time to be cautious. Bro, what is he talking about? This guy, he's actually schizophrenic, bro. What are you talking about, dude? This is delusion. This is yeah, you and Candace Owens should seek psychiatric help. He's literally on the fucking Candace Owens. Israel is trying to kill people. Like, bro, what? What? Bro, you think Israel's trying to assassinate Trump? Are you serious? Bro, it's just retarded. It's just retarded. It's stupid. It's retarded. Okay. Anybody got anything else before we just watch the Mamdani and Trump meeting or press conference, kind of? The meeting was technically before. If you don't realize how hated Pollard is, even within Israel amount, I don't even know who Jason Pollard is. Who is that guy? Jason Pollard? This guy? I assume it's not this guy, right? Jonathan. Oh, Jonathan. I typed the wrong name. That makes more sense. Jonathan. Jonathan Pollard, American former intelligence analyst who's jailed for spying for Israel. Oh, for Israel. So he's an Israeli spy in the U.S. Okay, got it. He was meeting with Mike Huckabee. I see. I see. I see. Candace Owens is actually schizophrenic. She thinks France is trying to. Yeah, she thinks France is trying to kill her, which is fucking retarded, bro. Like, I'm sorry. France is not assassinating anybody. Macron should add those new claims to defamation lawsuit. Candace Owens constantly that. Bro, if they added that shit to the lawsuit, that'd be cinema. Holy shit. Maybe I should follow that case as well. Along with the Destiny case. Maybe that's one of the ones we should be keeping an eye on. He offered intelligence to the Israeli government, by the way. He wasn't like sentenced to be a spy. Yeah, that's what I meant, but yeah, he was spying for Israel. Maybe Israeli spy was a misuse of that term, but yeah. I get what you mean. Good point, Senti. Okay, let's watch the Mamdani Trump meeting. Let me switch the overlay as
I don't
well.
want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did
Here we go.
8 peace deals of countries, including in.
Wait, does this one start late? Oh, this one's 30 minutes. Okay, full remarks.
Here we go. He's talking. Let's go ahead and listen in to the president here, side by side with Mamdani.
That we love to do very well, and I wanted to.
Is it fairly recent breaking? Oh, we got breaking news. What do we got, Elmer Fudd? Hold up. Before we get started. What do we got, Elmer Fudd? What's the breaking news? Breaking. 5:20. This is 5 hours ago. Okay, not really breaking news, but okay. We're talking to Secretary Rubio. Oh, the Russian thing. Yeah, let's look at that after. This shit is retarded. There's a whole fucking sequence of things for that. Maybe if you want, Elmer, put some links together about that thing, like in chronological order. We'll look at that right after this, because that shit is fucking crazy too. Okay. Russia. True. Russia. They keep trying to get Trump on it. Okay, let's watch the Mamdani Trump.
Congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against, a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people. And he beat him easily. And I congratulated him. And we talked about something.
I mean, he won by how much? He didn't win by that much, right? It wasn't like, of all the elections that day, like his was one of the closest, kind of, right? If I remember, looking at the numbers. Donnie, New York mayor race results. Mayor election results. Yeah, he won by 50.4%. Like, he literally won by 50%. He barely got the majority. Granted, he won because it would be a plurality, right? Because it's multiple people, but he didn't win by that much. 9 points. It's a lot. 9 points. But it wasn't like a landslide.
Things in,
it was
and I
impressive.
congratulated him. And we talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built. And
I can't hear Trump talking at regular speed.
Food and prices, and the price of oil is coming way down. Anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York. And we've got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less than last year. So that's good for New York, good for everybody. Wow. But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am, I will say. There's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. And we're going to be helping.
Bro, he's glazing the fuck out of Mamdani.
To make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York. And congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Please.
I appreciated the meeting with the president, and as he said, it was a productive meeting focused on a place of shared admiration and love, which is New York City, and the need.
Shared admiration and love. Yeah, from everything that it seems, Taco is talking, yeah. From everything it seems like before this meeting, Mamdani like kind of sweet talked Trump and got him on his side, kind of, and so this is what you get after that, you know?
Need to deliver.
Which, like, good for Mamdani. But unfortunately, the outcome of this is, I don't know if any of y'all have been on Twitter today, or just yesterday, or like have the same kind of feed that I do. But what happens is leftists have been like, "Oh, wow, Trump kind of seems kind of good here," or like, "Wow, Trump is kind of funny actually. Wow, I actually kind of like Trump now." It's like, bro, are you serious right now? Are you fucking kidding me? Conservatives are seething. They wanted to deport Mamdani, but it looks like Trump actually likes Mamdani. True, but also ICE agents are going to New York, so I don't know what that all is about. But you know,
deliver affordability to New Yorkers, the 8.5 million people who call our city their home, who are struggling to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America. We spoke about rent, we spoke about groceries, we spoke about utilities, we spoke about the different ways in which people are being pushed out, and I appreciated the time with the president, I appreciated the conversation, I look forward to working together to deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
Wow, he's working together with Trump? Doesn't that make him a collaborator? I'm sure the leftists are going to be really upset about this, right?
Thank you very much.
Right, guys?
Any questions, please?
President Trump, Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I have a question for you and then also one for Mayor
Sure.
For you, you referred to Mr. Mamdani as a communist. Can you describe why you feel that way? And also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister Netanyahu if he visits New York?
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question, and on your first part, I mean, he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works, or he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot. Changed a lot from when I
Oh, we're
first
gonna
came to
change.
office.
He's just
now,
gonna change.
quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had a
He's so easy to just fucking manipulate, bro. Like, literally anybody will come in and he'll be like, oh my god, wow, you're so nice, Trump. And he's like, wow, really? You like me? You like me? Well, oh, thank you so much. Like, bro, just how? It's ridiculous.
greatest
At least you're calling him Mamdani. Yeah, he knocked the fuck out of Trump on this one.
economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term. And I can tell you, some of my views have changed. And we had discussions on some things. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he's going to be. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually, and some very liberal people. He won't.
He's gonna surprise some conservative people. All right, bro.
Surprise him because they already
Sorry,
like
just
him.
fighting this office.
Mr. Mamdani, it sounds like you had a productive discussion, but just days ago, you referred
Bro,
to
can you
President
come onto
Trump's
land? I need to
investment
fucking
in a
fight
trading
you.
country.
I need
You
your
said,
tails.
It's worse than here in Houston of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract any of these remarks in order to improve your relationship?
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views, and what I really appreciate about the president is that the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of the 8.5 million people who are currently struggling
There we
under
go.
a cost of living crisis, with 1 in 4 living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it.
And I've been
Wow.
called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting. Maybe I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together. Yes, please.
I think he'll change his mind. Like, bro.
Good.
I would like to ask you a question about the Middle East regarding
Sure.
you did said that Hezbollah in Lebanon is not in a good position.
Trump is such a
Lebanon
cum
now
sock.
is
Yeah,
fine,
literally.
unresolved after Gaza and
Literally,
Syria.
bro.
Given your assessment,
Like this-
right,
there- that's
what
a
do you say
very
for
accurate
the
word.
independent
Yeah.
state in Lebanon, and what is your next move to push toward disarmament? The disarmament.
Sure. Well, we are pushing for total disarmament of Hamas and, frankly, everybody else. And we actually have peace in the Middle East. As you know, the King of Saudi Arabia just left yesterday.
Oh, peace in the
We had
Middle
some
East,
great meetings,
guys.
and
It's
he's,
here. We have
made
it,
a
actually.
contribution toward the United
In case
States
you didn't
of more
know.
than $1 trillion. We have now
Peace in
over
the Middle
$20
East,
trillion
guys.
coming in. No country has ever had anything like that, not even close.
No one.
If you go to 2 trillion or 1 trillion, it's a lot. We have 20 or 21 trillion dollars. I think that Hezbollah has been a problem in Lebanon, big problem. We're working with Lebanon. We're working with
This true,
everybody in the
Santi,
Middle
can you
East. That's
confirm
another thing I think we have in common.
that these
We want to see
Israel's
peace in the
biggest
Middle East,
problems?
and we actually have now for the first time peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years. And now we're going to refine it, and I think you're going to see some very positive things happen.
There is a potential to invite the Lebanese president.
Oh, sure. Oh, I would do that, absolutely. And if the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strong.
He can be here for it. Why would he be here for it?
We
He's the
desperately
mayor of
wanted,
fucking
and
New
that's something
York,
that I shared
bro.
with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again 2 major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
He said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and
One in 10.
I'm okay with that. I'll do that. I'll sign it. You give it to me. I'll sign it in a minute. That's
probably true.
That's pretty good.
Actually.
Yeah, please.
You threatened to send federal troops to New York City. You both have differences when it comes to ICE agents
Right.
in New York City. Mr. Mamdani, you call ICE a rogue government entity. I wonder how you
Oh boy, long fucking thing. Hold on. Cryptic command said. Wait. Hold on. Let me open my chat because I can't even read. A couple people said some long things. Oh, Amrafut said going through all the Russia-Ukraine planned tweets, and from what I put together, is this was the biggest foreign policy shit show in the last like 2 weeks. Yeah, it's retarded. Yeah. Cryptic said Trump's entire decision-making process. He listens and agrees with the person who compliment most recently. That's actually why his Ukraine-Russia decisions have been so frenetic. Fishy, thank you for stream. Yo, you're welcome for stream. Flack B. Cryptic, like when the Ukraine delegation visited Trump, visited, Trump promised to support, but then the Russians visited him and he wanted to help Russia. And Ukraine visited him again, Trump pledged support, but now Russia's pushing a new peace plan, Trump agrees with the Russians again. Classic. Wrote a whole novel. I appreciate that, Cryptic. And you're absolutely right. Absolutely. Not wrong.
Reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Well, I think we're going to work them out, and I think that if we have known murderers and known drug dealers and some very bad people, you know, we want to get them out. And the mayor wants to have peace. We discussed this at great length, actually, maybe more than anything else. He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk about anything you want. If you don't have safe streets, it's not going to be a success. So we're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if there are horrible people there, we want to get them out. I think he wants to get them out, maybe more than I do. So we'll work together. We discussed it at great length. Yes, please.
Yeah, two questions, if I may. One for you, Mr. President, from BBC in a second. But first of all, for the mayor-elect, you're both from different parts of the political spectrum. You're both populists, though, and I just wondered to what extent the president's campaign style, his techniques, his social media use, inspired
let me go back a few minutes.
Maybe more than I do. So we'll work together. We discussed it at great length. Yes, please.
Oh, this. So, like, this is the interesting part that I would love to know more about what he means by this. He's talking about, we discussed, like, the ICE thing and whatever. It's like, what exactly did they discuss? Because, you know, if did Mamdani just give permission to, like, you know, let ICE do some shit in New York? Because, I mean, if so, seems pretty bad. But if that's, like, the cost of getting other shit, then, I mean, I could see it. But that shit needs to be way more transparent. Like, yeah. Like, with Polish, I really want to know what happened in that conversation between them. Decided to hear just something. Yeah, I would like to be a fly in that room. Cause holy fuck, man. Holy shit. Some finger. Yeah.
You're both from different parts of the political spectrum. You're both populists, though, and I just wondered to what extent the president's campaign style, his techniques, his social media use inspired any part of your campaign.
Well, I actually told the president that, you know, so much of the focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, when we saw an increase in his numbers in New York City, that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they spoke about the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those voters who voted for President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focused on that same cost of living.
Okay, I mean, he's right, but also voters are retarded. Don't always listen to them. Gotta be real with you.
And that's where I am really looking forward to delivering for New Yorkers in partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
And I think we have to work a little bit. We talked about Con Edison. We have to work a little bit on getting the prices because, you know, we've gotten fuel prices way down, but it hasn't shown up in Con Edison.
No, you don't really. But okay, you can keep saying that.
If we're sending them fuel at a much lower price than it was a year ago, which is true, we have to get Con Edison to start lowering the rates.
Absolutely.
So if they haven't lowered their rates, then probably they haven't actually gone down, right? So.
You told me you were pushing ahead with your plans to sue BBC.
But you know, we just keep saying that.
You're going to speak to Prime Minister Starmer as well. Is there any progress?
Who cares? Yeah.
Well, we get along very well with the Prime Minister. We made a deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person, and you know, I think they have some big energy problems. You know, they've got windmills all over the place. They're going to have to start using other methods because their energy is out of control. Talking about in the UK, it's out of control, and.
Out of control, guys.
He's got a big immigration problem, as you know.
Holy
he's got a big
shit.
energy problem, and we talk about it. He's a good man. Prime Minister's a good man.
You had a chance to speak this week.
I haven't spoken this week.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Zelensky, or do you intend to speak to President Zelensky about your plan and your meeting?
I've spoken with their people. We have a plan. It's horrible what's happening. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame. And I thought they should have acted quicker. But it's a cold winter, and a lot of the you talk about utilities, but a lot of the big energy-producing plants have been.
He'll just say whatever, man. Like this. This guy.
Have a way of getting peace, or we think we have a way of getting peace. He's going to have to approve it. It's just so sad. So many people. You know, last month they lost 25,000 soldiers. He
was always complaining about windmills. Yeah, every time he talks about anything, he'll bring up the windmills for no reason. It really has nothing to do with anything, but he'll just bring that shit up. It's very strange. If anybody has any idea why, I don't. Who's told him about the windmills, or is he just like convinced himself this is like a really important thing that people care about? I have no idea. It's just so strange. So strange.
This is something.
We'll go trying to fight against windmills like his Don Quixote. Yeah, literally. Got like the biggest links about the peace plan story. Comes out to about 9 total found, which are worth looking at. If you want, put them in the chat after. Like I'll tell you when. Or Elmer, are you in the Discord? Are you able to put it in there? Because it'll be easier to like just click them all. Because then I have to go into the chats and stuff, and just the way I have shit set up, it'll be a little difficult. But
anything like this is the Second World War, and they're averaging 6,000 or 7,000 a week
between
the two of them, dead soldiers. And it goes on, and I think they're getting reasonably close. But I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals of countries, including India, Pakistan.
Are they getting close?
You could even go. In fact, they're coming here in a week or two. Go to the Congo and Rwanda. That was 10 million people dead, and we worked something out on that. But so many. And the one I thought would have been, for me, because I have a very good relationship with President Putin, I thought that would have been maybe quicker.
I think there's a channel called Content Suggestion. You can put it there.
You just see all
just
the
to
death.
not shit up the generator.
And it doesn't affect us other than the fact that we don't want to see all those people that really, it's on the other side of the ocean. It's a war that should have never happened. It did happen.
Should have never happened, bro. Every time, he'll just say the same words. It's, oh, should have never happened. Would have never happened if I was here. You're like, brother, relax. Who cares?
Like the person also sitting right behind this desk. This is a war that should have never happened, and it wouldn't have happened if I were president. But
like, bro, bro, come on.
Save a lot of lives. We're losing.
Can't make it
they're
up.
losing 25. Think of that, 25,000 lives over the last short period of time. That's Ukrainian and Russian, and.
The windmills are because this golf course in the UK had some built that blocked the view. Now he's ass mad ever since. Huh. There you go. Golf course in Scotland, super triggered about them ruining this. Yeah, there you go. I guess you're right. I didn't know that. Now I do. Good shit. Thanks, Elmer and Cryptic. Now I know.
It's
pretty fucking retarded.
House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism.
Should have never happened. Did it happen? Literally changed his Trump impression. Yeah, literally.
The minority leader, Jeffries, despite his
That's why it's so good.
What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing...
Socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a
Good
democratic
answer from him.
socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about...
It's kind of a dumb
ideology,
resolution,
but the place
but
of agreement
I
is the
mean,
work that
they
needs to be done to
also
make New York
good
City
at
affordable.
signaling
That's what I
around.
look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist, and your answer was, "But President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views." Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes.
Okay.
That's
You can just say yes, like, brother. How can anybody defend this guy? Like, he gets... Republicans said that calling people fascists is what Charlie Kirk killed, because, oh, you call him a fascist because you want him to die or whatever the fuck. And then Trump would just say, you know what, yeah, it's okay. You can just say yes. You can just call me a fascist. That's fine. Like, the reason why is because he knows he is one, right? This is just absolutely deranged. But let's keep watching.
It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
And Mr. President, I wanted to ask you also.
It's easier than explaining. I don't mind. Like, bro. Like, explaining what? Like, there's two things, right? There's two things. He wanted to do that because he knew that he knows he's a fascist, or he knew Mamdani wasn't gonna say, actually, I don't think he's a fascist, because he is one. So he didn't want Mamdani to say, I do think he's a fascist, or even just whatever answer he was gonna give. And Mamdani wasn't gonna kind of let it happen because he didn't want to have to fight Trump like that, right? But dude, calm the fuck on. Are you serious? I don't want to ever hear any Republicans say, don't call us fascists, that's gonna get us killed. I don't want to ever hear any of them say it. I really don't. I'm not sure Trump knows what a fascist is. He's called Dems fascist. Yeah, exactly. And he'll call his people, he'll call his enemies fascists. So it's obviously insane hypocrisy. But obviously the shoe fits with Trump. So Trump, when he shits in a diaper, should never happen. What would have happened if I was president?
About this Ukraine plan.
Yeah.
President Zelensky said today that his country would risk either giving up a partner or giving up its dignity. There's been criticism that this deal...
You mean he doesn't like it?
It's unclear. He was sort of
Well,
pretending...
he'll have to like it, and if he doesn't like it, then, they should just keep fighting, I guess,
The suggestion that he made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine. Is that
Well, at some point he's going to have to accept something. He hasn't accepted. You remember right in the Oval Office not so long ago, I said, you don't have the cards. Don't forget, I inherited this war.
Oh, you
I
don't
would
have the
This war
cards,
never
the
would happen. I
cards,
inherited
bro.
this war. And I thought he should have made a deal a year ago, 2 years ago. The ultimate deal would have been if it never started. That would have been a good deal. That could have been done too if you had the right president, but you didn't have the right president.
Mr. President, the cost of living is something that you and Mr. Mamdani seem to agree on.
Right.
Democrats have run New York City for a long time, Mr. Mamdani. Do you see Democrat policy specifically as being a problem? And I'd like that
That's bait right there.
Look, I think that
He's been
there
on his
are
legs,
many things in our city where we have to own the responsibility of it, things that existed long before the president was the president. And those are also part of the message of our campaign, was to
making
take
it
on the
about
broken
Trump.
politics of the past.
When the question
And I ran
wasn't even
against a
about
number of
that.
candidates who represented different
I guess
versions of
good
that
one,
past.
you know.
And what we found time and again is that working people were left behind in the politics of our city. And what we're looking to do is put those people right back at the heart of our politics so that we don't have a situation where we're in the
like, oh,
wealthiest
Democrats
city in
bad.
the
Good for him.
history of the world, and
I wish
yet
his
1 in
supporters
5
were
can't even
like
afford $2.90
this.
for a Metro card.
Mr. Mamdani,
You know, we had some interesting conversation, and some of his ideas really are the same ideas that I have. But a big thing on cost, you know, the new word is affordability. Another word is just groceries. You know, it's sort of an old-fashioned word.
That's a
but
new
it's-
word, bro.
It's very accurate. And
Grocery is an old-fashioned word. I don't know why he still thinks this. Has nobody told him that that's not actually an old-fashioned word? Has no one told him? Like, that is crazy. Bro, please. Okay. Fell into lava at least. I'm gonna go back. Jesus.
they're coming down.
Like, how does he still believe that that's an old-fashioned word? Why does he still think this?
They were, you know, we had, both of us, we had the highest inflation in the
crazy.
history of our country the last 4 years under
I fell off,
the
I
Biden
fell off.
administration. And we've got inflation down now to a normal number. It's going to go even a little bit lower than that. Katie, do you have something in a bit?
Mr. President, thank you so much. Mr. Mamdani often talks about New York City being covered by international law, that they will follow international law. Doesn't often talk
clear
about
him?
the U.S. Constitution. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of it could be covered by international law, local law. It's covered by a lot of laws. And,
He's still marked by Trump's
but,
stupidity, falls into
by
lava.
US
Yeah,
law.
literally.
Are you referring to anything in particular?
He just says that there are cities
Bro,
that
I
don't
can't
use
flurry
international
rush. What is happening?
law. Is that at odds with?
No, I don't know. Would you want to? You don't want to respond?
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board. And that's something that we've talked about and something that I know many New Yorkers want. We discussed
Got
ICE
it.
and New York City, and ICE.
Hasn't bought groceries in decades, I suppose. Yeah, it's literally because he doesn't buy groceries. So how the fuck would he know that that's a word that people use? He has people to do that for him. So
Spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City
That's simple.
allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about 170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and most recently we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has
oh shit! Thanks, imaginary fanboy. Oh shit! Sorry. Sorry, sneezing. Thank you for the follow, imaginary fanboy. Appreciate that. Wait, I know you. From Darius's community? Imaginary fanboy? Where do I know you from? Gesundheit. Thank you, Fudge. Oh, hey, Fudge. What's up? Good to see you. They've been around Keck. Okay. Keep your secrets, then. That's fine. I think I've seen you on Twitter, too? I don't know. I've seen you places. What's up, buddy? Good to see you.
has very little to do with what that is.
What we did is we discussed crime, more than ICE per se. We discussed
How you doing,
crime.
imaginary
And
fanboy?
He doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime. And I have
DG,
very
anything
little doubt
else?
that we're not
Food
gonna get along on
shops,
that issue.
YMS
We
committee.
went,
Ah,
and he
I
said
see.
some things that were very interesting, very
So not racist.
interesting as to
Okay.
housing construction, and he wants to see
So
houses
just
go
seeing you
up. He
around.
wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, etc. And we
His
actually
favorite hobby, crime.
people
yeah.
would be shocked, but I want to see the same thing.
I want to see the same thing.
Jack?
Mr. President, I want to know one of the policies as well that Mayor-elect Mamdani talked a number of times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. Also noticed that in your acceptance speech, you didn't mention anything about America or Christians or white people in general, and so I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys had spoken about.
We focused on affordability. We focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only
Okay,
building more
good
housing,
answer.
but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is
Not sure the
manageable
quote on
to
that
actually
one,
get
but
through and not the
sounds
cause
like it
of
might
yet
have been
another
French.
weight that we see in our city.
You're continuing
Maybe
this
they were.
idea of race-based
shit.
property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
What you said.
no, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property
Good
tax
answer.
system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
Freaking Don Jr. seething right now. Yeah, literally everyone in MAGA world is like seething that Trump is actually like being nice to fucking Mamdani. Meanwhile, the leftists are like, "Oh my God, Mamdani, he's so cool. I love that he's so nice with Trump." Like, bro, if it was anybody else, he would be crying right now, like literally.
Please, God.
Jack Posobiec got destroyed in this debate. Said the fuck down, Cook. Yeah, I thought that was Jack Posobiec, wasn't it? Yeah, fucking good one, dude. Good one. At Cryptic, Trump could get a master's degree in criminal law with the amount he's planned and done. I disagree only because he would have to get a bachelor's degree in criminal law first, and I don't know if he's capable of doing that.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel protesters just targeted a synagogue in New York. Are you concerned about Jewish New Yorkers feeling welcome and safe
He
in the
wouldn't
city?
really, but you know what I mean.
President Trump,
He's retarded.
threatened to call federal funding to
That was
New
the
York
point.
City. What policies would prompt you to do that? Would that be city-run grocery stores? Would it be something else?
Well, I think if we didn't get along, whether it's cut off or just make it a little bit difficult or not give as much, we want to see, I use the term, we don't want good money going after bad. And we don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I did say, subject to what policies are being said. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things that I agree with. Now, we may disagree how we get there. The rent coming down, I think one of the things I really gleaned.
Bishop needs to get Trump onto the E-court. He can have Lauren De Laguna as his lawyer, bro. Yeah, that's our next E-court guest, guys. Donald Trump, President of the United States. I think we're right about to get him, It's like food shops. It's like we go from, like some friends like Gilmore, and then we go to food shops, and then boom. I think counterpoints, and we go boom straight to Trump. I think that's how it usually goes for people, right?
Very, very much today. We'd like to see him come down, ideally by building a lot of additional housing. Yeah. That's the ultimate way. He agrees with that, and so do I. But if I read the newspapers and the stories, I don't hear that. But I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I don't expect. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help, because I want New York City to be great. Look, I love New York City.
So he's just fully went away from the I want to deport Mamdani. Because that's what it was a few weeks ago. It was, deport Mamdani. So there you go. I guess.
That's where I come from. I spent a lot of years there. Now I'm right here.
Love socialism.
We took a big setback with the mayor that we had, Dave de Blasio. I thought it was a tremendous setback for the city. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great.
Because the president.
Okay, how about you? Go ahead, please.
You're a billionaire. You have a different address nowadays than you used to. You used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would. Especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
What makes you comfortable?
Wow, I would.
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought.
Of course he would.
I think I want him to do a great job, and we'll help him do a great job. He may have different views, but in many ways, we were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race, I picked up a lot of his votes, and people had no idea because he was strong on not getting ripped off in trade and lots of the things that I've practiced and been very successful on. Tariffs, a lot of things. Bernie Sanders.
Trump wanted, Bernie, right? First of all, that's true. He got some Bernie votes. I don't think enough to fucking change the thing or whatever. I think that's a meme, but whatever. Way back in 2016, he was going with Bernie's thing that the fucking DNC stole the election from him because he would have rather gone against Bernie than Hillary. He wasn't legitimately saying that he loves Bernie, whatever, right? He thought he had a better chance of winning with Bernie as the candidate versus Hillary.
And I agreed on much more than people thought. And when he was put out of the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me. And I felt very
Unfairly,
comfortable,
yeah.
frankly, in seeing that and saying that. And
Very
just turned out to
unfairly,
be
the way he got
a statistical truth. But
kicked from that election.
no, I feel very comfortable. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for you, but a very quick one for the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
Yeah, Mega's.
I use
Mega's
every form of
fuming right
transit, and
now.
I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City, and that's why
But
making buses fast and free is essential.
New York City is turning into a communist hellhole. But a communist hellhole. Mr. Trump, the communism, Trump, what do you say? Daddy Trump, please, the communist hellhole.
For him to be, that's a very long drive. I'll stick up for you. You know, the plane takes you 30 minutes and driving takes you a
And
long
Mr.
time.
President, I was wondering if you could clear up some confusion
Bro, is this
around
guy
the
gonna
Washington
stop
Post
jumping?
report. There was this explosive report that the Coast Guard is no longer going to characterize swastikas and nooses as hate symbols. DHS called that a lie and fake news.
Yeah, it's just
Can you
crazy.
clear up-
I don't know anything about it. When was this written?
No, I didn't know that.
Look, the Coast
Telling
Guard's
this for
an
the first
incredible group of
time.
people I know very well.
Oh.
Just ordered a lot of new Coast Guard cutters. Beautiful, the most magnificent ship. They look like yachts with lots of guns on them. So I don't know. I haven't seen
That
any
doesn't
report
make them
like that.
good.
Certainly
They
we want them
just
to
that
remain
just means
a
you
great
like the way
force
they
in New York.
look.
Mr. President, and you did the peace in all the 9 months around the world. I would like to ask Mr. Mamdani, you've accused the U.S. government of committing genocide in Gaza while President Trump was working on peace. Why that?
Genocide.
I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it. And I shared with the president in our meeting about the concern that many New Yorkers have of wanting their tax dollars to go towards the benefit of New Yorkers and their ability to afford basic dignity. And what we see right now
What does
is
it have to do with
we're in the ninth consecutive year.
like it's a good answer because then he's like he doesn't have to fucking defend the genocide thing, but like, bro.
Here, more than 100,000 school children being homeless in our city. And there's a desperate need not only for the following of human rights, but also the following through on the promises we've made New
It's a good
Yorkers. And I
answer.
appreciated the
I'll
meeting
give
we
it to
had
him, actually.
and the work that we can
Do
do.
you agree that President Trump did do a peace and worked hard to make the peace? Because he worked hard to do the peace in the Middle East and everywhere. Do you agree with that?
I appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father actually went to that
Like
pharmacy not too
I appreciate Mamdani for, doing this. Like I get it, right? He has to suck up a bit to be able to do it. But there's a lot of Democrats you wouldn't catch doing this shit, right? Like fucking I think it was cringe. Gretchen Whitmer fucking being there and like fucking covering your face and shit. I don't think necessarily it's any better just doing it not covering your face. Like I don't know. Fucking fight Trump. Don't become his friend. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why you need this. Well, I get it, but I don't like it. Okay, I don't have to like it. Donnie's an actual magician. I mean, yeah, but also like it also doesn't seem. I don't know if this is that hard. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't know if it's that hard to like sweet talk Trump. I just I don't know. I don't know if it's making sense. I gotta think about it. Because on the one hand, fuck socialists, but on the other hand, and leftists, but on the other hand, Trump, So, I don't know.
too far from Jamaica Estates.
It's a mixed bag
that people were
for me.
tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars, and I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights, and I know that still today those are being violated, and that continues to be work that has to be done no matter where we're speaking of.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Do you view the mayor-elect as the true leader of the Democrat Party? And do you think Leader Schumer and Leader Jeffries, have to follow his lead?
Well, look, I hope they have great leaders. This is a man that right now I think is focused in New York City. I really think he has a chance to do a great job. We're going to help him, but I really think he has a chance to do a great job. But I'll let you answer that. You consider yourself the leader of the Democrats? I think it's more appropriate for him.
I consider myself the next mayor of New York City, and I keep my horizons firmly on New York City, and I appreciate the meeting with the president, which focused again on the 5 boroughs and whether New Yorkers could afford to live there.
By the way, being the mayor of New York City is a big deal.
With narcissists, you have to strike a good balance if you want to get something from them without debasing yourself. Yeah, I think I don't know if I necessarily think that Mamdani like debased himself too much in this, but you're right. There's a balance between looking like you grovel to him versus getting what you want. So I don't know. I mean, he hasn't really said anything bad about Trump in this, right? I know he said so in the past, but I don't know. Like, is he just gonna fucking not talk about how bad Trump is for a while? Like, if that's what he has to do, then I don't think I'm on board. I don't know. Did Zelensky bother you? No, not really. But also Zelensky has been like said a lot anti-Trump, right? Maybe not in the most terms, right? But even in the fucking, he had suck up. I don't think he, not in the same way. Kind of. But also like the whole reason that shit like kind of blew up, right, was because he wasn't sucking up. Because like JD Vance was like fucking going at him, right? So like I agree with what you're saying, right? Like he has to suck up, but also Zelensky has way more reason to suck up than Mamdani does, in many ways. Like, if the thing here is that, oh, he doesn't want Trump to take away federal money, like a lot of the federal money Trump wants to take away from New York, like is like it would be doing so illegally, so like you could sue for certain things, even if not, maybe, but you know. So is Mamdani. Well, yes, but not here, right? And I don't know if in the future he's gonna keep saying bad things about Trump. Zelensky wasn't willing to debase himself enough, plus he was being set up by bans. That would require Zelensky to beg for forgiveness, which for most is too much. Yeah, exactly. Like, he wasn't debasing himself enough, that's why it became a whole thing. Where Trump was like, you don't have the cards, or, you know, and JD Vance being like, oh, you didn't say thank you, or whatever. Like, that was the issue, was that he wasn't sucking up enough, right? And even now, he's not sucking up enough, because he's not taking the fucking US Russia-made deal. Like, that's the whole thing, right? I get what you mean, that there is a similarity there, but I think Zelensky's handled it maybe better, in my opinion. But also, this was fucking when, yesterday? Like, yeah, you know. We'll have to see how it goes. We'll have to see. I'll reserve judgment, you know? Reserve judgment. But so far, kind of cringe, especially since leftists are fucking celebrating this. When if it was anybody else, they would be fucking pissed. You know?
I always said, you know, one of the things I would have loved to be someday is the mayor of New York City. Being the mayor of New York, and especially now, because I think you're at really a turning point, one way or the other. It can go great, or it can go...
Turning point? Say that again.
In a different direction. And I
was just curious, at least Mamdani didn't pull up Bill Maher. Yeah, true. I mean, Bill Maher is, like, way worse. Like, there's worse than fucking what Mamdani did. But also... I don't know. We'd have to see how else he says. Does seem strange that Trump seems to like tough people. Mamdani looks like a tsundere here, while Zelensky was a bit too overzealous. Maybe. I don't know. It's complicated. Like, I get it. So, like, I won't cast too much judgment.
I think you really have a chance to make it great.
Depends what happens.
Mr. President, you said you love New York City. Mr. Mamdani, does New York City love President Trump?
New York City loves a future that is affordable. And I can tell you that there were more New Yorkers who voted for President Trump in the most recent presidential election because of that focus on cost of living. And I'm looking forward to working together to deliver on that affordability agenda.
I got a lot of votes.
Good answer.
One more. Go ahead. One or two more. Go ahead.
Got a lot of votes.
I tell you, the press has
sure.
eaten this thing up.
What was the NYC Trump voters? Harris won 68% of 60 cities vote. It's a good one. Good one, dude.
You know, I've had a lot of meetings with the heads of major countries. Nobody cared. This meeting that you people have gone, you know, outside you have hundreds of people waiting. This is just a small little group.
What do you mean by that?
For some reason, the press has found this to be a very interesting meeting. The biggest people in the world, they come over from countries nobody cares, but they did care about this meeting, and it was a great meeting. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, I was going to ask you exactly that. Why do you think there's so much more, so much excitement around this thing in some form?
Because I think he's different. All right, I think he's different, and that can be in a very positive way. But I think he's different than, you know, your typical guy runs, wins, becomes mayor maybe, and nothing exciting. Because he has a chance to really do something great for New York. New York is at a very critical point.
Not like
your
your
typical
typical
guy.
guy,
Help with the federal government to really succeed, and we're going to be helping him. But he's different than, you know, your average candidate. He came out of nowhere. I said he has a great campaign manager standing over there. He came out of nowhere. What'd you start off at 1 or 2? And then I watched. I said, who is this guy? He was at 1, then he was at 3.
Yeah, and then you said that you wanted to deport him.
3, then it was at 5, then it was at 9. Then he went up to 17. I said, let's get a little bit of interest there, right? And then all of a sudden he wins the primary that nobody expected he was going to win. It's a great tribute.
No, a lot of people expected he'd win. That's exactly the case, but you know.
To what the president said is one thing I also appreciated is in our meeting to appreciate a portrait of FDR and the incredible work that was done with the New Deal and also in thinking about what it can look like when the federal government and New York City government work together to deliver on affordability. It can be transformative.
You know, we have a great portrait of FDR that I found in the vaults that was missing for years. I found it, and I put it up. He's a Democrat, to the best of my knowledge. He's a Democrat. And when the mayor saw
To the best of my knowledge, yeah, he was a Democrat, like famously. He's retarded, so that's why.
that portrait, he said, "Sir, do you mind if I have a picture taken by that portrait?" It's an amazing portrait. I hope the picture comes out good. But it's an amazing portrait in the cabinet room. So he's a big fan of the New Deal, I guess, and of FDR. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said that you both spoke about
Thank
crime.
you.
There are many
Thank
police
you, for
officers
sure.
that come off the rolls at the end of this year in New York City.
Like
Are
what?
you going to allow
What?
those police to be replaced with police officers,
What's it
actual
called?
cops? And are you going to require that that happens? Would there be some consequence?
Well, I hope it happens, but again, that's going to be ultimately the mayor's decision.
What's your answer?
Is that I look forward to delivering public safety with the NYPD, and I've said over the course of our campaign that we have the number of police officers today. They are the ones that's budgeted about 35,000 headcount. And I think the key thing is that we have to make it easier for police to focus on police work, not ask them to respond to 200,000 mental health calls a year.
So is that a reduction from what you're at right now? Are you committing to maintaining the same level of cops?
I've committed over the course of the campaign to maintain the 35,000. That's the headcount that we had through the
And
campaign.
not replace them with caseworkers, social work?
No, I've said that's the headcount that we want. What we need to do is make sure they can focus on serious crime.
And he just retained a
Well,
great police
there you
commissioner, I believe, right?
Yes,
If
yes, we did. Commissioner
Not to fund the
if
police.
newspapers are correct.
That one they're correct about.
SMH.
He retained, I think, somebody that is she's a good friend of some of the people in my family, of Ivanka, and they say she's really good, really competent, and he just retained her, so that's a good sign.
Mr. President, are there still topics that you see that you're disagreeing on in the future? And do you think you'll have more meetings like this?
There will be topics that we disagree on. I think we'll probably come to a conclusion, and ultimately, he'll convince me, or I'll convince him. You know, it's for the good of New York. Ultimately, it's for the good of New York. I don't care about affiliations or parties or anything else. I want to see if this city could be
Yeah, he
unbelievable.
doesn't care
If
about
he could be a
parties.
spectacular success, I'd be very happy.
Do you think you guys will meet more in the future too?
Excuse me?
Do you think you'll meet again in the future? You know, throughout the administration?
I think we will. I think we will. I hope we do. I enjoyed the meeting. We had a great meeting. Please.
Mr. President, Republican Lisa Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran
This
Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No.
Yeah, he's just fucking like glossing. Yeah, you called him a jihadist. You said you wanted to vote him. Like you're just ignoring that.
She's out there.
Just noted to Zelda after watching for 20 minutes. I'm anti-ADHD. God, there you go. Imaginary fanboy. There you go. Zelda's here. I'm playing. While watching.
Campaigning, and you know, you say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of
She's a very capable person, but you really have to ask her about that. But I don't particularly. I think I met with I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great again. And I can say again, because New York was great. You know, when I came down to Washington initially, the city was so hot. It was doing great. We were having some telltale signs and problems. We had a mayor that was not doing a great job, but still, it was moving along. And it went bad. It really went, you know, pretty bad. And I think it's been at lower points, but it went pretty bad. I think he can bring it back. Now, the question is, will he bring it back all the way? Will he bring it back greater than ever before, which is, I guarantee, that's his wish. I think he wants to make it greater than ever before. And if he can, we'll be out there cheering. I'll be cheering for him. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
You chose not to answer the question about
Oh, fuck me. I'm muted. Fuck you. Fuck. It's fine. I was reading. Shut up, cryptic. That is a good emote though. When was I muted from? Like since the video ended? I said this shit's too long. Maybe we won't watch it, but definitely the clips. So what do we got from these clips? Review said, ending a complex and deadly war in Ukraine requires an extensive exchange. Both sides need to agree to difficult and necessary concessions. We're going to keep developing a list. And he said, the peace proposal was authored by the U.S. It offers a strong framework for ongoing negotiations. It is based on input from the Russian side, but it is also based on previous and ongoing input from Ukraine. Because the fucking peace proposal, people were looking at fucking quotes, and it's clearly translated from Russian to English. So he's kind of confirming by saying this, which is absolutely disgusting. That anybody would do this, let alone the U.S. Secretary of State. And then here we are. My head hurts. Oh, it's got a little thing. Kremlin leaks to Witkoff and certain media a Russian wish list of demands of Ukraine. Witkoff takes the list and runs with it as a peace plan. Ukraine, Europe, and large swaths of DC ask, wait, where did this come from? 4. Witkoff says nothing. Trump, who cares little about details and simply wants the war to end because he's bored, runs with the proposal and publicly says Ukraine must accept it by Thanksgiving. Driscoll and Vance also tell Ukraine they must accept it. 6. Rubio and several U.S. senators clarify the proposal was a Russian wish list, not a U.S.-backed document. 7. Trump and Witkoff are truly incompetent and/or they saw the amount of pushback they were getting from everyone and are now backpedaling. Either way, who has any faith in Trump or Witkoff? There you go. This is the timeline. This is a good tweet. This is crazy, bro. This is insane. Like, U.S./Witkoff was just openly putting a fucking, like, what the Russians want and said, hey, Ukraine, accept this or else. And then people realize, and now they're fucking backtracking because they realize, because people were getting fucking mad. So let's see. Oh, this is, yeah.
This has been an extraordinary weekend, both because of the sessions that we've had with people from all over the world, but also because of the communication, as was mentioned today, from Secretary Rubio and the leaked 28-point plan, which, according to Secretary Rubio, is not the administration's position. It is essentially the wish list of the Russians that is now being presented to the Europeans and to the Ukrainians. It does provide a guideline to try to narrow the issues between Ukraine and Russia. And the encouraging thing to me is that the administration is not attempting to negotiate this agreement unilaterally.
Of course not.
But indeed is in close consultation
the
next few days with Ukraine.
They were trying to, and then they realized.
With our European allies. So I think that's an important development. All of us read that statement yesterday. We're alarmed by it.
I wonder how purposeful this was on behalf of the Russians.
A fair statement.
Oh, well, like, it could have been purposeful. Like, they might have told Witkoff, hey, you should make Ukraine accept this. But also, like, they might also just be stupid, like, where they just sent Witkoff this, and then he just fucking ran with it. It might have just been that, like, they're either retarded or, like, I don't think they, like, Senti, like, you're saying, because that would mean our government fell for a Russian psyop. I don't even think it was a Russian psyop. I think it was just, like, you call it a psyop, but that would mean it was, like, an accident. I don't think this was an accident. I think it was either they're retarded enough to have done this, or Russia told them to, and then they did it. Like, I don't think it was an accident that they fucking released this shit. I think it was on purpose. They were trying to pressure Ukraine to just accepting it. Then they got called out, and then now they're backpedaling. I mean, because it's just crazy. It's crazy.
It turns out that it is a sort of a beginning point for negotiations, and we'll see where the discussions go from here. Everyone wants this war to end, but we want it to end on a fair and just peace that respects the integrity and the sovereignty of the country of Ukraine, and does not reward aggression, and also provides adequate security guarantees so that something like what occurred in 2022 does not occur again.
Yeah, for sure. That's what they want. Jesus, man. Jesus. All right, let's see the next clip. It's this one. Or tweet, rather. Let's quickly recap the past 3 hours. Republicans and Democratic senators say Rubio told them the 28-point plan was a Russian document, not an American plan. State Department says the senators are lying. What a complete... Yeah, this is... Like, Angus King is saying that. Meanwhile, the tweet that we saw from Rubio was... It was a U.S. authored plan. Peace proposal, right? So... It's... The incompetence is stunning. Another Aaron Parnos tweet. Okay. New GOP Senator Mike Brown said that Rubio called him and several other senators today and made it very clear to us we are the recipients of a proposal delivered. It's not our recommendation, it's not our peace plan. Senator King just said it to this clip we watched, and then someone should get fired for this. Axios ran with it as Trump's peace plan. Trump uses it to pressure Ukraine this week. Rubio and Witkoff allowed it to fester in the public without any pushback. A mistake of epic proportion. Yeah. Cryptic says, even if the peace plan completely flops and Russians end up getting nothing, Russia still gets something. So they achieve their goals of confusing the public. They sow division within Ukrainian society. They make it seem like Russia is winning. Yeah. Literally. Like, not wrong. That, like, this is just disgusting. I mean, Russia wins, and then the U.S. interests who want Russia to win also win. Right? Amr Fuad, Russia either got everything they wanted or made U.S. look stupid as fuck. Win-win either way. Yeah, exactly. It's all just information warfare. Yeah. Not wrong. But I also don't think it was an accident that it happened this way. I think like, they're trying to clean it up, but, like, I think they told it seems like Rubio told the senators that, but they didn't expect the senators to actually say it out loud, and so now they're trying to, like, not make it sound like they're just totally fucking retarded. So they're saying, oh, no, we wrote it, but it includes Russian, like, input, and trying to, like, clean it up, but bro... Why, like, this is just retarded. It's just retarded because it's all retarded. None of it's planned. It's just fucking happens. Just falls into lap, and they're like, and they just vomit over the fucking U.S. and that's it. Essentially, the wish list of Russians. Yeah, this is blatantly. State deputy, the State Department. This is blatantly false. The Secretary of the entire administration has consistently maintained this plan was authored by the United States with input from both American. Yeah, they're just trying to fucking lie through it. Like. Bro, Tommy Pickett, Quiet Piggy. Oh my god, Quiet Piggy. That's so fucking disgusting. Falcons Secretary Rubio sent around announced his 28 plan was a Russian document, not a U.S. document. So basically that, and then Adam Parkhomenko, just a Democrat. The 28-point plan came from Russia, somehow ended up in the hands of U.S. lawmakers, and we don't have a leak problem. We have a foreign influence problem, and anyone downplaying that should not be anywhere near national security decisions. Yeah. True. Not wrong. Relic Bar. Breaking. Rubio confirmed to senators what I and other brilliant colleagues have been saying all this time. This Russian list system was leaked to U.S. media by Russia. Full stop.
Secretary Rubio did make a phone call to us this afternoon. I think he made it very clear to us that we are the recipients of a proposal that was delivered to one of our representatives. It is not our recommendation. It is not our peace plan. It is a proposal that was received, and as an intermediary,
like, bro,
we have made arrangements to
how can you
share
take
it,
any of this seriously?
and we did not release it. It was leaked. It was not released by our members or our representatives. Secretary Rubio did make a phone call to us this afternoon. I think he made it very clear to us that we are the recipients of a proposal that was delivered to one of our representatives. It is not our recommendation. It is not our peace plan.
Sorry. I was fighting this shit. Okay. There's a couple more tweets. Oh, one more. Breaking. Oh, wait, same one. Okay. Yeah, there you go. That's the fucking thing. Do we care about this fucking press conference? I don't think so. Evie Joel said, why even say Ukraine is involved? Trump has made a point of excluding them the whole admin. Yeah. Like, obviously where Marco Rubio is saying, like, oh, we got this from, also input from Ukraine, like, that's just not true. It's clearly not true. And the thing is, they can say that in Ukraine. It's not gonna really. Ukraine slash Zelensky is not really going to contradict them because they have to keep in the U.S.'s good graces, and in a sense, you know. So kind of unfortunate if you think about it. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Pretty fucking cringe. What else is there to watch, y'all? Oh, anybody got anything? I didn't really that far with it. I could talk about the fucking Kamala book tour event that I went to just while gaming. It was really good. I had a really great time during it, but Elmer, either all the senators are lying or the entire State Department is lying. Literally no in between. Oh, and it's all like you're right, but it's also it's clearly one, and it's this entire State Department is lying because why would all the senators lie? So yeah. Cryptic. Anyone got anything? Anything else? Yeah, sure. Anything else? EV Joel. Zip Zip. Did you see Anna talking about the response center? USAID helped build. I think it was a couple weeks ago. Anna Kasparian? Anna, like Ukrainian Anna? What do you mean, EV Joel? I don't think I saw that. Don't think I did. Ukrainian Anna. Oh, do you have a link? Anna Frills? I don't think Anna Frills, whoever that is, said that, but Ukrainian Anna, I saw it. Oh, is there like a link to it? I would watch that. That's like a thing. Is it like a tweet or is it like a thing that I can watch while gaming? But yeah, I don't know. Or what is there just on YouTube to watch? Is there anything? Mindset anti-fanning Desi live. Oh. She's not even live yet. I got baited. Adam Alclar triggers Megan heated Trump debate. Could watch that. Was on Tiny Stream. She's releasing a little documentary on it soon. Oh. Wait, maybe then. A couple weeks ago, she talked about USAID and explained how USAID money helped set up an early warning system. From talking to Destiny when she mentioned, oh, I don't know if I saw that stream, but that's cool. It's cool. I mean, not good because also USA. I assume it's going to be about. I assume she talked about how now it's not happening because, you know, the USAID got fucking shitted on, but you know. TLDR, they built an epic response center to deal with bombings and had plans to build 2 or 3 more, but those were of course cut. Oh, yeah, there you go. She's gonna make a mini documentary on it. I would watch that. Hell yeah. President reveals why he attacked Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's trying to get it in theaters. Pretty exciting. Oh, a decent amount of truths from past 72 hours. Yeah, but I want to watch something I can watch while gaming. You know what I mean? If I'm looking at true socials, I gotta like read them and I gotta like click on links and stuff. I can't game at the same time. If you can TLDR some of the truths, I assume it's just Marjorie Taylor Greene plus. I don't know. Is he talking about Venezuela or anything? I don't know. What's he talking about? Also, go Costco changes the local economy. So he's removing protected status for Somalis in Minnesota. Oh, I think I saw that. That's retarded. I mean, why? I mean, it's not even surprising because he already removed temporary protected status for Venezuelans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, I think, and there's another one. All illegally, and that case is going through, and they're losing that case as well, mostly, but also he can kind of get away with it. So, what are you gonna do, really? All right, what do I watch, or should I just game and talk about the Kamala event? Do you guys want to hear about the Kamala event? I don't know. Kamala's doing her book tour has been doing her book tour for a few months, since her book released. A couple nights ago was her last stop which happened to be in Miami, where I live. So I went to see what she had to say. I read her book. a few months ago whenever it released. I don't know who all was here, like watching me, but I read like a couple chapters from it that night. I never really continued reading through the whole thing because I wasn't gonna do all that. It was hard on my fucking throat, but yeah, it was good. You get her to sign her book? Yeah, I got a signed copy. It's yeah, I got a picture with Kamala as well. I paid for the extra for the like meet and greet, which gets you a signed copy of the book, and then also a picture. Holy Chad, I kneel. Yeah, right, dude. She's so nice. Firstly, she's really nice. I think it must have been like a minute total where they like, because there was a whole line of people, right? So it was like in and out kind of with getting the fucking picture, but she's so nice. Wow, Zip Zip Kamala, he's in, bro. I was like nervous before I went in. I was like, bro, what if I accidentally start drooling on myself when I see her, bro? She's Kamala, bro. Kamala Harris. Her. What if, bro? Like I can't, what if that happened? Is Kamala your dream woman? I didn't say that, but if there were to be a dream woman, certainly, you know what I mean? If you know what I mean, okay? Just you know what I mean. You know what I'm trying to say. Real ones get it. Hell yeah. Yeah, Fudge gets it. Fudge gets it for sure. Because I literally know what he means. There you go. Evie Joel also knows what I mean. Yeah, she was chill. That was like before was the meet and greet, and then after she did the actual event, it was moderated by Anna Navarro, who's like on The View and also CNN. It wasn't that bad. Sorry, it wasn't that bad. It was great. I really enjoyed it. Kamala was a great speaker, so she had really great answers to the questions and got to talk about lots of things. I should have taken notes. I filmed the whole thing, so I could kind of like, re-listen to it / watch it after. But like it's not a great video, so it's not like the kind of thing I could even like show on stream either. But she was asked at one point, like, kind of, where did the fucking Molduga go? Am I controlled? She was asked kind of like as a joke, mostly about like a 2028 run, and the answer was like, I'm not gonna reveal that now. Like, you know that. And when she was asking the question, she was like, yeah, I know you're not gonna say anything about that. So it made sense. But she was asked right after, because she was like, oh, I'd have to consider a lot of things, I haven't really made a decision yet. But the follow-up question was, what sort of things would you consider, or would you be considering? What are the factors when you're thinking about whether you should run for office? And she gave some answers, which was like, she just said, like, the question was like, what should anybody consider when they're considering running for president? And the responses that she gave as like the factors were, I believe, like if you're like able to, like, with your family, because running a campaign is like difficult for your family. And she brought it back to her book, which is true. She mentioned in her book that, like, it was tough for like her like family, like with Doug, because it's a lot of stress running a campaign. And she talked about, I think, another one of the I don't remember. There's 3, I believe, that she gave as like factors for running a campaign. But she also said that one of the factors is as well is like if you think you can help the people and how much you care for the people. If you think you can make a difference, if you think the people need something, like basically what I got from that and what I've been saying for a while. She's gonna run in 2028. I do think so. I think it's almost like a done deal. I think she's gonna run in 2028. Like the only reason she wouldn't is if she thinks that it would be too big a toll on like her slash like her family or whatever, but she's going to. Black Zip Zip Kamala 2028. Zip Zip, you mean Kamala Zip Zip? I would never run for president with Kamala as my VP. Fuck no. I'd be her VP if she asked me, but not that that would happen, of course. But you know what I mean. Evie Joel said, "Here's the on-stream Anna convo, approximately 5 minutes." Oh, is it time-stamped? I'd watch that. Why not? Zip would never usurp Queen Kamala's rightful throne. Exactly. I think another one of the things, I think I saved a tweet about it. Let's see if I can find it real quick. But she was also asked about. Yeah, I saved it. Here it is. Let me just watch this for a couple of seconds. Fuck, hold on. Let me get the Anna convo real quick. Newsom but now 2028.
Recently with my friend.
I would love a Newsom fucking. Like, if Newsom and Kamala could run together, then that would be sick. But neither of them would be each other's VP, so that's not possible. That's another thing. Like, I am 100% that, basically 100% that Kamala's gonna run in 2028. So I'm very curious how, in the primary, because Newsom is also probably running, right? If Kamala and Newsom are running, I'm very curious how they would, what the differences would end up being in a primary race, right? Because I wonder, like, left, right, how they would differentiate themselves, or just in general how they would. Because I get the sense they're, I don't know, depends, because they both like moderated at least perception wise, right? I wonder how that would work. Newsom but no 2020, but no Biden cinema. Holy shit. I look, you think Kamala's a better candidate? Yeah, that's another thing too. Like, I wonder if Kamala obviously has the. There's a couple of things, and like every time I talk about it, people in chat will kind of say similar things. Isn't Kamala more progressive? So top or E? So you're right. When she ran in the primary in 2020, she ran to the left of Biden, right? But also, as she writes in her book and just in general from like being VP and like whatever, like I think it's genuine. She has moderated a lot on some of her beliefs, and I do think it's genuine. And I don't expect her to like, you know, just flip flop back all the way to like being like ultra progressive. I don't know if she was ultra progressive either in 2020, but granted I don't know. But I do wonder, because I think it's genuine that she has moderated, or at the very least genuine in the sense that like publicly she's like moderated far more to the center, right? So I wonder how that would work, because Gavin Newsom was also like moderated somewhat, but also in some ways not, you know. So that's why it's like curious. Fuck, I was saying something else before. Oh yeah, let's watch this. This is also one of the questions that she was answered. Somebody took a video of it, I guess. Someone was like pretty close actually. But she was asked about if you guys saw. Michelle Obama was asked recently about like running for president or whatever. She said that America isn't ready for a women president. Women presidents not ready. Let's see if I can find that clip real quick.
The United States.
Fuck, I'm not gonna watch all this. Just have the clip, maybe. Let me just see the fucking clip.
Suggested still resists a simple idea: female leadership.
That's why I'm like, don't even.
Bro, what is this? She said it's on video. What is this shit? Are you kidding me? Is it gonna be this? Okay, here we go.
That's why I'm like, don't even look at me about running, because you all are lying. You're not ready for a woman. You are not.
She said this.
So don't waste my time You know, we got a lot of growing up to do. And there's still, sadly, a lot of men who do not feel like they can be led by a woman, and we saw it.
She's right.
So that's what she said, right? I'm curious to see the rest of it, because I think, yeah, that's Anna Navarre in the middle there. She was the moderator for the event. But we'll see here. So she was asked about Michelle Obama's comments. I don't know when this clip will start, but basically this is what she has to say.
And she said, don't ask me that. You all are lying. You haven't gone out and voted for a woman. This country is not ready for a woman president. I had this conversation with you when you were on The View a couple of months ago, because I keep hearing that, and I keep hearing it from women. Women telling me it.
I don't keep hearing it. And so I think that, like, let's not over-index on that. Because if I'm walking through an airport, if I'm talking to people here, I don't hear that. And I think that people like to, in these pundits kind of roundtables, suggest that there are a lot of people feeling that way. Let me be very clear.
Michelle said it.
I'm not speaking to what Michelle said. I'm speaking to the point. And the point
she's speaking.
Yeah, she's like not taking the bait. She's not saying like, I'm not saying Michelle Obama's wrong. But
it was an unprecedented election, as we have discussed. President pulling out, vice president running, former president. Here's the other thing that is unprecedented about it in the 21st century. It was the closest presidential election in the 21st century. The closest. So I'm not hearing that America is not ready. I'm not hearing that, and that's not the message we should be sending to the American people, to our young people, regardless of their gender. I'm not hearing that, and I'm not speaking about what any particular person has said. I'm not reacting to anyone else's comment. I am telling you my lived experience.
so, I thought that was a pretty good answer. And I think I agree with her. So Topper E, you said, kind of agree with Obama. There's probably a decent amount of independence. I think Kamala wasn't qualified somehow. And like what you just said after. But then again, Hillary was probably going to win if Comey thing didn't happen. So that's another thing, right? So like, when people talk about like, oh, Kamala's loss proved that like, America can't handle a female president or whatever, like people seem to forget Kamala won the popular vote in back in 2016, and also, like you said, would have maybe won if not for James Comey announcing that they were fucking investigating her. But also, like, Kamala's election, like, she, like, don't believe MAGA's lies, right? Don't believe Trump's lies that it was, like, some fucking landslide. It wasn't. She lost by, like, 3%, 2%, 1% in, like, the states where it really counted. And, like, it was a close election. And also, it was a very, like she said on president, like, it was a strange election, right? Like, it was only 107 days. That's the title of her book. Like, she didn't have much time to really make a campaign for herself, like her own. She was literally doing a event for Biden's campaign. Literally the night before she had to announce her own campaign. Like, it was very different. And also it's against Trump, who's, a whole other thing, right? So I think we've seen it. Like, a woman could win. Like, people thought Kamala was gonna win. People thought Hillary was gonna win. This is not like some like already decided thing where like, oh no, a woman can never win. Like, it's very possible like a woman could be president. It happened to be that they both lost recently, and in the past other women have run, right? But doesn't mean it's like completely done, right? Obviously I get the point, which is that women have ran and lost before, including the last election. But also, why shouldn't it be possible? And Kamala didn't lose by that much. The popular vote meme that like people say, oh, Trump won the popular vote. Like, the popular vote thing was because Kamala underperformed in non-swing states, right? She performed better in, I believe, I haven't looked at it in a while, but like I believe Kamala performed worse in non-swing states than was expected, because obviously they don't campaign as much in non-swing states. But like that's what tipped the popular vote thing. But like in the actual swing states where it actually matters, she performed much better. So if you look at that, right, like if Kamala had a full, 1 or 2 years or whatever, however long it is, right, including a primary, whatever, to actually run a campaign, like I think she would perform way better, and also just like think about the primary process and like what we were talking about before with like, Newsom, whatever, like in a primary, it's a bit of a, like, I wonder how it would go. Like, even beyond, like, just, like, what positions they stake out differently from each other. Like, Kamala was vice president. She just did a campaign, whatever. Like, she's got a lot going for her for a possible 2028 race, right? You can't discount it. Popular vote thing is bad though. Lol, Dems haven't lost popular vote in a minute. But there were a million factors why she lost the popular vote, right? You're right. I know what you mean, right? But it wasn't like the popular vote was lost because of the unique things around this election, including like the economy and COVID and like everything else that affected the way that this thing going. Like people blame Biden for inflation, and that was like because of the way fucking media is. Like that was a big fucking way that things, like, I get what you mean, but like it's not. It's not a reflection on Kamala. And like we said, no, I don't blame Kamala for it. It's more Demis on, but correct. Like Kamala ate a lot of shit for the Biden association, and Biden was looking bad for like Biden's numbers. Like it's from what I understand, like one of the reasons that Biden dropped out was because the numbers weren't looking so good, or at the very least that's how it was looking. Like because it was shit. Like the people were blaming the economy being bad, or like inflation and prices being up, even though the economy was overall performing quite well, even compared to other countries. People were blaming that on Biden, which reflected on Kamala. But if you, but it was a very unique election, right? And it's not necessarily about Kamala. So if she were to run again, those factors wouldn't necessarily be in place. And obviously Dems have a massive advantage in the next election because they aren't in power right now, and Trump is obviously making a big, fuckery out of this shit. So basically, there's a million factors about it. I think Kamala could win in 2028 quite handily, and she has a popularity advantage over someone like Gavin Newsom because she was VP. She just ran a campaign. She has name recognition at the very least. So I don't know. So when Kamala ran, the GOP leaned heavily into claims of her sleeping her way to the top, and stupid women, etc. Oh, Automod deleted the first part of the message. Oh wait, let me see. Let me open it. What do you say? Cryptic. My impression is America suffers from misogyny. I assume misogyny. Misogyny problem when it comes to centrist, right-wingers, undecided voters. I think women are perfectly capable of holding high political positions. GP is really good at playing into people's bigotry. So when Kamala ran, GP leaned heavily to claims of her sleeping her way to the top, being a stupid woman, etc. Correct. So I agree with you. And from reading her book, if anybody hasn't, I'd recommend it. It's a pretty good book. But like that's true, but like those things can be combated, and Kamala's campaign took really big moves to like not take the bait on that sort of thing. They focused on what actually matters, which is like, hey, we want to keep your taxes, we want to like give tax breaks to the people who need it. What was it, like first time home buyers, like they had a lot of good positions on a lot of things, and like they focused on that, especially in swing states. They did. I meant misogyny. Yeah. And which reflects in her performance, because she performed better in a lot of swing states than she did in non-swing states, because of that. So while you're right that the GOP obviously leaned into like the woman thing. If she had a longer time to campaign or a more regular campaign, they could do a lot more to combat those things. But because it was such a unique thing, they couldn't really take the time to do it. Didn't have the time to do it. And also, like, for next election, like, people don't... I agree with you that they leaned into that a lot, but also I think people didn't really leave it that much. Like, I don't think the woman thing was as big of a factor necessarily in the last election as it seems. I think so many other things were such bigger factors. The people that were... Like, I don't know how much that was a deciding factor for people, you know what I mean? I don't think the woman, like, if she was a man and it was the same way, I don't think it would have made as much of a difference. Like, at least, at the very least, not a deciding factor. Like, if she was a man, she would have won that election. I don't think that's true. Right? And I think that's the point. A woman could win. It's just, you know, you gotta be the right candidate, you gotta be in the right time, in the right place, you gotta get lucky, you know, however, all the factors that go into winning a campaign. I think it's very hard to say what could have won that last campaign. But just said, a great man once said, democracy basically means of the people, for the people, by the people, with the people. Retarded. Yeah, exactly. People were retarded, and that's, you know, that's why she lost, because people thought Trump would be better than her / Biden, right? Because it was also just a reflection on the Biden administration in general. Imaginary fanboy. People forget the election was very close. Correct. People really forget that. People really, even like I joke when I say it's like, don't believe the Republicans' lies, but it's not also not just a Republican lie. Like, people think that, oh, she lost all the swing states. Like, that's not very good. Like, she lost the swing states by very small margins, very small, 1 to 3%. 1 to 3%, and like a few of the swing states would have switched the election the other way. It happened that Trump won every swing state, but by very small margins. Which tells you something. Which tells you that, you know, in the time that she had, they performed really well, and also, arguably, it would have been an even worse showing, if not for how good the campaign was. I think if you are discussing that sort of thing, you're taking into account, okay, let's say, like, the second Kamala dropped out, let's say the election was held, Biden dropped out and Kamala was put in. Do you think throughout the 107 days of Kamala's campaign, she made it worse or better? Right? Do you think it would have been a worse showing? I think it would have been a worse showing, if not for the campaign and how it was, in my opinion. I don't know, man. Like, I think it would have been a way worse if not for how the campaign went. And then because she performed quite well, like, I think it was unrecoverable by the point, maybe. Like, I don't know what... I'm sure there was a way to win. But I think it was a very difficult thing. I don't think anybody has the perfect answer, like, this is what she should have done and then she would have won, but... I don't know. Just said, like, I think Kamala's a fine candidate. The median American voter seems extremely regarded when it comes to voting. Yeah, people are retarded, but I think, like, she got a fuck ton of votes. She got more votes than Trump did in 2020. Like, most votes in elections wise was Biden has got the most votes of any candidate ever, right? And then next is Trump in 2024, and then next is Kamala in 2024. Like, she in all, she didn't perform that badly. She just lost, right? But I mean, I think if she ran again, she could do it. In my opinion, I would vote for her. Granted, I would vote for any Democrat in 2028, but in a primary, I think a very good chance of voting for her, depending on what happened in a primary and like what position she stakes out compared to the other primary. And it's like, I don't know, man. And I think she has a good chance of winning in general, especially if it's against JD Vance. I think she could easily beat JD Vance. She has experience running against JD Vance, right? Last election she did run against Trump and Vance, and she writes in her book about the particular mistakes that were made in Tim Walz's debate versus JD, so she would know how to not make those mistakes. if she were running against him per se. And she obviously has the experience of having run a campaign before, versus someone like Newsom who hasn't run for national office before. There's just a lot of kind of things that go into it. It's a very, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think Kamala more time she would have done better, but anyone who is different is going to have those differences weaponized against them by the ring. Correct, but I think by the time of 2028, the things will be very different. I mean, we already saw the elections like 3-4 weeks ago. It was a Dem sweep. I expect there to be a Dem sweep in the midterms, and by the time 2028 rolls around, I think whoever wins the primary in 2028 is going to win. That's my opinion. As of right now, if things keep on the same track, I think whoever wins the Democratic primary is like a shoo-in, and it's going to be like a crazy landslide. But you know who it will be? That's the question. Who's to say? And I also think, you know, whatever like we've been discussing over the past however many weeks is like what kind of, and even just what was it yesterday? For the E-Court with Connor and Reason Riffs, like tit for tat, like how do we punish the administration? The thing on the Wake panel a few days ago with like, you know, fucking do we, you know, borrow these people from office, whatever. Like Kamala's history is she was attorney general, like she, like I've said this before on the stream, I don't know who all has been here for it, but like if it's not Kamala as VP or as president, right, if she drops out of the primary race, let's say, in a similar way that she did in 2020 or those other candidates did famously, right, I would want her as like I could see whoever wins the primary appointing her as attorney general, like of the U.S. And I think she would do a great job doing that, and I would be fully in support of that because I think she would do good. She knows how to fight Trump. She has a lot of hatred for that guy, as she well should. Fuck it, you know. Evie Joel said I really liked Waltz and campaign. Yeah, well, Tim Walz was really good as VP, and she made a really good choice picking him as VP. She talks about it in the book. About 3 candidates were Tim Walz, Josh Shapiro, and Mark Kelly as the 3 finalists in the VP picks. She ended up choosing Tim Walz for all the reasons she could imagine. You could imagine like they wanted a white guy to contrast. They wanted like you know, he was like down to earth. He had like, you know, the Coach Walz, like the whole thing. He spoke to voters in a particular way, and you know, like you said, you really liked him. That's why she picked him, because of the way that he spoke about things and everything. I wonder if she would pick Walz again if she were in 2028. My gut tells me no, just because of some specific things she said about like Walz performing badly in the JD Vance debate, which is arguable, but I do think he kind of slipped up in that point. But I wonder if she would pick him again, or if she would pick someone from the Democratic primary, same way Biden picked her, right? Even if they had to like make a deal out of it or whatever, right? Imagine her friend would said, if her first run never happened, she ran against Trump, and now in 2028 she would 100% win. I'd bet my life savings on it. Yeah. But also, I don't know how much, like, she lost, right? But I don't know if, like, I don't remember who said it, but, somebody said, like, oh, people just think she's a loser now, like, she can't win. I'm like, I don't think that's the impression people have of Kamala. Like, she still won a fuck ton of the American people's votes, and a lot of people are also going to see, like, whenever she runs in the primary, she's going to have to say, like, you know, I told y'all so, right? So, and people would see, like, you know what, she makes a lot of good points. She kind of did tell us about this, right? Like, I could see that being a fucking thing in her favor, where she could win over a lot of things. And also, she does have, like, a moderate kind of view about her. Like, one of the things she said in the last election was that she would appoint a Republican to her cabinet. I think she has the knowledge to garner Republican votes for next election. I don't know. I think she's got a really good shot. His only problem was being too honest in that debate. Yeah. Also, he was like too nice to JD Vance, because JD was being nice. One of the things she read in the book was that when they were doing debate prep for that debate with Tim Walz and JD Vance, they had not really like Tim Walz did debate prep with Pete Buttigieg, we found out, and also said that they didn't expect JD Vance to be nice, so like they were prepared for like like blood sports basically, and he was like acting very nice, so Tim Walz kind of mirrored that, but it ended up kind of sane washing JD Vance / Trump in the way that it ended up happening, because obviously he's gonna be nice. So that was kind of one of the issues that was kind of brought up in the book. Also, hey SFB7, damn, I just got back from the gym. I guess I missed the stream. Rip, how's it been going so far? Yeah, I missed the stream. We're still going. But yeah, it's been chill. Watched the Mamdani Trump press conference, pretty cringe, and I've been talking about the Kamala event I went to a few days ago here in Miami. Oh, Cryptic, automotive starting to pit me off. Oh, your shit got deleted. Take Pete Buttigieg, for example, seems like a perfectly capable candidate for POTUS, but it will never happen because, again, the median voter is a red card, and anyone who's too gay or a woman is going to be playing the game on a possible mode trying to get elected. Yeah, Pete Buttigieg is a rough one because he's gay. But also, like, I would say the same thing. Like, if someone were to say a gay man could be president, the American people aren't ready for it, I would agree with that. I don't think the American people would vote for a gay person as president. I think that would bring a lot more. But a woman? I mean, we've seen people will vote for a woman for president. Hillary won in a popular vote. Kamala almost won in a very close election. Like, I don't think that's fairly capable, but it's a different thing, right? But yeah, I take your point, Cryptic. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, people are retarded. But I think they would vote for Kamala. I think Tim Walz did okay in that VP debate. He farms on good clips. He didn't outright win the debate, but also didn't lose. Yeah, but that's you're right, Cryptic, but that's also the issue. Like, you wanted that to be a win. It should have been a win. But the fact that it wasn't is like a little bit of a woof, like a woof, right? Like if he had won, that would have been great. The fact that he didn't is like, yeah. EB Joel, I hate being cooked to these stupid double standards. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's what you gotta do. Chat's moving so fast, no one will see the people who just gay, Gaja. Your thing got auto-modded, Fudge, but I read it. Chat's moving so fast. Fudge said, chat's moving so fast, no one will see the people who just gay. There you go. Elmer said, found a video about the Murdoch family building their media companies. It's 56 minutes now. Damn, 56 minutes. It's kind of a lot. SB7, every comment Tiny made about Obama, lol W, being Obama. Being the perfect woke imagination of a candidate applies to Pete tenfold. He's got a crazy backstory. True. I think like everything aside, like I think if there were to be like the first gay president, I would love for it to be Pete Buttigieg. I think if anybody, it could be Pete Buttigieg, but I think it's hard. It's hard, like right now especially. I don't know if he could do it. I don't know if any. Like maybe if there were somebody, but it would have to be the perfect gay candidate for it to be able to win. But like you're right, like yeah, Pete Buttigieg would, like he's got everything. He's like he's a package. Like the only thing, like it's sad because like the only reason he wouldn't be president is because he's gay, which is sad because like he seems pretty good, but he's a good orator and everything, a good communicator, but yeah. Oh, Island Nut asks, has she talked about a shift to the center since 2020? Yeah, she talks in her book, and just in general, I think she talked about it during the campaign as well. She ran pretty like left, progressive on in the 2020 primaries. She talked about how, I think she has been answering questions about it ever since she accepted a VP for Biden. How she has spoken to people and has genuinely changed her mind on some things. I think one of the things specifically I remember from the book and just in general, I think she said in interviews too, is like on fracking. She was against fracking in the 2020 primaries, but later on she decided that it's possible to do fracking, even increase fracking while also still doing other things to be able to help the environment. That's why I think it's genuine, her moderation / shift to the center since the primaries, and I think it gives her an edge. And obviously people will meme about like, oh, she lost because she did a campaign with Liz Cheney. Oh, like she did a day and a half with Liz Cheney, and even that was like good. Like it is an election. It's tight, and like you're doing it in 6 states, and you get Republican votes. That's a good way of doing it. Is like doing an event with a Republican who completely got fucking disowned by her fucking party, and trying to get votes that way from reasonable Republicans. Like if she did similar things in 2028, like fuck it, do it. Dawn. Oh wait, photo footage. Wait, why are we saying Pete would be first gay president when the Donna X Bubba leaks have happened? Unbelievable. Oh shit, true. Yeah, people himself said, and we fucking read it the other day. Fuck, you're right. I forgot. People just said way back in 2020 that statistically, he probably wouldn't be the first gay president because statistically, probably one of the presidents that at least one of the presidents we've had has been gay. Now we know, probably Donald Trump or Bill Clinton. Actually, Bill Clinton was the first gay president, maybe, and the first black president too. So B7 said, and compare Pete's sexual orientation to sexual habits of Trump and Johnson. It seems like straightforward proof of homophobia. Their lifestyles are fucking wild. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's blatant homophobia, and you know it sucks, but that's also just how it is on some levels. But like, yeah, fucking Trump being a fucking adulterer, serial adulterer, fucking over and over and over. Mike Johnson being fucking weird and sharing his fucking porn habits with his son, and like this like adopted son that he adopted in his like fucking 20s and was a teen. Like I don't even know. This shit's just weird. Like these people are weird. Republicans are weird, bro. Republicans are weird. Oh, Flex says zip tell SB7 I said dank wave. SB7 Flack in Kick Chat says dank wave in from Kick Chat to YouTube chat SB7. There you go. See, are you guys friends from DG chat? I think I've seen you guys in there. Yeah, there's some of the things from Kamala's event. I'm trying to think what else notable was in the. She was asked in the Kamala in the event, the book tour event. There were a couple moments where I was like, wow, interesting. I think she like there was a moment where she was asked to like. The question was like basically shitting on somebody, and she like didn't really take the bait on like trying to shit on. She was asked about because that morning of the event she was at Dick Cheney's funeral, and she was asked something about it, and her answer was basically about, or like I think the question was like, how surprised were you to get Dick Cheney's endorsement? And she talked about Liz Cheney doing the event basically for day and a half, and what I just said, and that like Liz Cheney like made a really big thing going against her party, and also she will take support from wherever it comes, stuff like that. She kind of like that and also that it's possible to get people from all over the aisle, from across the aisle without compromising your own beliefs, stuff like that, which I think was a really smart answer. SB7 says Flack, Sniffa plus DGL plus Dankwave. There you go. Imaginary fanboy PooTube. Nice. Love that one. Just can't prove it yet. Oh wait, hey, you're in Kick Chat now. Thanks for the follow. Oh shit, thanks for the follow. SB7. Oh shit, I just tapped my mic. Do you guys hear that? The Bulwark people were upset about how she treated Shapiro in her book. I could imagine why. I'll let if you don't know, or just if anybody knows. So, Josh Shapiro came up in her book because he was one of the finalists for the vice president position. She kind of does talk in depth about Josh Shapiro, which I thought was pretty interesting. The whole book in general, like, it's very interesting that the way it's done, it's very name and shame. Like, she will call people out by name. Like, these are the people in Biden administration that were fucking me over. These are the people that this is who this was, and this is how they behaved to me, or this is how I viewed them, this is whatever. Which talks about Josh Shapiro was in the concept of being one of the finalists for VP, and like they were in the final things of the interview. The way it worked was, the interviews happened at her house, like the vice president's house, and Josh Shapiro was, I don't remember what order they were in, but basically, the way it worked was the like manager of like the vice president's house was sent to like pick them up in like a Jeep. Like a government Jeep they would send, and then they would like literally pick them up and they would like hide. So like people wouldn't like be able to take pictures of them because for security reasons, whatever, right? Or just in general, so like they don't know who's when people are getting interviewed, whatever the fuck, right? So she sent this person to see, like, one of the reasons that this person was sent was just like just the manager of the VP house was like to see how these candidates would treat like somebody who's like beneath them or whatever, right? Like in socially or whatever. Because if it was like a secret service, then it would be like, oh, they treat him with respect, whatever. But they want to see how to treat him. She talks about how Josh Shapiro was asking the person as they were like driving over, was like asking about the house and like, oh, how could we decorate it, and like, oh, like with this furniture, we would want to get this. We want this designer to have their stuff in this house, and like, oh, he was looking around, he was whatever, and it was like. And then during the interview itself, he was like wanted like a kind of a big role that he was like talking about not wanting to be a regular VP. He wanted like a more active role, these kinds of things. And like she talks about how that was one of the things with herself and Biden was how she was kind of treated like because she had been so strong against Biden in the 2020 primary. Famously, like she like accused him of being a racist for the fucking busing thing, right? Those comments. She had noted that Josh Shapiro was like really fucking. He was a little over eager about being VP, and like he was clearly trying to aim for like a little higher. He wanted the president's role. Like that was one of the things that was being told, and apparently that's like a tradition. Is like the incoming president will be told like, hey, you need to keep an eye on your VP. Always, because that person's like going to be gunning for your spot. That's like a fucking tradition / like a urban legend or whatever, that the chief of staff of the president will be told to keep an eye on the vice president. And Josh Shapiro was very much that he was like really wanted a big thing, and that it wasn't really a good fit. And the reason I ended up picking Tim Walz because Tim Walz was the opposite. He was very like a little bit self-deprecating. He thought that he wasn't going to get the spot, that it was like by the time he got there, he was like, oh, I know I'm not going to get it, but, here I am. I hope like he was talking about like either way, he would be a supporter of the campaign, and he would do everything he could in Minnesota and like all these kinds of things. And that's why they ended up picking him, because A, he had all the things that they wanted. B, he had those qualities that they were looking for. And whereas Josh Shapiro was a little too overeager, and they didn't pick Mark Kelly, who was the other one, because Mark Kelly, they felt hadn't really faced the kind of personal attacks and like that would be happening in this campaign. So it's interesting. Omer Foot said Trump just went off on True Social 30 minutes and 22 minutes ago. I see. Yeah, send some True Socials. We'll look at them. Rojizi says I was really hoping she'd pick Shapiro, especially in retrospect the way Pennsylvania went. Maybe, but also people really like Tim Walz. I think Tim Walz did pretty good overall. So I don't know. Humble Chad Walz, he was so down to earth. That was one of the reasons I wanted. It's a really silly way to pick a VP, IMO. Had even more reason than his ambition. Well, yeah, it wasn't just his ambition, but that was like one of the things that she really did mention. But they talked about like that he would be a good pick because he would be able to shore up support in Pennsylvania, whatever. But overall, they felt that Tim Walz would be a better pick because of all the other factors, right? Like he was down to earth, the Coach Walz thing, that he had a really good track record in Minnesota and being very progressive, and that he could be like that for them, and whatever. Overall, I think it was the right pick. You could argue that Josh Shapiro maybe would have been better to get Pennsylvania, but also Pennsylvania itself wouldn't have been enough to win it. So it's also more complicated than that. And let's say, I think the Bulwark guys felt the naming and shaming made the book seem like a Bernal Bridges move before leaving politics. I think that's a bit of a dumb take. I don't think she's leaving politics. I think she's gonna run 2028, which I've already said, of course. But I think it also wasn't Bernal Bridges, right? And she was asked about this. Oh, also during the event, she was asked about like specific moments in the book because she just taught a little bit of shit about like how Biden's team and Joe Biden, I like kind of like felt a kind of way about her because of the things she had said in the 2020 primaries and like the kind of like more accepting or whatever. But like, she talks about how her relationship with them is still really good. Like, there's a love between her and Joe Biden, whatever. So, and I think the book, like, it was kind of name and shaming, and like, but it wasn't bridge burning. It was like, hey, this is what this person did, and like, if you want to say like, oh, to this person, like, this is what you did, you fucked up. I'm gonna call you out for it, but that's it. We're moving on. I think it was very much that. And also it was like, you know, if you consider it like for a future 2028 primary, like her shitting on Josh Shapiro is very calculated, you know? Her shitting on Gavin Newsom is a very calculated shitting on, right? But like what she brings up about Gavin Newsom was that when the first day of the campaign, before it had even been announced, I think she was like calling around to see who, hey, can I count on your endorsement? You want to help me, whatever. That Gavin Newsom said, oh, on a hike, I'll call you back. But then he never called back. That, like, you know, that's a little thing where, like, you know, hypothetically, if it's for a 2028 thing, then you could see that, right? Umberfa, Truth Social. Oh, let's see the truth. Traders that told the military to disobey orders should be in jail right now, not roaming. Fake news networks trying to explain that what they said was okay. It wasn't, never will be. It was a sedition at the highest level, and sedition is a major crime. There can be no other interpretation of what they said. Yeah, you were retarded, bro. It's not seditious. It was okay. What they didn't say to disobey Trump's orders, they said to disobey Trump's unlawful orders. Now, it just so happens that's a lot of your orders, but that's more on you than on them. Get fucked, loser. Keep crying about it. Bro. Good one. What a fucking baby. Many great legal scholars agree that Democrat traitors that told the military to disobey my orders as president committed a serious crime of serious proportion. Yeah, many great legal scholars, I'm sure, bro. All the greatest legal scholars, I'm sure, are saying that they committed fucking sedition. Good one. Good one, dude. Israel Palestine obsessed voters definitely not voting for someone with the last name Shapiro. That is also a factor. Is, you know, the Jew factor was a thing with Shapiro, maybe. I could have affected it. I want Shapiro because he was Mossad Hosber stopper. There you go. Since he are resident Israeli, feels that way. I'm not asked, what was the crowd like at the event? The crowd was great. Crowd was very, you know, almost at sometimes was like a little too excited. Like they were like cheering, like fucking, like, you know, we want you 2028, like, you know, shit like that. It felt like kind of like rally-ish for the crowd, but it was great. I mean, the theater was packed. It was really good. The energy was really there. People were really happy to be there. In general, I was very, and I mean, I was excited, but I was hyped, bro. That shit was fire. And I was glad, happy to meet her, take a picture with her, you know, shit like that. Ape hands. What the fuck is Kafka whispering to Trump? What did Kafka say to Trump? What is this? Oh, the legal scholar thing. Maybe I'll have to ask him about that. Kafka, are you the great legal scholar? What are you saying to him? Fudge. Seditious just sounds like a sexual word. Am I cooked? You might be cooked, bro. You might be cooked. I don't know how you get that. You might just be cooked, brother. Fudge said the legal scholars in question. Joan. True. Joan Schlump. The greatest legal scholar of our time. Second to her is our good friend Lauren De Laguna Hayden. Yeah, her. That's a BS. Which knee did you choose to kneel on for the entire event? Had to be my left knee. I was kneeling, yeah. I kneel for the Queen Kamala. Had to. Next Trump pardon is gonna be Joan, bro. Don't even joke, okay? Dude, if the fucking leaks from a few months ago were true, that JD Vance was like trying to come after Destiny, or it was like influencers or whatever, but like it seemed like it might have been one of them, might have been Destiny. Like if the Trump admin went after Destiny, like, bro, Pixie would be celebrating. That's the funniest part. Like that's just gotta be true. So yeah, I'm not cooked, I swear, Fudge. I believe you, okay? You're not cooked. You're not cooked. I trust you. Does Kafka got some accusations levied against him, so you and E-Court address the allegations Kafka. I mean, somebody's alleging it. Who alleged it? SB7 is alleging that Kafka is in Trump's ear, telling him that these Democrats are committing sedition. So maybe. Who's to say? Who is to say? Tiny and Kafka are Destiny's defense team and win. Tiny and Kafka are Destiny's defense team and win. Like Destiny's his own defense team? Hell yeah. They would, I mean, bro, if Kafka became Destiny's lawyer, it's over for Joan, okay? Over for all of Destiny's ops if Kafka becomes Destiny's lawyer. That's not gonna happen. But it would be funny. It'd be pretty fucking funny. I would laugh. Kafka v. the United States cinema? Holy fuck, bro. I mean, Kafka's talked about, I think he mentioned on one stream, I don't remember where actually. He talked about how one of his bosses had taken a case all the way to Supreme Court and won. Dude, if Kafka went on the took a case all the way to Supreme Court, he should absolutely tell us about it, even if it means doxing himself, and we would absolutely be watching, and he would win. He's that guy. He's him. As much as she would crumble under the pressure of Kafka's roach physique strutting into court. Hell yes. Destiny getting targeted by the Trump government and all because he's an internet edgelord. Classic. True. Kafka argues against Robertson Alito for Tiny's innocence. Oh yeah. He would. Your Honor, it actually wasn't a 17-year-old. It was her older boyfriend. Destiny has what? Destiny has learned the power of being one guy and decides to masterfully one guy Trump illegally. Cinema. The legal one guy. Oh shit. DGG awards were still a thing. Kafka would have won Orbit of the Year. I think DGG awards are happening. I don't know who all is Orbit. Like, who are the Orbiters still? Like Moon, Dan, Foo Chops, Kafka, and me? Or Orbiters of the Year? Or maybe I would be like Ally of the Year, maybe? I don't know what all the fucking thing. Connor and Wick. Connor, true. Is Wick, would Wick count for that? I don't know. Like, Wick will do shit on it, but like, has Wick been like on the same side as Destiny and a lot of like the recent stuff? I don't know. Wick is an Orbiter? Yeah, Wick kind of does his own thing. I don't know if I'd call him an Orbiter. Connor I could see, for sure. Being on the list for Orbit of the Year. Darius would be on there as well. But I don't know who wins. I don't know who wins that. You know? She making Vince smash over Twitter shit posting. Sure. What do you want me to say? Will you play your authority? Wick is an optics cuck? Yeah, true. Wick is an optics cuck. I like Wick though. He's chill. But he is a bit of optics cuck sometimes. Judge is gonna look at Joe and ask anything else. Dismiss the case. True. If you're both up for it, you should have a debate. With who? With Wick? I would debate Wick. I've been on Wick's show before. Not in a while, like months, but I would debate Wick. Because space trash and proximity to the orbit. I mean, he isn't. I wouldn't call it space trash. He's like a distant planet, a distant planet. CDC lady for Orbit of the Year, DGL. Who's the CDC lady? Oh, from like the other day, like the interview? I don't know if she... I don't think that's an Orbiter, but it's a good interview. But I don't remember the awards last year. I must have missed them. I think J-Stuck won Orbit of the Year, funnily enough. But because not an Orbiter. I like him as well, but he's very devoted to objects. Yeah, maybe. He's pretty snarky about the election. Is he? What has he said about that? Remember you hopped into the Wick panel to yell at that MAGA lawyer after Kirk? Yeah, I got really... Like, Gen Z lawyer is an absolutely disgusting human being. I fucking hate that guy. He's fucking disgusting. And he lied about the conversation we'd had a few days before that. He's an absolute piece of shit. Like, so fucking disgusting. I don't even... There's no words for how much I hate Gen Z lawyer. He's just an absolute disgrace to his fucking profession. Like, and I mean, I've said it before, like, I'm hoping to be a lawyer one day, and it's like, bro, how can you be this way? Like, I'm not going into this again. I'm gonna become. It's too late to be so hateful, okay? But I have genuine hate in my heart for that fucking guy. He's the fucking worst. I think he debated Pisco and Non-Fun a couple weeks ago, I think. I saw a few moments of it, but I generally can't watch that kind of debate because that guy actually pisses me off way too much. He makes a lot of comments about the failures from his perspective and avoids purity testing in Israel 85% of the time. Who does Wick? Wick makes it about Israel? Is Wick a Israel simp? Imagine the United States pulling the Islam, Minecraft, running kids or firefighter tweets, Kafka standing up cross-examined by asking whether they disavow the violence first. True. Z would be Buddy of the Year? I could see it being Z. Z could be Buddy of the Year. Maybe. Devin, she's been on stream like twice, right? I mean, like, the Young Fuck America shit has been good. But I don't know, I feel like Buddy of the Year, it has to be like, you know, there's been a lot of on-stream, you know, interaction and shit. They finally put Piers Morgan's questions to bed, true. Finally. After everything, finally. What else is there to watch, y'all? Oh shit, wait, I opened this and I didn't actually watch it. 5 minutes of Ukrainian internet talking about the USAID thing. Let's watch some of this. Unless anybody else had any more questions about the fucking Kamala event. Or if you do, you can ask them and maybe I'll answer them, but yeah. Let's watch some of the Ukrainian thing.
Devin,
what she had to say.
He's a journalist here, a freelance journalist in Ukraine, Devin Woodall, and he went with me in Kharkiv to the coordination center. That is basically like kind of like a version of your 911 thing, like that, ambulance, fire squads, first responders,
like a memorial
all
thing.
of it is kind of coordinated in one place, basically, right? And that was
911. I thought you meant 9/11. Okay, like an emergency response center. Okay, go ahead.
911, like thing, right? It's called in America, I think 911. And that's kind of like very innovative for us because, like in Europe, here we're like, in Eastern Europe, we're pretty fucking behind. The Soviet stuff, but also like in just normal like Western Europe stuff, people really don't have this all in one place thing. So they have like the fire department, the fucking.
Under J-Stock was the AG of the year for 2024, and look how that turned out. Yeah, exactly. The AG awards are gonna be something else this year, I think.
An ambulance thing, the rescue thing, all of it, all separate, right? And we needed like to modernize that in Kharkiv in particular because the city was. So
Oh, I also think like for whatever the AG awards, okay. What is the award, like Brainlet of the Year or something? That one absolutely needs to go to Pixie. I'm sure she's a shoo-in for that, but whatever happens, she deserves that one.
So bombed, and there's so much fucking, missiles, bombs, drones, all of that. So we needed to improve basically the response time, and also efficiency. And this coordination center was created. And it is very, very high tech. They have like a lot of like very expensive equipment. They can really like click on a building that was bombed like with civilians and stuff and know how many residents are there, what the building is made of, how many exits, information like that can really help rescuers, right? And it's all there, like on the screens, like some sort of like, I was like shook. I was like, it's like some sort of American movie, with like spy shit and something like that. All the monitors everywhere and people like, on the comms and, things like that. But it's actually amazing how it works because we reduced the reaction time from 3 minutes to 30 seconds.
Nice.
So that's pretty impressive in my opinion.
Good.
And it's only in Kharkiv, it's like that. Only like in my city. And I was like, kind of, why though? Like, why is it only here? And then I see in everything is in USA posters. Like,
oh no,
there's a lot of like, yes, yeah, I know, it's sad. And I'm like, the main, security services director. He's a very young person, by the way. He's only 30 years old.
Lawsuit of the Year cinema. Pixie wins antagonist of the year. Who is Pixie? Bing Chile. Yeah, exactly. True. Who is that? Pixie? Who? You mean Jane Doe?
And I was like, why you have like all of that here? It's like you said helped us out or something. And he's like, oh yeah, you helped us out. They've sponsored 50% of this prices of the cost of this center. And I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't know that. So I was like literally living under the protection basically of this center without knowing just how much USAID helped with it, right? And it literally saves our lives. So it gives us alerts. It tells us exactly what kind of threat we're facing. What is it? A drone, glide bomb. What is it? How long it will take basically for it to reach the city? What kind of areas in particular in the city?
Alright, Zippo, go to sleep. Have a good stream. Good night, SB7. Sleep tight. Thanks for watching, buddy. Appreciate you. Brainlit could be Taylor Lorenz for that article saying dumb influencers. Yeah, the chorus thing. Could be. Could be. Destiny often feels disinterested in these Edna convos. Maybe. Well, like, I kind of get it also, because, like... And, like, personally, like, for me, it's like, you know, I'm pro-Ukraine. Because... And, like, almost, like, give them whatever they want. But also, it's like... There's... Like, Ukraine is almost, like, what are you gonna do right now, right? Like, there's no, like, policy conversation to have. It's just, like, support Ukraine, and that's it. It's not very... Not a lot of nuance there, you know? So...
Are under danger. So is it your area? Is it like some further away thing? You know, all of it. And all of it works that great in Kharkiv only because
Wait,
half
was I
of
just
it
muted?
was sponsored by USA.
Wait, was I just muted? I said, I get it, because Ukraine is, like, very black and white. Like, you know, it's just support Ukraine, and right now there's other things. We heard. Okay. I wasn't muted.
And
I thought my show was
something
muted, so.
cute for you guys, actually. He
wasn't
still, the team that helped him was dissolved. And he
Wait, are you?
still
I don't know how
every day-
up on like U.S. stuff. Are you aware that we eliminated USAID?
Yes,
Oh,
that's
yeah,
why I'm
okay.
saying
Was
it's
it-
sad.
yeah, okay, yeah, okay,
yeah. So I only knew after they
Okay, yeah,
were
I got you.
already.
He thought you didn't know.
Yeah. So I asked him, and he's like, oh, yeah, of course, it's like a big
Don't
blow
tell me
because
anything,
we
fuck
thought
me.
of making
No, it's
centers
okay.
like
I
that
am
in
telling you.
Dnipro and Zaporizhia, in like 2 other
Deserved.
cities as well, and now it's not gonna happen. And he's
Been
like,
drinking wine, okay? Give me
I
a break.
sent the guys on the team from United States who helped us. Every day he sent them pictures of and videos of people they saved because of that, because of what they did. I think it's very cute. But yeah, it's just you know, kind of like that. He actually said that this technology, like for example, a typical situation, right? They strike a supermarket, let's say, yeah. Epicenter or something like that happened in Kharkiv, and they all the services arrive at the place, right, to put out the fire, rescue people, all of that, right? And then you get this like incredibly accurate alert because of the technology that was provided to us and the money that was provided, that says like in 1 or 2 minutes another double tap glide bomb will be there, and everyone disperses because of that alert. And they go hide, and like 100 people on the scene, for example, right, are not dead because of that. And that's something that only was possible because of USAID.
No.
And
Listening. Wait, was I muted? Did you say something? Fuck. Wait, what happened? Did you hear it or no? I was saying that this is Zelda, not Minecraft. I would play Minecraft, call them on. They got a new update. But this is Breath of the Wild. You were muted. Fuck me. Okay. This is Zelda. Okay. I was surprised that Lorenz was willing to talk to Tiny to be... Well, apparently they've been, like, had a relationship prior to that. Like they had been messaging each other beforehand, so he had already that bridge. Oh shit, Cryptic got a big thing. Okay. People always mention Destiny not reacting hard enough talking to Anna, but I think what's actually happening is Anna has seen horror beyond human imagining, like when she describes soldiers' bodies near the front that had been run over by vehicles so often they were starting to flatten into the road. He's just trying to remain as stoic as possible and just absorb the information and enjoy this conversation. Yeah, that's also true. It's like, you know, what is he gonna say? Like, oh yeah, you're so red actually, or like whatever. Like, he's listening. He's listening.
Now imagine my kind of like, I guess you could say, feelings on the matter when I see someone like that girl.
Tally.
She's like this YouTube person who is looks like she's still in early 2000s. With
the shoe on head girl or whatever.
Yes.
Okay, wait. Do we need to watch any more of this? Is that it? I think it was the 5 minutes that we're talking about.
Are you willing to forgive? We just want.
Should I rate some of this this stuff? I'm up with triggers MAGA to heated Trump debate. Let's see.
Do that.
It's a lot less abstract than some of the other Democratic talking points we've had. Like, so when we talk about January 6th or Trump upending the rule of law or not caring about norms, that's pretty abstract in people's day-to-day lives. Yeah. But the economy affects them every single day. And Trump is hardcore gaslighting about how the economy is doing. Like, he says that inflation is... He essentially said he killed inflation at one point if there was no inflation. That's
inflation was higher under President Biden.
What was inflation?
Core inflation was 3.2 in December, and it's 3.0 now. CPI went up 28%. I'm talking, buddy. CPI went up 21%. That means that under Joe...
We just... So that is my friend and yours, Adam Mockler, Gen Z political commentator, Midas Touch contributor. He's killing it.
Gaslighting.
He's back on CNN, and every time Adam goes on CNN, he gets even better. Believe it or not. Like if like just when you think like, okay, he's clearly hit his peak. He's maxed out. He hit the ceiling. He just breaks through the ceiling, gets better and better. He is trolling and triggering MAGA commentators on CNN with just a series of brutal fact checks. And I'm so proud of him. I can't wait to dive into this with you. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel,
he's our guy, by the way, Adam Mockler. He's our guy. He's a DG here.
So yeah, there was Adam triggering the shit, and you just see him laughing. Be quiet.
He's DG.
It's like, oh gosh, that was uncalled for. Mocking this Joe Borelli, Republican lawmaker.
Borelli? Borelli, you say? Mr. Borelli. It's him. It's the real Mr. Borelli.
Who is, one of CNN's regular Trump supporters, Trump defenders. And of course, just before we dive into the next clip, of course it's true that Trump is trying to gaslight the American people with respect to inflation. The polls show it's not working. They're pissed off. They're blaming Trump for it. And he's in serious jeopardy of losing the 2026 midterms as a direct consequence. And so that's why Borelli's upset, because he just doesn't like to be fact-checked. And it gets worse because they talk about the economy and Marjorie Taylor Greene in further detail.
That was fine when she was supporting Trump, but now all of a sudden it's not.
It's like Marjorie Taylor Greene is realizing for the first time what it's like to be on the opposition side of Trump.
Imagine trying to talk to Destiny about the Ukraine war. Looks at you and says, "Yeah, it's bad. What do you want me to say?" I mean, but also like unironically, like what do you say when somebody is like telling you that you just like you kind of just have to say like, yeah, it's really horrible. I'm really sorry that's happening to you, like. And there's not really like much else to say. I mean, like it's fucked. Like the U.S. is betraying Ukraine right now. And like, what are you gonna do? Like I don't know. Like it's kind of true. think about it.
She has clapped him on for
also true. Adam Mockler, not wrong.
Years, as he has over and over used the same vile rhetoric towards Democrats, towards other Republicans. But now she takes a principled stance for the first time and decides, I'm going to split with him on the Epstein files. And he goes scorched earth, calls her Marjorie Taylor Greene, unendorses her over and over.
Brown. He changed her.
It was so lazy.
True, brown, because when green things turn brown, they rot. Think about it. Yeah, he's really smart, by the way. He's really good at nicknames.
He says, because green grass turns brown. This guy's losing his juice. But the point is, Donald Trump has kicked so many people out of public life because they don't want to be the...
I don't know if you clocked this. I did. I remember when I saw this the first time, and I texted Adam, and I said, man, you're just killing it. You're getting better. Look at how Abby Phillip looks at Adam here. Like, that is just pure admiration. She probably doesn't want to give the game away, but she's like, God damn, this kid's got it. He's got that dog in him.
When you have to put your joke in parentheses, so you're losing. Yeah, if you have to explain the joke, it doesn't work, bro. Like, I don't know. He's cooked. He used to have the sauce, Crooked Hillary, whatever the fuck, even Crooked Joe, Sleepy Joe, whatever. Like, bro, Marjorie Taylor Brown, are you serious right now? That's the best you've got? Like, bro's cooked.
As Adam would tell me, So you know Adam's cooking when the host, who tries to be as impartial as possible, is looking at him like, Dave, you're killing it, man.
Has kicked so many people out of public life because they don't want to be the subject of his ire. This is what Mike Pence has gone through. This is what Liz Cheney has gone through. This is what Alyssa Slotkin is going through right now. He calls Marjorie a traitor, says he wants to execute or hang Democrats.
That is what he does. I mean, again, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene, listen, as I've said before, and I'll say it again, I would rather have her in that congressional district than another MAGA Republican, which is extremely likely unless we are in a blue, not even blue wave, a blue tsunami situation. It's a fairly deep red district. So if you ask me,
I didn't know that.
How do you feel about Greene's resignation? I'm like, well, if the choice is between her or somebody who literally rubber stamp everything Trump does, I'd rather have Greene there, you know, mucking things up, throwing grit in the gears for Trump.
I guess so.
But it is true that she was a Johnny-come-lately to, you know, the toxicity of political rhetoric. And it wasn't just that she tolerated Trump's terrible political rhetoric. She engaged in it herself. She referred to the Democratic Party as an evil party of groomers and pedophiles. Part of the reason why she and Trump were in lockstep is because they...
That Trump was just being racist. Oh, you thought he was just being, like, racist calling her around? There you go. Yeah, no, it wasn't a race thing, funnily enough. Surprisingly. It was in parentheses when things are green, they turn brown when they raw. Like it's not very good. Adam finally combed his hair. Now he's perfect. His only weakness was chopped hair, but he's combed his shit. Now he'll be unstoppable. True. His hair is a little chopped, but he's got it. Okay, I believe in our boy Adam Mogler. Okay.
He hated Democratic voters, Democratic constituents, liberals, progressives, etc. and so forth. She seems to have like, oh shit, this is what I was doing to other people, and so she apologized on CNN. And, again, Trump has no appetite for people who dissent to any extent.
Can I hop in on the MAGA fracture really quickly? Because one point that I think you missed is that people like Nick Fuentes or this America First movement are now going to be hardcore lobbying to get Marjorie Taylor Greene on their side, which will only accelerate this MAGA divide between a more, I don't know, anti-Israel, a more really populist movement versus now what's kind of becoming like the MAGA establishment, which is weird. So Nick Fuentes, he's a legitimate political operator. I know that he's like a hugely divisive dude online, but he is trying to make moves to gain leverage over the Republican Party. There's a very real chance that he capitalizes on this in such a way that Marjorie is then in his camp. I don't think that would be good for the current MAGA establishment.
So, you know, Nick Fuentes, the leader of the Goypers, a wildly influential figure on the right, who was a prominent Trump supporter. He was at January 6th. I don't think he participated in the attack on the Capitol, but he was there, you know, fomenting shit. Has since become a Trump critic.
He was at Gen 6. Don't never forget that. Nick Fuentes was literally at January 6th. It's just crazy.
Quite like Marjorie Taylor Greene, that Trump has not stayed true. True to America First MAGA principles. And of course, that is true because MAGA to Trump is a means to an end. It's a cult of personality. And so anything he purports to be a principle of the movement to get people into the cult, Trump betrays at the drop of a hat because he's kind of like, imagine a religious cult where you have the cultist and you're dealing with true believers who are the cultists, and you have the cult leader who's actually not really a believer. He just wants the attention. He just wants the power.
I said,
that's
Trump. Flex said, Zip watch new A-Track video together. People shy. Link it if you want to watch it. I haven't watched my A-Truck, but if you link it, we'll watch it.
Okay. Nick Fuentes and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who have a history of anti-Semitism, both, especially Fuentes, they're true believers in the MAGA movement. And so they have found enough independence from Trump. They're such firm believers in the MAGA movement as an idea that even though they have historically graded Trump on a curve, they are finally reaching their limits to the point that they will break from him, for Trump, that is. And so I would not be surprised if you see Fuentes and others, like Tucker Carlson, try to seize control of the MAGA movement from, say, a J.D. Vance.
She has made almost no impact for her constituents. Okay. She has been divisive for the sake of being divisive.
That has never been a problem. Explain that to me.
She learns it from Trump.
But hold on.
But I've also never said that she's this great person.
But don't you think her voters have never been, if that is true, I think Democrats would argue that is true. Republicans historically have not said that about her, but if that is true, and her voters didn't really care until this moment, what does that say?
White or red? Red or white?
What I was going to say is compare her to someone like Jim Jordan, who some people find abrasive.
I do have white wine,
his pugilistic style is to come with facts. He brings receipts, and maybe he rubs people the wrong way, but there's intention there, and there's a
Automotives infringing on liberalism in his chat. Wait, what did you say? Let me see. Check kick chat. Wait, is Zip rich or gay? No, neither. I just got. I was gifted a couple of bottles of wine, so I'm drinking wine. I'm not gay. I'm straight. And I'm not rich either. I wish, bro.
rationale. She just trolled people. She spent 4 years in the House of Representatives troll people for no reason. So like,
she learned it from Trump.
You see Adam there, like he's looking at me, he's like, I've got you, right? He is flabbergasted at the audacity of Joe Borelli here, and you can even see Joe's like,
Mr.
how
Borelli.
the fuck am I going to try to meaningfully distinguish
Rich Friends Poggers, or is it box? Oh no, it's not. It's not box wine, but it's also not. It's not some crazy wine either. I just got it as a gift. Okay. I wish it was like crazy good wine, but yeah.
Distinguish Marjorie Taylor Greene from Trump. Because again, these people have no principles. Hearing a MAGA cultist like Joe Borelli, hearing a Republican like Joe Borelli complain about Marjorie Taylor Greene's divisiveness while also sweeping from Trump, I'm sorry, like you have no principle, you have no consistency, you will always lose that debate. Because you can't condemn Marjorie Taylor Greene on principle without also condemning Trump. If you do condemn one and not the other, you're just unprincipled, objectively.
But there's intention there, and there's a rationale. She just trolled people. She spent 4 years in the House of Representatives.
She's just a
trolling people for no
troll.
reason. So like,
Where she learned it from Trump.
Yeah,
Trump posts AI videos of Obama being arrested. Trump posts videos of Hakeem Jeffries in a sombrero. Trump says Marjorie Taylor Greene's style is downstream from Trump's style. It's not unique in any way.
Trump does all those funny things with an objective.
They're not funny.
Oh, those funny things. He's just a funny guy. That's all. He's just a funny guy. That's all. He's just funny. He's just funny.
Hysterical.
Why?
I think it's funny.
He looks like Steve if you're facepalm like Steve.
So what's the difference between what she does and what Trump does?
Exactly, you're defending it.
I think she does it for no purpose and for no gain, and she has nothing to show.
Wait, like Steve who? Steve? Which Destiny?
No, what's his
All right, we're gonna.
I assume you mean a different Steve.
Again, Adam, what's his purpose and what's his gain? And Joe would not
Steve
be able to
Borelli?
point to
I
it.
don't think he
What was
looks the
Trump
same.
posting the sombrero memes of Hakeem Jeffries? What purpose did that serve? What was actually accomplished? Because the polling for Trump on the shutdown is atrocious, even post-shutdown. He didn't win the shutdown. Even with Democrats capitulating, Trump still objectively lost because it damaged him far more than the Democrats, number one. Number two, it made healthcare, which is a home turf advantage for the Democrats, the most salient issue. Like, Trump got his ass kicked on the shutdown. What did it accomplish, you moron?
Yeah, Joe keeps trying to draw this distinction where Marjorie Taylor Greene is some character, but Trump isn't somehow. I just think that Marjorie Taylor Greene's style of divisive politics is directly downstream from how Donald Trump entered the political stage. He said that Obama wasn't born in America.
Saying if you're facepalm like this, well, yeah, there's no resemblance though. I'm not too drunk, okay? There's just no resemblance. I don't know what you mean. There's no resemblance. What do you? No, he doesn't look anything like Destiny. He's the real Mr. Borelli though. Someone cuts his zip. I'm not drunk.
Hillary should be locked up.
That's the point. Well, no, but it doesn't even work. Like the faceplate thing is like, oh, it doesn't actually look like him that much. It's like, oh, whatever. But like, it doesn't work if there's literally no resemblance at all. Like there's at least some resemblance. There isn't.
Political rise.
It doesn't work. Steven would say they look the same. Well, first of all, Destiny. I don't. It's not Steve. Destiny. Okay. Secondly, no, I don't think. No. His radar. Yes, but it's not completely no resemblance shit.
Marjorie hopped on that train and was very divisive, and she's now switching. Now that she's the ire of the MAGA, or sorry, the subject of the MAGA ire. She's switching her position and saying that I can't
0% match once a month.
What happened first?
What do you mean?
Did she switch her
And
politics
who else
because
is
she
a
was
funny
the
guy
ire,
named
or did she
Finkelstein?
become the ire after she switched
That's
her
him,
politics?
Mr.
I think
Millennium.
she-
He's funny at least.
Well
You
said,
gotta give him
Adam.
that.
Just
He's funny.
impeccably said. Again, you can't stand on principle and condemn what Marjorie Taylor Greene had to say while also excusing Trump. It's just that is just cult behavior, textbook cult behavior.
As much as I disagree with Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think this is more of an example of leadership than just going along with the flow of whatever Donald Trump wants. I think she's differentiating herself and she's trying to carve at least her own lane. And I think that it's at least respectful.
Yeah, again, like I'm not sanitizing, whitewashing. I'm not kind of like Adam here. Like it's a mixed bag for me. But again, if given the choice between
corn popping 24/7, yeah,
100%
that's also
lockstep with
true.
Trump versus Marjorie
I
Taylor
mean, he's a
Greene
retard.
80%, 90% in lockstep.
It's at least
with Trump,
funny,
95%. I'll
Gotta
take the
give him that.
95 over the 100 every time. And so, again, I wish if the choice is whoever Trump is going to get to try to replace her versus her, I'd rather have her in there to just again throw gears or sand in the gears.
Back to my point, it's not a fracture of the MAGA movement. It's not a fracture of the Republican Party. When you cross the Republican Party, apparently there's no room for you, and she's realized that, and now she's sayonara.
What did she cross the Republican Party on mainly?
Look, I mean, she attacked the president. She attacked the president.
On the Epstein files?
On the Epstein files, on the economy, and you know
I think
what?
she attacked the president because he was trying to stymie the release of the files that were going to expose.
Well, let's be clear. President Trump is the one who's actually delivering transparency that Biden could have done in 4 years and didn't do on the Epstein files. So to pretend like
are
Donald
you
Trump is like,
serious,
oh my God, the
man?
Epstein files could never come out. He's done more than Joe Biden did in 4 years.
He's done more to embarrass himself. Remember that clip where he's like,
True.
are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Remember when he said that? This is a guy who just is running away from his past. I mean, he does not want to be transparent.
Well, thankfully he signed the bill, and we'll find out what's happening. But
After he pried it out of his mouth.
It was the Republican Party who ran on releasing the Epstein file. It was the Republican Party who, with the exception of one bill,
blew up in their face.
That'd be mean.
Unanimously, and the president signed the bill. So we're going to have that conversation's over.
You were
until
saying
the
that
files come out.
she attacked the president.
So again, it's so funny to watch Borelli, and I don't know who his Gen Z Republican compatriot is there. I think maybe Lyman.
Every time.
I think is her last name. I'm not sure who she is. But anyway, how they're trying to gaslight and move the goalposts in the Epstein files. What about Biden? again, number one, there were still pending investigations into Ghislaine Maxwell prosecutions that would necessitate not releasing the Epstein files, number one. Number two, Joe Biden didn't campaign on releasing the Epstein files. Donald Trump did, ergo Donald Trump should be held to that standard, not Joe Biden. You lose. Number three, Donald Trump at any point could have snapped his fingers and released the Epstein files.
Also,
he chose not to. The fact that he was ultimately forced into signing the Epstein file release.
Also, what is a factor that people don't talk about enough is that, like, during the Biden administration, there was still an ongoing prosecution of Ghislaine Maxwell. So, like, a lot of this, like, evidence that's, like, you know, kind of commingled there, you can't really, you know, fucking release because it's about an ongoing investigation. That ended, like, by the time of the Trump administration because she got convicted, right? But, so there's that as well. So, like, even if you want to say, oh, why didn't the Biden administration did it? It's because they had reason to. But interesting.
It's because he lost. He tried and failed to stop this bill from getting to his desk, and he failed and he signed it into law. You don't get credit for that. You don't get credit for trying to do something terrible and failing and say, look, this person's a hero. No. Democrats are the heroes here, and along with 4 Republicans who co-signed the release of the Epstein files, and everybody else is the villain. This is a black and white issue. Democrats were right, Republicans were wrong, and that's why the polling on this is so atrocious for Trump. So she's objectively wrong, and she will always lose the debate.
Yeah, you saw Donald Trump essentially
17 minutes on Venezuela stuff after Atrioc. Wait, what is the Atrioc? Did the Atrioc thing get linked? Was that ever linked? But sure. What is in Discord? Oh, in Discord. What is oh, I see. Job numbers are great. Well, I would rather watch the Venezuela thing, not gonna lie. Let me open that up. Watch that after this, and then maybe the Atrioc.
So this new method.
Yeah, let's watch that. Let's watch the Venezuela thing and then that. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Should I leave this playing or should I not? Yeah, watch this. 2 times pressing, he's slow. Sure. There you go. Watch this while I be right back.
Undermining the MAGA media ecosystem in real time. For the past few months, they've called Zohran Mamdani a jihadist, communist, a threat to America who's incompatible with the governing style of America. You think he's incompatible with the governing style of America?
His values are fundamental. Trump is wrong on this case.
You think Trump is wrong on this case?
Well done, Adam. Well, you should be like, excuse me, miss, could you look into the camera when you say that Donald Trump was wrong? Is he stupid? Is he like? Why is he so easily manipulated by this communist jihadist who's incompatible with America? Well, why is your leader so stupid, miss? Why is your leader so easily manipulated? Why is literally every Democratic politician superior both intellectually and morally to Donald Trump? What is it about your cult leader that makes him so vulnerable to this? And it's just do you support invoking the 25th Amendment, given that Donald Trump is obviously being suckered in by somebody you regard as a communist jihadist who's unprincipled and whose principles don't align with America? Like, if I were Adam, I would have driven this point home. But I at least appreciate the fact that he got her to repeat that she thinks that Donald Trump is wrong.
Zohran Mamdani's principles are fundamentally hostile to the founding principles. His idea that we should confiscate property. John Locke, the founders, they were very clear that property rights.
Has he ever talked to founding? He's never said anything about.
John Locke was not a founder of this country. Yes, he is a philosopher whom many look to as far as inspiration, but John Locke was not a founder. And Zohran Mamdani is not campaigning or trying to enact a policy of confiscating property. And by the way, there were other founding principles of this nation, like the peaceful transfer of power and democracy rather than monarchy. And so I would hold Zohran Mamdani up to Trump all day and all night. And Mamdani is just objectively more American than Donald Trump, who does not believe in democracy and has tried to resist the peaceful transfer of power, which is the cornerstone of this country.
He said he wants to take luxury condos.
That have interviewed him half a dozen times.
Then you would know that he said that
there's no confiscation.
Then you would know that he said that
Can I just say,
luxury condos to be taken if they're not in use.
This is a perfect example. The MAGA media ecosystem has made Zohran seem like this extreme jihadist. And listen, some of his ideas.
The legislation he supports in the council will force property owners before they can sell it on the public market to sell it.
Why didn't Trump confront about that? Why didn't Trump confront about it? Why was Trump?
He said it was his honor. Maybe he did. But you know what Trump said? Trump said that we both agree on increasing.
Again, look at Abby. Abby's looking at my boy going, Adam, you're so friggin' good. And she's twisting the knife here too. Like, oh, Adam's got a great point. Why didn't Trump confront on it? As a matter of fact, this is what Trump said.
Supply of housing, and that's going to.
I'll tell you why.
Yeah, so good. We got a couple more clips here, and then we'll wrap it up. Very proud of him. Okay, so then the topic turns back to the economy.
But it's not just about
because of regulations.
There are many other elements.
It's not going to just double overnight.
When you walk to the grocery store, bread is higher, beef is higher,
eggs are lower, coffee's higher. You can pick and choose.
How much have eggs gone down over the past 12 months? How much have a dozen of eggs gone down?
Core inflation
it's 4 cents.
Down.
4
is
cents
core inflation up or is core inflation down? Core inflation
is unemployment up or down?
Period.
Is unemployment
End of story. Core inflation is down.
Alright, I'm back. Did I miss a lot?
Core inflation's down.
Miss anything crazy? Somebody fill me in.
I'm saying core inflation.
Okay. But the inflation is at, what, 3.2% now? That is a trend.
3% now, used to be 3.1%.
But Joe, the trend since Trump came into office is that it has been ticking up, not ticking down. Trends.
Yes, trends matter. That is the trend. Yes, it was high under Biden because of
only thing we missed was you.
post-COVID economic turmoil. It was high everywhere.
Thanks,
right? For people to say, oh, it's all Biden's fault, then you would have to explain how every other advanced country on earth was dealing with post-COVID inflation. Biden was not the common denominator. COVID was, number one. Number two, it was trending down under Biden. It went from 9 to like 3% under Biden. And then when Trump got into office, that downward momentum stopped and started to reverse and tick upward. That's Trump's fault. That's Trump's terrible tariff policy at play. And also, unlike Biden, Biden can't be objectively blamed for all of the inflation that he experienced. But Donald Trump can be objectively blamed for all of the inflation that Americans are currently experiencing because it's his tariff.
Josiah had a nice little up is down in Trump world. Josiah had a nice little comment about Zoran being infinitely more American than Trump, my goat. True. That's incredibly true, actually, yeah. Fuck Trump.
Last
Sound American.
People at home are like, you can say how the hell you
My
want.
point is Trump is fighting the basic issues by rolling back regulations.
Liberation Day tariffs only went into effect on August 7th due to Trump's 90-day delays, so we haven't seen the bulk of the effects, but I've seen the Republicans in the administration and on this panel cherry-pick certain economic data that's incongruent with the way the average American feels. A dozen eggs is down 4 cents over the past year. That doesn't outweigh unemployment being up, unemployment for young Americans my age being up, unemployment for black Americans is spiking. That's an early indicator of a weakening job market. People are struggling,
women,
and you can't,
especially.
yeah, you can't just gaslight about this.
So, listen, no notes. Every time Adam shows up on CNN, he gets subsequently better. And he started off great to begin with. Very proud of him and his success. You should definitely check out his channel if you have not already, which you are almost certainly subscribed to. He is killing it. He also contributes for Midas Touch as well. Well done, Adam. In the meantime, let me know what you think in the comments.
True. Let him know, guys. Let's see the
fighting the war
video. Somebody said to 2 times it because he's talks slow. Well, 1.5 it. See what he has to say.
So this new method of fighting the war on drugs is making some of our allies a little squeamish. As in, a few key partners announced in recent days that they are no longer sharing intelligence with the United States out of fear that they would be complicit in what they view as highly questionable killings. Right now, that list includes the United Kingdom, Canada, Colombia, and maybe France.
Heard about that.
Meanwhile, the Ford Carrier Strike Group has redeployed and now arrived in the Caribbean. And amidst fears of war with the United States, the Venezuelan defense minister said, quote, "We're ready." Now, a couple days ago, Secretary Hegseth announced the most recent strike, saying, quote, 2 lethal kinetic strikes were conducted on 2 vessels operated by designated terrorist organizations. These vessels were known by our intelligence to be associated with illicit narcotic smuggling, were carrying narcotics, and were transiting along a known narco-trafficking transit route in the Eastern Pacific. Both strikes were conducted in international waters, and 3 male narco-terrorists were aboard each vessel. All 6
10 days ago. This is old news, but let's see.
No U.S. forces were harmed.
Yeah, isn't this video like 3 days old? Yeah, it's 10 days old, bro. Like, what? We know, dude. We know. But it's okay. It's okay. Somebody recommended it, and we'll watch.
Now, my understanding is this brings the total number of vessels hit to 20, with at least 76 people killed so far. Now, there's a lot of debate, I think good debate, about whether or not this is how we should be carrying out this strategy and the legality of carrying out lethal strikes in this manner. Rand Paul, to me, made the best argument a few weeks back, where he said, if this boat was off the coast of Florida, we would arrest them. But because they're off the coast of Venezuela, we kill them. That one, I've not seen a good argument to kind of square that circle, if you will. But either way, the Associated Press ran an article a couple days ago saying, quote, Trump has accused boat crews of being narco-terrorists. The truth, AP found, is more nuanced.
Ruining all that good cocaine for what? Nothing. I will not stand for this. Good shit, Fudge. Fight for the cocaine. Fight for what matters. Fight for what's important, you know?
They said one was a fisherman struggling to eke out a living on $100 a month, another was a career criminal, a third was a former military cadet, and a fourth was a down-on-his-luck bus driver. And I'll link the article in the description below. I saw this, in my opinion, misrepresented to make it seem like everybody that's been killed are just innocent civilians caught in the crossfire. That's not what the AP story says. In fact, everybody that they were able to track down, they kind of linked together that they were trafficking drugs. Across the board, my understanding in that article is that these were not hardened cartel members that have been, working with the cartel or risen up through the ranks. They were just people that were, again, down on their luck, needed some extra money, and agreed to traffic these drugs either to the United States or other locations in the Caribbean. So I feel like there's a line to walk there. These are not hardened cartel members, but also if they're agreeing to traffic drugs, they're not innocent civilians. Gets into the challenge in the region, right? Of how do you view somebody that really needs the money to help their family, but in the process takes on an illegal act that does lead to the death of American citizens. Now, that kind of leads into a new article that was just published by The Times talking about how at least the UK, Canada, and maybe even France, and Colombia, are now stopping their intelligence sharing with the United States. They say, quote, Britain's spy agencies and military have stopped sharing intelligence with the U.S. about suspected drug trafficking vessels in the Caribbean. And I want to stress that. This is not a blanket stop on all intelligence sharing with the United States. That would be wild.
Yeah, just
about that. It is related
that.
specifically to operations in the Caribbean. They say in an
Those shrimp are high as fuck, yeah.
move, intelligence gathered from British assets in the region is no longer being passed to the Americans because the UK does not want to be complicit. The Royal Navy carries out operations against suspected smugglers, but a military source said, quote, "We don't just target the vessel and kill people, we would arrest them." According to CNN, the UK grew concerned that the US might use intelligence provided by the British to select targets and paused intelligence sharing more than a month ago. They say intelligence provided by the UK includes the location of drug smuggling vessels and the number of people on board. When the Royal Navy carries out missions itself, it boards the ship, seizes the drugs, detains the crew, and hands them over to the US Coast Guard. And they actually mentioned that the UK is pretty active in their
supposed to happen.
And recently in counter-narcotics
in any
operations.
sane world,
in
that's what would be happening.
They're not running the same level of operations
Shrimp
as the United
last,
States, but they, I mean, there's a picture floating around where they intercepted and boarded a narco sub, like within the last couple of years. So the UK is active there, and right now it sounds like they're going to be going it alone, not sharing that intelligence with the United States. But it's not just the UK. On Tuesday, Colombian President Petro said, quote, "An order has been given at all levels of the public security forces' intelligence services to suspend communication and other dealing with U.S. security agencies." And I feel like there's been this move recently to paint Petro as this, well, Trump did it, painted Petro as this narco-terrorist trafficking individual. And look, no doubt there's some tension there between the United States and Colombia. But one of the greatest victories we had in the war on drugs, 20 plus years ago, was a very close partnership with Colombia. We've done a lot together. We have assisted their military and their police forces, done a lot of training there to help tamp down the flow of drugs. Now, recently that has spiked, but the complete shutoff of intelligence between the United States and Colombia would be a problem in the broader war on drugs. Canada also can be added to that list. CNN reported, quote, "Canada, another key U.S. ally."
See, if they were bombing these semi-submersibles, I believe it, but the vids I've seen, shit's fucking fishing trawlers. Couldn't even carry enough coke on them to cover the cost. I mean, that's one way of putting it, for sure. For sure, that's one way of putting it.
Which has helped the U.S. Coast Guard interdict suspected drug traffickers in the Caribbean for nearly two decades, has also distanced itself from U.S. military strikes. Sources told CNN that Canada intends to continue its partnership with the Coast Guard on Operation Caribbean, but the country has made clear to the United States that it does not want its intelligence being used to help target boats for deadly strikes. And just earlier today, we got news that France is probably heading in that same direction, where their Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jean-Noël Barrot, said, quote, "We have observed with concern the military operations in the Caribbean because they violate international law and because France has a presence in this region through its overseas territories where more than 1 million of our compatriots reside." I don't know if France is directly sharing intelligence with the United States. If they have so many people located in that region of the world, then they probably are to some degree. Again, France being a very, very close U.S. ally. I would not be shocked to see reporting here in a couple days that France also has cut off intelligence sharing in this region. Now, amidst all of this, the United States continues building up forces in the region, and the Ford Carrier Strike Group just arrived yesterday. But before diving into that, a quick thank you to the sponsor of today's video, American Financing. So the holiday season is finally here, at least in this household. I'm going to stand by this. Between November 1st and January 2nd, that's the holiday season. I mean, we've got Thanksgiving coming up in a couple weeks, then Christmas, then New Year's, all together, the holidays. But no Christmas decorations until after Thanksgiving. That's a hard line. Bridge too far. Now, we got a lot of things to be grateful for and to look forward to here in the next couple weeks, but it can also be a pretty stressful time of year. I mean, between buying gifts for everyone traveling,
what are you selling us?
Prices of everything is just going up and up. It can be overwhelming.
They interviewed the whole village and there was no gang shit. I mean, yeah, well, like, I mean, people lie. So, like, I don't necessarily believe that, but it seems like from all that's been reported, it seems like it might not be that there were actually any gang shit. Like, I could believe it, but also I just don't trust this administration for shit. So, I don't know. I reserve judgment. Also, like, Venezuelan gangs are real. Like, so there's that, you know, like, I hesitate to just blanket say, like, oh, no, it's not true. Like, you know, Venezuelan gangs are real. They do exist. They do, you know, do shit. But like this, I don't know. It's difficult. Got business prime GigaChad, but is doesn't cover that particular supplier. There, maybe. Good point. I didn't think about that.
Overwhelming. I get it, especially if you're already relying on credit cards to get by. And if that debt is piling up, you are not alone. If you're a homeowner, you may have considered looking into refinance options in the past, but you didn't because you don't want to lose your low mortgage rate. I get it. That makes sense. And that's why the sponsor of today's show, American Financing, created the Smart Equity Loan, a simple, smart way to get your finances back on track without having to give up your low mortgage rate. Unlike a HELOC, which can fluctuate with the market, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate, so you'll have one.
Oh wait, is that? It's like a fucking. Hey, that's a video game thing, isn't it? Wait a minute. I thought you were saying some real shit. Hold on. What are you talking about? What does OSRS stand for? Isn't that like a fucking WoW thing? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Is it a WoW thing? Cause yeah, I know Venezuelans used to do crazy shit on WoW. It's true. Let's go RuneScape. Ah, I see. There you go. RuneScape. That is true. we do go crazy on that shit.
One predictable monthly payment. It lets you use your home's equity to pay off high interest debt, free up your cash flow, and still keep your existing mortgage intact. Also, there are no upfront fees to find out if you qualify. You can just...
Wait, guys, hear me out. Does this guy sound like Ben Shapiro?
Contact them, get the information, see if it's right for you and your family, and make the decision at that point. So if interested in learning more, call American Financing today, 866-886-5350, or visit americanfinancing.net/Preston to learn more. And of course, thank you to American Financing for sponsoring today's video. So the Navy put out a statement yesterday saying, quote, the Gerald R. Ford carrier strike...
Like a little boom. Wait, do Zoomers know what OS are? Well, I know what OS rooms. I just didn't know the fucking acronym. But yes, I'm aware what it is. I don't know if President takes gold sponsorships. I can see it.
Group has entered U.S. Southern Command area of responsibility. They were redeployed from the Middle East just about 2 weeks ago. They say the Maritime Forces' arrival comes after Secretary of War Pete Hegseth directed the carrier strike group to support the president's directive to dismantle transnational criminal organizations and counter narco-terrorism in defense of the homeland. They note that alongside the Ford, they have carrier Air Wing 8, Destroyer Squadron 2's Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers USS Bainbridge and USS Mayhem, and the Integrated Air and Missile Defense Command ship USS Winston Churchill. There's a lot of firepower. I'm going to put up Ian Ellis's chart here to show the volume of U.S. assets in the region right now. It's a little bit overwhelming, hard to keep up with.
So 14-year-old Venezuelan carrier streams on kick. Damn, good for him.
At this point, but part of the issue here, part of what kind of raising a concern is you look at this chart and you say, that's for drugs?
I haven't played RuneScape.
Seems like a lot. In fact, CNN reported that in a briefing last month, two senior U.S. Special Operations officers could not explain why the administration needed so many powerful military assets.
Look, I'm being ambiguous, okay?
Just to blow up small boats. This is a closed.
I'm aware that it's not giving that much information.
That, of course, leads us to the idea of a broader war with Venezuela, which seems like it's probably been in the cards for at least a couple months now. Speaking to that, Time reported that Venezuelan Defense Minister Catrina Lopez on Tuesday announced a plan to place the country's military on full operational readiness, calling for the deployment of all land, air, and sea and missile assets, as well as the country's militia. Quote, the aggression will be responded to with national unity. We are ready. Here, we don't want war. They say the deployment advances Maduro's Independence Plan 200, a military order enacted in response to the U.S.'s increased presence in the Caribbean. Pedrino said the deployment is to, quote, confront imperial threats. They note that last month, Venezuelan officials announced that they had started training civilians for military operations.
People are hungry for anything.
They estimate that the country has 340,000 members of the armed forces, compared with 1.4.
Zip's transcended age, older remains as elf VTuber. Do not call me a VTuber, okay? Is it not a VTuber avatar? Do not say that. But, yes, true. I'm an ageless being. I'm actually a... How old is Drist? Is he 300 years old? 200 years old? I'm a 200-year-old elf, dark elf, okay? That's all you need to know. No, I'm not a VTuber. I'm not a VTuber, guys. I'm not a VTuber. If I can guess your age, but I need to know your birth year. I don't think I'll be giving you my birth year. I don't think I will. Well, sorry to disappoint, but I don't think that's happening.
3 active duty U.S. personnel. I don't know that the active duty personnel of the U.S. military to Venezuela is necessarily the most important factor here. They make a point. Venezuela is not ready to go toe-to-toe with the U.S. military. That's not the case now. It has not ever really been the case, to my knowledge. So it's not a matter of who has more forces. In fact, Venezuela gets this as well. And I wouldn't look at any of these statements of we're preparing the military, we're getting everybody ready, as an indication that something is getting ready to come. Because in all likelihood, the first thing that would happen would be some sort of standoff strike munitions. It would not be Blackhawks or Chinooks landing outside of Caracas or 82nd Airborne jumping in to secure an airfield. It would be Tomahawk strikes or bombs being launched or bombs being dropped from bombers overhead.
Probably.
And the mobilization of a couple hundred people on the ground isn't really going to be a major indicator that that's coming. Now, Maduro has put out notes in recent days suggesting that they are planning to shift to more of a guerrilla war, which should not be a shock to anybody. This is according to Reuters. They say Maduro's government is betting on a so-called prolonged resistance campaign and an anarchization plan that would rely on small military units, militias, and intelligence forces to wage sabotage and street unrest if the United States were to invade. The strategy would use intelligence services and armed supporters to create disorder in Caracas and make the nation ungovernable. The two strategies are complementary, and it's unclear when they would be deployed.
I mean, damn.
Reuters reported that it's...
Zip, didn't you go to one of Destiny's court things? Yeah, of course. That's my thing. I went to Destiny's court hearing. That's me. I'm the court hearing guy. As a spectator, yeah, that was in the gallery. What do you want to know about it?
Its sources said the strategies did face long odds of success, as the nation is not prepared for conflict against...
Fuck, Judge Torres is a king, okay? He's a king. Love Judge Torres.
The United States. It should come as no shock.
Hello? Food shops?
Wait,
what's up, food shops?
Is it working? Can you hear me? Yeah.
Hello?
Hello. Just want to say hi.
What's up? Hi, food shops. What's going on?
I don't know. I just want to say hi. That's it.
Hi. How you doing?
Wait, have you seen that Legal Mindset made a live stream on Destiny?
No, I haven't, but I
Oh, you should watch
sense
it.
to me. Is it how stupid is it? Is it worth watching?
Oh, it's really stupid. It's okay. I'm sorry. It's really stupid. Okay, because he gets like multiple facts wrong, and he's not even up to date on the
Yeah, I
Rose
mean,
testimony,
I've
and
been
he's
seeing
not
like
up to
some
date
random
on
tweets.
any of that.
I've been seeing
Yeah.
some random tweets and people just don't know what the fuck is going on. So
No, no. He doesn't know anything that's going on. And I don't know. Like he's just making wild assertions. You'll see. Okay, but yeah.
So,
Okay. Other
okay.
than that, I just wanted to say hi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any new memes
Hey.
recently that I should be aware of?
Nothing crazy, I don't think. Yeah, no, I've just been making some videos. The Mamdani Trump thing, leftists being very hypocritical about glazing Trump, and then I went to Kamala's book tour event a couple days ago. I talked about that a bit. Other than that, nothing much.
You went to Kamala's book tour event?
Yeah, the last stop on her book tour was in Miami. I went. She's very nice. I got a signed
that's
book.
cute. That's so fucking cool. Did you get a picture with her?
I did, yeah. I won't be like putting it
Oh,
online,
dude.
but like yeah, it's cool.
Oh man, that would be so fucking
it's
sick
sick.
though.
It's sick.
Okay, hopefully you didn't fuck Kamala's car's tailpipe, okay?
Of course not. I would never. Not to Kamala.
Okay,
Yeah.
well I'll see you around, okay? All
Yeah,
right.
see ya.
Bye.
Bye. Wow. Food shits leeching on Zipzip's viewers. What the heck, Flack? Damn. Zipzip, aren't you that guy who got basically accused of witness intimidation? Yeah, I did get basically accused of that. That is true. Food slops, flower. Yeah, love food shops. From what Destiny briefly mentioned, Lego Minds has some association with Lauren Delaguna. They were friends or something. That's why he's constantly. Is he? Wait, what? Really? Wait, when did he say this? Is that true? He is friends with Lauren Delaguna? The fuck? What the wait. That's why this whole time he's being actually fucking schizophrenic about him? Actually, it was the door handle, not the tailpipe. Well, it's changed. Okay, it was at first it was the door handle, then it was like the window, then it was the tailpipe eventually. Footy's okay. Yeah, Footy's chill. Should we finish this video? Do you want to finish it? Let's finish this and then we'll watch some of that maybe.
Shock to anybody that Maduro or anyone close to him in power does not want to wage a direct military confrontation with the United States, and they would look at more of an unconventional type fight. It's nasty terrain around Venezuela. There's a lot of competing factions, right? There is cartel activity and some rebel groups operating outside of kind of city centers. It's not clear what that would look like. Messy is probably the best way to put it. Now, in terms of not being able to stand toe-to-toe with the U.S. military, there were some indications recently that they might be looking at some of their allies. Maduro might be looking at China, Iran, Russia, maybe, to help backstop them. It doesn't really look like that's playing out at all. Russia's kind of the key one here. Iran doesn't really have the means to provide any sort of significant military assistance to Venezuela right now. In terms of unconventional capabilities, Hezbollah, influence, things like that, sure. But large military equipment, that's not Iran. China, generally speaking, has kind of stayed out of this. They're going to probably focus more on the
It's
diplomatic
gonna
and
be
outside.
another J-Stock and Cherry duo situation, lol. I mean, that'd be funny, but I doubt it.
Russia is the key one there. But Sergei Lavrov earlier today denied the statements of the first deputy chair
We'll
of the
watch
State
the
Defense
video
Committee about the alleged deliveries of air defense systems to Venezuela amid the current crisis, stating that
Surely
Russia has made it
we will
clear
watch the
it
video.
does not plan to provide military assistance to Venezuela. Lavrov emphasized that although Venezuela remains a friendly
The
country and a
fart
strategic partner,
of kick?
these relations
What is the fart of kick? I don't know what that means. Mistall and titties. But thanks?
do not imply mutual defense obligations. He stressed that the cooperation between the two countries is not an alliance that obliges Russia to defend Venezuela militarily. Pretty important in a lot of ways, right? I don't think anybody really expected that an attack on Venezuela would prompt a Russian response directly against the United States. To be blunt, Russia does not have the capabilities to project power right now like they once did. A great example of that was watching the fall of Assad in Syria. Russia did arguably nothing other than evacuate Assad and his family to go play video games in Moscow. In fact, when the Russian Air Force tried to push back at that time, Jelani, now Shara, moving down towards Damascus, they were infamously bombing locations days after those forces had pushed.
Actually, Destiny indicated perhaps there were more than... okay. Yeah, Legal Mindset, or they were going to know each other. I think they met through both being friends with Myron Gaines and going on Fresh and Fit podcast. Oh, damn. That's kind of crazy then. It's funny as fuck, though. Well, we'll see.
And just striking random city centers, not really playing any role in helping to prop up their ally in Syria. So the idea that they would be able to go all the way across the Atlantic and somehow assist Venezuela, not very realistic. Now, one story that's been floated a little bit is that it's not Russia, it's going to be the Wagner Group. And let's just cut to the chase here. The Wagner Group is not that significant of an adversary, especially against the United States, right? They have proven a valuable commodity in certain African nations at times in the Middle East, but the idea that Wagner would put together a force in Venezuela that would be any sort of detriment to the U.S. is just fan fiction.
Yeah, no.
In fact, Jack Margolin, who has done a lot of work studying the Wagner Group over the years,
I don't think Russia's
together a thread
really
recently saying,
helping
quote,
Venezuela
lots of
that
spurious
much.
stories of Wagner being sent to
Fair
Venezuela.
happens.
That's not true in any meaningful way. The closest we might get are GRU military advisors being sent to Venezuela as they have before, but more than likely it's token hardware. There are likely some high-speed GRU types running around Caracas right now. Is there some level of private armed presence? Yes, probably similar with Russian companies concerned about their losses like they were in 2019. But there isn't some clandestine force being deployed by Russia that meaningfully changes U.S. calculus. That would take something on par with when Wagner plopped an SA-22 in Mali, or they started flying MiGs and Sus in Libya. In both those cases, the hardware and equipment was directly provisioned by the Russian MOD, and Wagner's claim to direct control of these assets was always a bit of an obvious fib. I don't expect the Russians to do anything like that here. Seizing the initiative from the U.S. in Europe and Africa was much cheaper. Here, there's a lot of risk and very little reward given the world historic logistical feat required for them to even wobble the scales in the Caribbean. Again, even if Russia was not a little bit preoccupied, to say the least, in Ukraine, the mobilization to get Russian forces in any size or quantity or even notable equipment to Venezuela is significant. Can they get a surface-to-air system or two there? Can they get a couple aircraft or helicopters? Sure. But one or two surface-to-air missile systems is not changing the fight when the United States decides it's time to go after Maduro, which, again, seems like any day now we can wake up and find out that the bombing campaign of Caracas has begun, so we'll do our best to keep an eye on it. That's all we got for now. Thanks for watching. I'll see you all next time.
It's looking pretty dicey. Who knows? But yeah. Also, Lauren tagged Legal Mice when she was going back and forth tweeting at Destiny recently. You say those big tweets Destiny was roasting Lauren, right? Well, I didn't know that, but she was tagging him then. And of course, Legal Mice started tweeting bullshit about Destiny after that. Have to watch, let's watch the fucking thing. Destiny intimidates witness. Live. Let's see. What do you got? Let's watch some legal slop. I'm sure this will be very retarded.
Live, baby. I know it's a late night over there in Saturday. It's obviously Sunday morning here for me in Bangkok in Asia. But I hope wherever you guys are, whether you're in America, whether you're in Asia, Europe, Australia, Oz, it's good to see you here. It's good to be here and hang out with you guys today. We're going to talk about Destiny potentially intimidating a witness or courting a whole host of other crimes, including felonies, including potential sanctions. We're going to get into all the possible fallout from this that can happen based on this encounter with Lauren De Laguna in Texas. In case you've been living under a rock and you haven't watched any of my other coverage, Destiny is engaged in a lawsuit for revenge prawn, and I guess I have to say that for the YouTube censorship. I love
revenge
prawns in my
prawn, bro. Revenge porn. Okay, you can say it as someone on YouTube. You can say it, bro. Are you serious right now?
No, tom yum soup, but not the type of prawn that he's alleged with. It's a serious situation there in his case, and he's got a lot of problems as is in that case. That case does not need to get worse for him. And in my perspective, the overall assessment here, and I'm going to tease a little bit of the conclusion to start with here, is that even if nothing was to happen in terms of him getting charged with a crime, there are
white dude in Southeast Asia not being a freak challenge, hollow mode, impossible difficulty. Yeah, this guy is clearly on some shit.
Consequences for this, and it does not look good. There's a whole host of things that can happen, from presumptions in court, from monetary sanctions, from assumptions about his behavior. There's a lot of things, and this did not need to happen.
Yeah, this guy is retarded. Monetary? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Monetary sanctions? They haven't filed anything for this either, for one thing. Secondly, even if they did, that shit would not go their way. Also, what the fuck you talking? Like, he didn't intimidate anybody, right? But he's on some bullshit, so let's see what he's got to say.
Happen at all whatsoever, but indeed here we are today. We're also going to address and dismiss a lot of what I've seen, the coping and seething from the DGG and the Destiny Sims out there, the people that want to make this into
the DGG
downplayed. We're going to talk about that. We're going to get into that because this is not something
coping and seething
to be messed around with at all whatsoever. Once you're in a court case, once you actually have an active court case that you're litigating with somebody, you want to stay away from not just the other party, but anybody involved in that, including the witnesses, especially the witnesses. Now, some other countries
yeah, and she approached him. Isn't that crazy?
Don't have as strong protections for witness protection. But in America,
but she's not a witness. She's a deponent. Her stuff has not been used, and she hasn't even been deposed yet. But even so, there's no witness list yet because there's no trial yet. Like, it's not gone there yet. So she's just a deponent so far.
In America, particularly you're looking at federal courts, or even if you're looking at Florida courts.
Destiny intimidates women, bro. Destiny was walking around 6th Street and Lauren ran up on him. He didn't even know she moved there. Correct. So I don't think she... Also, witness intimidation does not mean you were in the same place as the other person. That's not what witness intimidation is. And like you said after, also I don't think she's an actual witness yet. They haven't deposed her yet. Otherwise, she isn't part of the case or mentioned anywhere in the case yet, I think. Yes. Well, she has been mentioned. Not by name. But by Pixie, who mentioned that she was running the GoFundMe for her. But also, like, yeah, she's not a witness. Yeah, she could be. But also, witness intimidation doesn't just mean you talk to the other person. That's not how that works. It's simply not how it works.
Or Texas, whatever. They're going to take that very seriously. They're not going to mess around with you going after witnesses or even sometimes potential witnesses.
He didn't go after her. What the fuck are you talking about?
I know there's a lot of people arguing, well, you know, she hasn't been called yet or whatever. She hasn't been deposed yet. She's already been subpoenaed. So she's a witness in the case. We're going to get into it.
No, that's not how that... No. That's not just an argument. She literally has not been deposed yet, even. She's not a witness. There are no witnesses because there's not been a witness list. What are you talking about? She's the opponent. The fuck?
With you guys today. Guys, I'm glad to be here. First of all...
Yes, potential witnesses. Yes, she's a potential witness. That's why they're deposing her. Or like one of the... Yeah. But either way, that doesn't get you to fucking witness intimidation. What are you talking about? It's just retardation. This is just retardation. Was Brother Darnell actually going to serve her? No, I don't think Darius is going to serve her. She's already been served, but that would be funny if so.
Well, Doug Diaz, thank you for those 10 illegal mindset memberships. Appreciate all you guys supporting me, helping me do more cool stuff for the channel. So thank you for that, Doug.
Yes.
Why is he
lag there?
doing
Fantastic, Mr. Knox. Thank you for the Aussie 5. Wait, Destiny is stalking?
No, he's not stalking. The fuck?
Isn't stalking a witness a big deal? Yeah, it's a big deal. Then he says he's bored, hence why he's out where he is. The guy needs to be in jail. The thing is, being bored is no excuse for going out and doing things like this. And the big part that is going to come out here is even if this was a chance encounter on the street, which I'm pressing massive X to doubt on, the way in which...
Why would you press X to doubt? Like, he's literally just Yas Queening Lauren de Laguna? Are you serious? That's all he's doing?
Destiny conducted it. The things he said as part of it were completely unnecessary. And they are going to provoke law enforcement
He can say whatever he wants.
This. Law enforcement will be investigating this. Definitely Texas law enforcement and very likely the feds, the DO.
I promise you, law enforcement will not investigate this, bro. I promise you. Not a lawyer, guys, but I promise you, they will not be investigating this. What is this guy on? Holy shit.
OJ. This is something that he shouldn't have messed around with because now he's got people that are going to be looking into him. And once again, at a minimum, you don't want more investigation into you when you've probably already got investigation into you for the materials on his computer. Remember,
yeah, they're really investigating, bro. They're and any day now they're gonna release their findings from their investigation. That's definitely happening. I'm
talking about what happened with Rose and what happened with disclosing, with her age and the fact that she was likely a minor at that time, based on what we have. That's bad enough for.
Bro, this guy's just not up to like he wasn't talking to Rose. He's talking to like you're just not up to date, little bro. I don't know what is wrong with you, but no, there's nothing about Rose's age. It's irrelevant.
For Destiny, for little Stevie, little Stevie, tiny. It's bad enough for him, but
he's just saying little Steve, like bro, it's unserious. Crypto said it's funny in the clip she posted. Destiny posted of him arguing with Lauren. At the end of the clip, she runs back to her workplace across the street. She literally had to cross the road to run up on him. Yeah, also true. He wasn't like she approached him.
You know what? It's just gotten worse. And this did not need to happen. It did not need to be put out there. Alexis Artemis Green Howard, member for 5 months. Thank you so much. Alpire Ava, our California attorney, says, "Don't you know legal mindset? She approached him." The excuses in COPE have been downright engagingly bad. They're hilarious. Thank you for setting the record straight. Yeah, and
/S, bro. What the fuck you mean? She did approach him. What do you mean /S? Are you fucking kidding me? Zips of Universe said no one has ever looked into Destiny. He's never been doxed or had FBI knocking on stores many times, and he's an unknown I think so. It's true.
Once again, even if we presume that's true, let's presume that they're both walking down the street, and the one who approached the other was Lauren. Let's say Lauren was the one that walked up. The way in which he conducted this was not good. The way in which he conducted himself, and the things he said, and the things he provoked her into saying, and got her into saying based on what he said, it's not good. The judge is not going to look at this and be like, "This is perfectly fine." No, the judge.
The judge is not going to give a shit, bro. I'm sorry to tell you. Like, I as somebody who's been in the same room as that judge, bro, he is not gonna give a fuck. I'm telling you. 6th Street, the area was at, is one of the nightlife party district where everybody goes to party. Yes, everybody who goes to Austin goes to 6th Street. So, it was a coincidence, and she works in one of the clubs, and he was by there. Like, it is not like
is going to reprimand him, and this is something you don't need in your lawsuit.
So yeah, Smash, he made fun of her for being schizo. Yeah, that's really all it was. That's why they're mad.
Get into that on my PP, right? Because of course we've got a PP here today. So let's.
Because this guy, he is also schizo, so that's why you feel some type of way about it, you know. Only true thing that came out of this whole thing is that people were wondering Destiny was hanging out with Lauren Southern at the time, and then Southern ran away to not. I don't know if she ran away, but yes, I think Destiny said she ran, but yeah, that is the funny part, is that he was with Lauren de Laguna, or Lauren Southern. So that's something, but who the fuck cares? I don't care. Like, bro.
Whip out the PP. That is, of course, for those that are new to the channel, the PowerPoint. We keep it very kosher on the channel. So Destiny intimidating a witness, question mark. Of course, once again, everything has to be proven in a court of law. I'm not the court of law, right? Although I wish I was the judge in this case. That'd be fun. I wouldn't be able to speak about it
what?
on the internet, but it would be fun. But there is potential witness intimidation here. This is what I'm going to go through today. All the potential crimes, all the potential problems. That's not saying he's going to get punished for all of them. He probably won't get punished for all of them, but there's a lot he could be. And there's some...
So, wait, so I thought you said you thought law enforcement was going to get involved. I thought you said the judge would really, like, look badly on this. What do you mean now you're saying he probably won't get anything? Which is it?
That are very easy thresholds to meet in terms of what could go down with Destiny. So let's talk about this. So obviously we have the parties here. Let's talk about them. We have obviously
Why is he fucking
dude? Destiny and his Attack on Titan form here. I like this one the most, so I'm always going to show it. I know that I may get in trouble for the nipples, but you know it's worth showing. And the second party here is Lauren. She's actually an attorney, and she formerly had a relationship with Destiny. But beyond that, she is a subpoenaed witness, and this is actually her law firm here, Hayden Law PLLC. Now they're registered out of Florida because she's a Florida attorney, but she practices remotely. And as many of you know, and I can tell you based on the fact that I've practiced remotely for years now, whether I practiced remotely back when I was living in the United States and I'd be traveling around the US, or whether I was practicing remotely when I wasn't necessarily where my office was. I might have been in Miami, my office in Orlando, or been somewhere else and practicing. You can still practice as an attorney remotely. And many attorneys do this. In fact, nowadays, it's much more common than you think. A lot of attorneys, like myself and others, especially if your work is transactional, you're dealing with clients that are somewhere else and they don't need you to physically be there. If you're just reviewing a contract, you can do that from anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter if you're in Mogadishu or Montreal. If it's a contract, you know the law, you can review it. You can do that from anywhere. If you're reviewing, something about IP or patents or whatever else, a lot of the practice of law can be done remotely. It does not need to physically require you in the office. Yeah, I love this one. So today, all the locations came out. So Kasperius Ghost says for 5, you've been exposed. Your Twitter says you're based in Thailand. You've been phoning. Yes, I'm in the country that I say I'm from, with Mudang over here, the representative of Thailand, hanging out behind me with a cowboy hat. Yes, I am truly in Asia. I'm not one of these fake accounts in India or Europe saying they live in Japan, which has been one of the most hilarious things about today, is all the people that are pretending to be in Japan and they're not really
practicing sex tourist law in Thailand. Yeah, apparently he just helps fucking sex tourists get in their fucking immigration shit into Thailand, so...
Or the people that are pretending to be in America and they're really in somewhere else, Southeast Asia, India, somewhere else. Very, very, very hilarious. And if you haven't checked that out on Twitter, I would recommend you go over today and just see how many accounts are not in the places where they are primarily publishing the content of. It's actually hilarious. Eltbuyer Ava for 2 says, wait, Destiny tried to intimidate an attorney witness?
True.
Yeah, she's an attorney. She's not being called as a witness in the scope of her practice of the law. She's been called as a witness in scope of her relationship to the case and the parties involved, because she has gotten involved with this on the Pixie side, so she's being subpoenaed on that side by Destiny's lawyers. That's very, very important here. So here's the interaction. This was between Lauren and Destiny in Austin, Texas, November 2025. So I'm gonna play the video for you. The fast facts, I'll probably either clip it in or we'll see.
You can play the videos if it makes
this one is kosher
him
enough
look
to play.
good.
But this just happened recently. So
as if it makes fucking Lauren look good, that video? Are you serious?
So mind you, that's the case. By the way, thank you, Redbeard, for 5. He says, Legal Mindset, your hairline is better than Mudang's. No, her hairline is very nice as well. Mudang's hairline is very nice as well. It's smooth. It's for performance.
Does he have glazers?
Rias Gregory is a new member. Thank you.
What the fuck is that?
Okay, so let's get into...
If you're ever in Thailand and the ladyboy you're hanging out with is ODing, Legal Mindset is the guy to call, bro.
This clip here, I have this posted on my X. I think it's got 1.4 million views.
No shots.
Nice. Let's share this here. If you guys want to use that video, you can go over to my X and check that out as well. So here's the encounter. Okay, so let's play this out for you.
This is my best friend, Lauren de Laguna. How you doing? I literally am gang stalking her right now.
So he says, so she's saying, you came to Texas to stalk me. He says, I'm gang stalking you right now. Okay, I mean, I know he's going to say he's being sarcastic, but you don't want to say you're gang stalking somebody. Let's play that back again.
Does he think he's not being sarcastic? What the...
I'm gang stalking her right now. I am gang stalking this wonderful lady.
I work here.
You work there?
I work here.
Is there anything you would like to say to the audience?
Yeah, you're free. You're fucking weird.
Okay, cool. Anything else?
Yeah,
Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you for stalking me. You're a one-man, this is a one-man gang stalker army right now, okay? So thanks for hanging out.
Peace.
That's why I need
Chad.
to
Are we recording each other now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. How are you doing? How's life in Texas?
I'm going to my mom.
Okay, be careful. Say bye. We'll see you around.
Why are you following me?
Because I'm bored. I gang stalk in real life.
You're fucking free. You're a pedophile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro.
I mean, Rose.
Bro. Queen. Stay safe. Be careful.
So there's the encounter there. Once again, near her place of work in Texas, right? So that's a very, very important factor here. So let's get into some of the facts here. Okay, so here's the background here. So Lauren De Laguna is a subpoenaed witness. So she's been subpoenaed in Destiny's existing revenge prawn case. And I believe she was subpoenaed by Destiny's lawyers himself. So Destiny is very aware that she is a subpoenaed witness. And you do not treat, once somebody is a witness, and this is all the DGG needs to pay attention to this, all the
DG, just pay attention to this, DGG.
defenses that act like this is just two random people on the street, once you are a witness, you have a witness, and you are the party to the lawsuit. So Destiny is the party, right? You have a other obligation.
I'm with you so far.
To not harass, coerce, intimidate that person. And that is
okay, and he didn't do any of those things. He did not harass her, did not coerce her, did not intimidate her.
a high bar in America. That is not just a
It is a high bar. You're right.
random person.
He didn't
And
do
yes,
any
this
of
is a
it.
person that he knew before. Yes, he had interpersonal relationship with her, right? But that doesn't mean you can go back and talk to this person in a way that might be leading to their intimidation. And
he didn't.
Based on the fact that, remember, it's not just Destiny. He's broadcasting this to his community of followers. And understand, there was precedent for this. You have a giant community of followers. You have a responsibility.
The community is not harassing her, okay? She can just turn off her phone, bro. Like, it's the internet. You can just turn off the phone.
Ability to understand that any one of those unhinged followers can take this as a call to come to Texas, to stalk her, to try to find her, to try to harass her at her workplace. That's not cool. That's not okay, right?
All right, bro. All right, sure. And that would count. And that would be the same thing. Yeah, for sure.
And that's beyond.
Even though he didn't explicitly direct it, yeah, I'm sure they would find him liable for some shit like that, for sure.
Just what Destiny does. So that could be.
Right, boy, step back and step back. Like
attempt to silence her.
But it's even stupider than that because he didn't say anything even close to that. So
to change her deposition, to try to intimidate her deposition, try to get her to not say certain stuff, that's not good.
There's no evidence that's what he was doing.
Not good. Once again, Destiny doesn't live in Texas. He lives in Florida. Lauren is the one who lives in Texas, and the encounter took place near her workplace. Very relevant. And this is the most damning thing for me. And this is the thing that got me to cover this, right? This is something that has gotten me to cover.
Not the fact that you had a previous relationship with Lauren De Laguna.
For this, is that Lauren filed a police report. If she didn't file a police report, I wouldn't have made this video, because then the law enforcement wouldn't be likely to take this up. The law enforcement wouldn't be likely to look at this. People wouldn't be likely to investigate this. But she filed a police report.
They already
all know. If you've been
just because you file a police report doesn't fucking mean anything. Literally means nothing. I'm sorry to tell you, bro.
paying attention to the channel,
anybody can file a police report.
If you file a police report,
just ask Cherry about it.
Right? If you file a police report and you lie, then you can be prosecuted. Right? That's something that absolutely 100% can, will, and does happen. If you don't believe that, talk to Juicy Smooth. Talk to Jussie Smollett. Right? Talk to Jussie.
Okay, that was an
Juicy. He knows all
exceptional
about
case.
that. Filing a fake police report. If you don't remember, he said that a bunch of MAGA people beat him up outside of a subway in the middle of the night in Chicago, downtown Chicago, right? And he lied. And he filed
That was a very exceptional case. Like, this is not the average, like, if you lie on a police report, that's not what's automatically what's going to happen
reports. And he straight up lied about it.
Also, so Tiny can't leave Florida. Yeah, he can't ever go to Austin because he might run into people that he didn't know lived there. Like, yeah.
By the way, there was another incident.
For any of the harassment stuff to be applicable, Destiny would need to be pressuring Lauren to not give a deposition, not become a witness, but actually Destiny is the one who's subpoenaing Lauren to give the deposition. He's actively encouraging her to submit her testimony correct. Isn't this like the third police report Lauren has done against Tiny? The other two were for his registration. Maybe. You might be right, actually. Using examples of someone filing fake reports, surely not a projection. Yeah, true.
Recently with a woman, you can look this up, who hired a fetish artist to slash her up and cut her up, and she had some what was supposedly Trump stuff on her body, calling her bad words and putting the word Trump on her body, and that was found to be a false incident. That was found to be a false report. So once again, these people who are going out there and deranged, that this is MAGA country with Jussie Smooth, that's what he did, right? These people yelled, "This is MAGA country!" And
wait, does he know that the MAGA thing was like the fucking opposite? Is he aware of that? What?
And beat him up allegedly. That didn't happen.
Yeah, it's nothing to do
right?
with anything.
There's consequences to that. So because she filed this police report, I'm taking this more seriously. Because now there's consequences. And here's why this shifts the burden against Destiny. If Lauren really approached him and really was harassing him, then he can file a police report. But as far as I know, Destiny has not filed a police report against Lauren.
Why would he file a police report against Lauren?
For that.
The fuck?
Right? There'd be consequences.
Neither of them did anything illegal. Why would they file a police report? Are you like, what are you talking about?
consequences for that. So if Destiny wants to,
why would he file a police report?
I'm going to file a police report against Lauren because she was the one stalking me, and here's my proof, and here's what I'm going to say. Here's my side of the story.
He's not saying that she's stalking him. She went up to him on the street. That's not stalking.
He can do his own thing. He can do what he wants. That's not the case here. You've got to be more careful. You cannot act so recklessly. So let's talk about the federal crimes, because there's federal crimes, state crimes, and civil crimes. Once again, I'm not saying all of these are really
is there though?
Any specific one is going to be picked, but these are all the potential. Let's put it a little
None of these are going to be
potential
picked,
consequences. And why would you risk all of these potential consequences for what? To try to intimidate her, to try to scare her, for clout, for views? Is that?
So you're figuring out why would you risk that? He wouldn't. So that's not what was happening. Think about it. Use your fucking brain for 2 seconds, maybe.
Really worth it? Is it worth it to put that risk?
This guy,
out
man.
there? No, right? Not at all.
But filing a police report automatically means you're instantly correct about your allegations, unless you're found to lie explicitly. Yeah, this guy, like, it's unbelievable. Like, you're talking about, people would never file a police report if they were lying. Meanwhile, here's Jussie Smollett that did this, and it's like, there's no self-reflection. It's just not there.
Not at all. So let's get out here and let's talk about this. So federal crimes, 18 U.S.C. section 1512, right? You've got intimidation or corruption or corrupt persuasion. So that's knowingly intimidating, right? Threatening or persuading witnesses or attempting to influence testimony. That's up to an unlimited fine and 20 years in prison. 20 years in prison.
Dan must love this guy. Nothing but nothing burgers. True.
Right? Knowingly intimidating, threatening, or persuading. Now here's the part that I think for knowing, for for the knowledge section, that goes into it, is that he knew that she lives there. Right? He knew she's in Texas. And having the knowledge that Lauren...
Evidence? Evidence that he knew? Hello?
De Laguna is in Texas and going there, right? That's adding fuel to the...
Literally, what fucking evidence do you have that he knew she lived there?
Fine, right?
Also, Austin is a fucking city. What do you, like... What?
It's definitely adding fuel to the fire. Then you've got here corrupt tampering with evidence.
This is actually just schizophrenic.
And so where this goes with is to the extent that the deposition or testimony is going to be entered into evidence, or it's...
Yeah, Elmer. Like, first, yeah, flag source. Yeah, and Elmer Flood. So Tiny can't visit Austin or Texas ever again. Yeah, apparently he knows she lives there, therefore he can't ever go there.
Attempting to make her change her testimony or change what she might be deposed under. Altering...
You have no evidence that he made her change her deposition or the testimony. And also, he's the one who wants testimony from her, so he's obviously not intimidating her, so she doesn't do a deposition. Like,
destroying, concealing evidence, or preventing its production. She might withhold information based on this. Up to a fine, 20 years in prison. And let's go lower than that. So those are the 2 felonies, and that's risking serious felonies. But you can even have a misdemeanor: harassment, willful harassing a witness.
He didn't know she lived. Yeah, he didn't know. He didn't know she lived there. Why would
without
he know?
intent? So even if he didn't
was
intend...
she telling? What is the Was she telling him? No, she wasn't telling him that she was moving to Texas. Obviously, so how was he supposed to know?
There's a potential crime. So even if, under 18 U.S.C. section 1512, even if he was saying, oh, it's unintentional, it doesn't matter. You engaged in this for far longer than you needed to. You could have removed yourself from that situation. You could have walked on by. You could have...
So could she. Like, hello?
Just kept going, but you stayed there. That was a witness. It's a misdemeanor. It's a fine up to 1 year.
To be honest, Florida is near Texas in the global scale, so he's always near her place of work, 5-head. I don't know if that's how that works, but true.
Misdemeanor. That's federal law. So once again, this is because the trial is in Florida. This is under federal law, and the law doesn't mess around when it comes to witnesses. But let's talk about Texas. Texas, not exactly a soft-on-crime state. But let's get some of these super chats first. Alexis Artemis Greenhouse said, respect Mudang. That's right. Definitely respect Mudang. Gotta respect Mudang. Or else you're gonna get a strong check. Catch up Raven, member for 13 months. It's glad to see Fantastic Sir Andrew in legal time. That's right. DP Chief 216 says Steve thinks he's smarter than he actually is. Fantastic Mr. Knox says for 5. Ozzy says it's a good thing he's an idiot for filming, and if he deletes it, people can easily archive it. So Lauren can prove she's being stalked. Well, it's on the internet now, so it's up there. And the court can order him to delete it. That is very, very possible. We'll see if that happens. That's very, very possible that can happen. But we'll see.
They won't.
Will the judge punish him harder for this now? So what they can do is in the civil case, they can make his life a living hell. And the judge has large...
He subpoenaed her in Florida, so I'd assume she lived there. Correct. He subpoenaed her at her workplace in Florida. And then now she's moved to... Like, why would he know that she moved there? Like, the fuck are you talking about? Literally, what the fuck are you talking about?
Large discretion. Even if the crimes aren't proven, the judge can say, hey, we are going to say you shouldn't have done this, so we're going to have some presumptions against you. We're going to use this as proof of bad intent, proof of a pattern of behavior. We're going to strike your counterclaims. All these things are possible. Now, striking counterclaims is pretty extreme. It's usually not a first step, but it's possible. It's very possible. WChan 1644 is a new member.
Yeah, for sure, bro. It's super possible. Super possible.
Welcome. John Mayhem, remember for 9 months, is what level of interaction will make this intimidation? That's up for a jury and a judge to determine. I think to the point this would be considered intimidating, harassing, or coercing, something could come up. So let's go back here to the statute, right? Let's go back here to the statute.
It won't be considered that at all.
So I think harassing is very broad behavior. I think what he did there could definitely constitute harassing, for sure. Is it trying to conceal evidence? That's up for a jury to say. What was he trying to do? What was his intention there? If we got his messages, or he's talking to somebody in the DGG and he's saying, hey, we're gonna go do this to mess with her, we're gonna go to intimidate her, that would be something more serious up here.
Yeah, he's talking to all these
DGGers. That's why the law has
DGGers
several different categories, because this may not fall under number 1, might be under number 2, might be under number 3. We don't know, but it's very possible. It's very, very possible. Kane's Wolf says, really, Destiny? So he started this with a shovel, then a backhoe, then an excavator. How's he up to those huge strip mining excavators, and how he's digging himself? I think he just thinks he can lawyer himself. And frankly, I do think he just doesn't care at a certain point. Because based on the inside evidence, and some people, by the way, I saw some people in the chat saying, well, he's won his motion so far. First of all, the two things that he quote-unquote won, one of them wasn't even really a win for him. It was a win for Kiwi Farms, which Kiwi Farms pretty much got a ruling that said they're not involved. And don't
no, it was not a win for Kiwi Farms, you fucking moron. That was a win for Destiny, because Destiny didn't want to fucking pay those lawyers' fees, because they were asking for lawyers' fees related to that. So no, that was not a win for Kiwi Farms, you fucking retard. Like, this guy just knows nothing about this case. How do you... why would you cover this if you know nothing about it? It's not a win for Kiwi Farms, because Kiwi Farms did all the things that they said they were going to do. Like, voluntarily, before even the court order. Like, Kiwi Farms did not win.
The other one was resulting to taking stuff down with Pixie, and to be honest, procedurally, that one was kind of a loser to begin with, right? That's not related to this behavior, and
it was a loser to begin with. So you agree then? So he should have won then.
It's not related to Rose either. Right?
Except if you go to KF, I wonder if all these arguments are there. Yeah, probably. He probably is just reading all this shit straight off Kiwi Farms. Probably not wrong.
Right, because the stuff with Rose is still percolating. That stuff with Rose is going to come out eventually.
It's not percolating. Nothing's going to come out. Well, like, there will be stuff that comes out, but only stuff good for Destiny, which is that he wasn't fucking messaging her.
And be a big problem for him. And it could be a problem in a separate criminal case against himself.
No, it won't be.
From the federal or state government. Just right, that stuff is cooking. It's cooking in the oven. You got to give the law time.
It is not
the consequences don't always come immediately,
it is
but they do come. Oh, they do come. Right? Okay, let's talk about statements. So we got tampering with a witness. That's under section 3605 of the Texas Code, which is coercing or intimidating a witness. Witness, and that's the key here, guys. There were some people arguing that are 39 IQ. I mean, I think we got to pull out the... We've got the IQ of a simian, and that's actually insulting to the simian, right? Or the Bush baby in that case, because it's Pecora. But these low IQ people were saying, well, she doesn't technically fit the definition of witness. No, she's been subpoenaed, right? The protections are going to apply, and they apply for prospective witnesses too. Even though she hasn't been deposed yet, she has been subpoenaed. She's known to be a witness. Sorry, guys, that cope in C is not going to work. So you guys can see, because that cope isn't going to work in the interpretation of witnesses, right? Hamster says, why is it that...
Yeah, bro thinks he's cooking. It's crazy.
Old cows and live streamers seem to be able to get away with anything legally. I recated Destiny, JF. Well, once again, every case is different, and I think there's a lot of consequences. If you're seeing like Doherty, and if you're seeing like, for example, Vitali, Somali, there's consequences, guys. But not, does everybody get hit with every consequence? No. So I am giving you the list of the full possibilities. Does that mean all of them are going to come true? No, and I never say that. I never promise that. Once again, it's up to a judge or jury. But why would you risk the scope of this? Why would you risk all of this? For what? What does Destiny gain off of this? Is Destiny going to get a bunch of views off of harassing Lauren De Laguna? Is that going to get him a bunch of sims? Is that going to get him a bunch of views? Not really.
So what's your explanation, retard? Like, yeah, you're getting it. It doesn't really gain him anything. Why is he doing it? The always answer, it was just coincidence that they happen to be in the same place at the same time.
It's not going to benefit him in a huge way. That's not a banger
Holy
episode.
Shit,
Look how I harassed Lauren De
dumb
Laguna.
Fuck.
Right? That's not a win. And so why do you take all these risks when the return is low? It's just stupid. It's just stupid. By the way, in the poll, will Destiny stop digging himself deeper? 87% say no, and 13% say yes. So I guess we have 13% of the DGG in the chat, and then 87% say no. But no, I mean, I think he might stop at some point, but I think he's not.
These people disagree with me? They must be DGG.
I don't think he's seen enough consequence. Okay, let's continue here. So we have obviously coercing, harassing, and intimidating a witness under tampering with a witness under Section 36. That is potentially a felony, up to 2 to 10 years, and up to a 10K fine. If you have intent to influence. Now, once again, intent to influence, that's going to be harder to prove. So that one will be harder in Texas. But what's easier is harassment. This is much easier. Why? Well, under Section 4207 of the Texas Code, it says communicating in a manner, and the key word here is communicating, in a manner intended to harass, annoy, or alarm. Publishing a video to your thousands of unhinged supporters is going to absolutely be something that can be harassing, annoying, or alarming. I talked about this with Hassan, right? And with some of Hassan's behavior that can fit the definition of harassment, right? Going out and publishing something to a community which, and I've seen evidence of this, has animus towards De Laguna, does not like her. And certainly there are some people, probably people in Texas, that be willing, now that they know where she works, to go out there and harass her and to engage in that. And I hope,
sure, bro,
for Destiny's sake, that nobody goes out and actually does something, because then he would very likely be on the line.
Does what?
Dark Canon for 99. Say legal minds. I got to catch stream. It seems Destiny forgot the golden rule. Whenever you're in legal trouble, shut up. That's right. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Whenever you want to talk, your lawyer should pop out a bush with objection. Because to be clear, you've got to shut up and just leave things alone. Anybody involved in that case, you have to leave them alone. The other parties, the witnesses, the experts, leave everybody alone. Just do your coverage. I mean, he can make fun of Hassan all day. That's content, right? He can go and potentially defame Hassan, right? Regarding
we do in fact not like her. Doesn't mean we're gonna go and harass her. Yeah, correct. That is like. It doesn't mean anybody's going to go harass her.
What happened with Artemis in Berlin, right? Making a very aggressive statement there. That's another thing. I mean, that might be a suit. We'll see what happens. I mean, Hassan may just not want to pursue that because, well, once again, that would open Hassan up for a lot of truth seeking. And there's a lot of stuff that I think Hassan doesn't want to come out. But, he can go and make fun of people on the internet, and that's fine. That's content. That's what it is. But dealing with people that are in your case is dumb. It's dumb. What about the civil consequences? So there's sanctions. Excuse me.
Says you. It's dumb. Like, says you, the fucking retard dumb fuck. Yeah.
Penalties, which I'm going to...
Things with a grain of salt, but even the Kiwi Farms people stop posting as often about Destiny. These dedicated Sakari people post hourly on that site, but not slowed down. They know.
Get into on a separate
they
slide.
Know they're cooked.
And then there's an introduction of evidence of pattern of intent.
There you go.
Or pattern of behavior or intent, bad intent. And also, this opens up Lauren, if she really felt, stressed out about this, especially if other people continue to harass her, for intentional infliction of emotional distress or invasion of privacy. Now, you guys know, just talked about it with a little little Mizzy, right? Who also, once again, Destiny and Mizzy have these narcissistic tendencies, which tend to come out.
Yeah,
like
a lot of similarities there.
The gaslighting and the coming on positive in the beginning and then becoming your worst enemy. They've got a lot of these negative traits.
For sure,
but a lot of this goes towards IIED, intentional infliction of emotional stress, which, once again, if Lauren feels...
Even the owner of Kiwi Farms has had to argue with people about how Destiny is winning the lawsuit. Yeah, fucking null, right? He's like in their fucking like, yeah, like they're fucking... Even he's fighting like this is just insane. I don't even know, dude.
It's like that's bad enough. She might be able to bring that claim.
I don't know how they don't
bring that claim. Before we get into the sanctions, let's talk about some of the super chats. Bad news, super chat for the baby shark. Baby shark. Thank you for that, bad news, Badger. Appreciate that. We still haven't done the karaoke night. We haven't evolved into our final form of karaoke night. But I do appreciate everybody. Appreciate for supporting me in the goal here late night. Please like the video. We only have 233 likes. We have 1,000 people watching. So let's get those numbers up. Let's get those numbers up. FF Fantasy says member for 9 months. I have no objection. That's right. Poor man says, with your property getting, do you imagine that one day you'll be caught up in a streamer lawsuit? It's possible. If I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. I am going to be doing a lot of. I will be doing some civil lawsuiting of my own soon, but against profitable entities with money, right? That's one of the big things you have to look at. And as a corporate attorney, I know this. You have to look at who's got the deep pockets. And the real deep pockets are not individual people, even streamers. The corporations. Corporations have mad money, and they will pay out, right? They have massive.
He would never sue anybody that doesn't have money,
right? That's the real money scale, not just petty little streamer drama. That's not really worth it. Most streamers out there aren't really worth going after financially. Asparagus Ghost says the witness should sue Destiny for billions since Alex Jones' lawsuit is a precedent now. Once again, there's a lot of precedent that it works against Destiny, and he's already got a lot of problems. Yankee3655 says Destiny will stop digging when the state takes away his shovel and he puts him in a prison cell. He's pushing it. And once again...
Yeah, any moment now it's going to happen. Any moment now, he's going to go to jail. He's going to get... Yeah, any moment now.
With the streamers, they keep pushing the line, and they're eventually going to get hit with it. If you keep doing this stuff, eventually something is going to come down, and it's not going to be good.
Any day now.
One Case Wolf says, like the streamer, gets slapped with an emotional cabbage.
Emotional cabbage.
I think 2 or 3 more weeks for the plushie sample, so we're working on it. I'm hoping before Christmas we can get plushies before Christmas. That would be a great Christmas gift. But let's continue here. The sanctions. Oh, I love sanctions, right? So the federal court has broad authority under Federal Rule of Civil Procedure for frivolous conduct. That's FRCP 11. Also FRCP 37 for discovery abuses, and just the court's inherent power to sanction parties for misconduct. All of these give the ability to do the following things. The first is monetary penalties. So these are fees payable to the court or payable to De Laguna. So essentially they could say, hey, you owe us some money for this bad behavior.
That shit is not happening. Shit is just not happening. Holy fuck. The cope.
And once again, the court doesn't need to prove a crime for this. The court can just do this as the court, saying, I, the judge, feel this violated the requirements of the court.
I think
and therefore,
1.5,
boom,
yeah.
you're done, right? So even if the DOJ and Texas ultimately don't bring anything, even if they say, oh, this is a wash, you've risked the ire of the court, the wrath of the judge, and you don't want to do that. The next is adverse inferences. So the judge can literally give a jury instruction to assume that Destiny has bad intentions. So saying that, hey, he has a pattern of bad behavior, and instruct the jury in Pixie's case to assume that. Imagine how damaging that would be for Pixie's case. And by the way, I'm going to say this too, and I'm going to be honest because I'm very honest about my assessment of the case.
Very honest.
Pixie's lawyers
He's a very honest guy.
have not been the best. They kind of threw some spaghetti at the wall with that motion, and I know a lot of them are doing it pro bono or for a discount, whatever, right? Her attorneys have been kind of weak so far. That's very, very fair.
Even he can't cope. Even this guy can't cope. He knows they're full of shit.
But even weak attorneys, when enough evidence is supplied to them, there's enough factors, can end up turning out stuff and end up turning it around. And you don't need to sleep on that because, you know, if you underestimate an attorney because they're not the most famous law firm, you might get surprised. You might get surprised.
It has nothing to do with their being famous. It has to do with them being retarded. What? What?
You've also got striking defenses. So in extreme cases, they can strike Destiny's counterclaims. Now, I don't think they'll do that right away, but what could happen is eventually they could say that he's done enough bad things in totality to...
He said he knows they're doing a pro bono. Oh, well, he might be... that's a good question, actually. Maybe he knows... I assume he's just assuming, but... maybe he knows something. What the heck?
Strike down his defense.
I doubt it.
Next, there's contempt of court. That's broad
shit.
power. The court can largely say, hey, you've done something bad. I hold you in contempt. You guys know about that. You're in contempt, right? That's something that can happen very broadly. You can also have elevated punitive damages. Punitive damages are meant to stop harm to others. So they can look at this and say, look, this is a pattern of behavior.
None of this shit is happening.
Laguna, with Pixie, with Rose even. And guess what? We're going to offer...
Does he not know?
elevated punitive damages to keep this from happening.
There is no Rose, little bro.
Right? And then you can have a permanent no contact order for Mr. De Laguna. She could apply with the court for a no contact order. They would probably grant that. They could also be a mandate to delete the related content. So a mandate saying, hey, Destiny, you need to delete this video because you're now hoping, or sorry, you're now incentivizing your audience to go after Lauren because you've literally showed an area where she lives, where she works. And now that's created this situation where all it takes is one unhinged DGG
He showed them, not
and
her.
Boom, you've got a problem.
Rose is just the friends we made along the way. Yeah, true. True. Not wrong.
You've got a major problem. You've got an IRL altercation. You've got something that could end up in physical consequences, whatever else for Ms. De Laguna. That's really, really, really bad. So let's delete that. Let's delete that video. Even though the harm's already been done, we can at least delete the video. Okay, so here's Destiny's defenses, right? Here's Destiny's defenses. She approached me. And once again, I'm going to take this very fairly. So Destiny is claiming this recording was in self-protection. So he's saying this to protect myself.
Claiming?
Even if that's true, the presumptions are against Destiny. Because Destiny is a non-Texas resident. He doesn't live in Austin. He had no reason to be there, right? As far as I know. Maybe
he can just... The reason was he can go wherever the fuck he wants. The fuck? He's allowed to go to Austin? He's allowed to go to 6th Street? Yes.
He's allowed to just hang out. That's fine. But he has a large activist community. And part of that is there's a risk there of that. And once again, when somebody is a witness, you can't just treat them like anybody else. You have to treat them very carefully. The other argument I saw, it's a street bro. It's a street bro. And this was very cute. I actually like this one a lot. And yes, if two random people appear on a street, that's one thing. But Lauren is no longer a random person. She is a witness. And witnesses have to be dealt with differently. You can't just have a prolonged encounter.
He didn't know she was there, little bro. She approached him, little bro. What did you want him to do? If legal mindset wants to talk about court sanctions, you should be mentioning the potential 10K sanctions levied against Pixie for missing your deposition. Correct. Notice how he won't do that, though. Notice how he won't. Very interesting. I wonder why. Wonder why he won't do that. Curious. It makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Where you're mentioning gang stalking, going in on gang stalking, right? And just linger there. Yeah, you really need to remove yourself from that ASAP.
Does he think that was serious? Bro.
But I know Destiny doesn't have the power into him to not just argue and get into it and go back and forth with him. I know he felt the need to do that, but he could have just walked away. And that would have been the real right move. Is, okay, you bumped into her, she approached you, just walk away. Show that he's trying to walk away. But who walked away in that video? Was it Destiny? No, it was Lauren, right? Lauren ran away, actually, at a certain point, right? The last one is...
what do you... He's retarded. He's just retarded, bro. What do you even do? Like, at this point, like, what do you do? What do you do? Like, this guy's retarded. Yes, he did not run away from her. So, do you think if he had or tried to get away that she would not have followed him? Is that genuinely what you believe? Bro.
And by the way, in this statement, I want people to be very clear. Witnesses can't be harassed anywhere. Witnesses can't be harassed in the street.
She wasn't harassed. Does he know what harassment is? That's not harassment, bro. If you approach someone, you don't get to claim that's harassment.
In a car, in the hospital, in McDonald's, it doesn't make it okay based on it being a street. There's no exception in the law that says you can't harass witnesses except for in the street, right? The street is okay. It's not okay anywhere. And to the extent that they saw this as intimidation or harassment, that would be a problem.
Dude.
Right?
From what I've heard, Cryptic says, from what I've heard, this may or may not be true. Destiny was only at 6G in the first place because Lauren Southern was there doing something, had a speaking engagement or something that's brought Destiny to Austin. I don't know anything about that, but maybe, yeah. In which case, yeah, then that would go against that he was there specifically to fucking stalk Lauren Luna or some shit. Yeah, it's retarded. Superior Lauren, clearly. Is Lauren Southern.
Also, Lauren is lying. That's one of the defenses from Destiny and other people out there that I've seen that don't like Lauren and just have a personal problem with Lauren. Well, here's the thing. She filed a police report.
But in the streets, the only law that applies is the law of the jungle. True.
So she put her money where her mouth is. And if she lied, she will suffer penalties. So if she lied, if Lauren De La Luna is lying,
interesting,
then she's going to end up like Jussie Smollett. And by the way, I'll say this too. If she is lying, then she deserves to be punished. There it is. So if Lauren De La Luna is lying,
really
she deserves
legal
to be
mindset.
punished. Anybody who files a false police report deserves to be punished. However, at this point, I'm presuming it's not false. Because once again, of those consequences, and she's a lawyer, she knows there's consequences. She knows that. Right? Okay. Let me put this here. Bungo Bush says, I personally think people should stop even talking about Destiny. I think you become irrelevant. He's a piece of crap. I only talk about Destiny when it comes to things that affect the legal case. So I'm not a person who's going to come up here and you see my coverage. I cover many things. I cover it when it becomes a legal issue. If it's not a legal issue, I don't care. And I don't respond to Destiny either. So Destiny can say whatever he wants. He can respond. He can ad hominem people, whatever. I don't respond to that.
You can ad hominem people. Yeah, you don't respond, bro. You definitely don't see that. You don't care. You don't care when Destiny responds.
I just talk about the legal side. Now, if Destiny wants to make a legal argument and he's trying to make a legal argument, he wants to debate the law, that's fine, right? But at the end of the day, I'm covering this based on the fact there's a legal case of massive interest and a huge precedent for streamers.
Massive interest.
This case is going to set precedent. It's also going to set precedent for people's behavior.
Maybe.
Dr. Checkmate says, I think Destiny, Mischief, and people of Zilk cannot help themselves because they are caught by their own downward spiral ego. Well, they haven't taken that humble pie and saying, look, as a streamer, you're not God, you're not...
Yeah, bro. They're the ones that need to take the humble pie. For sure.
Invincible. You need to stay humble, and you're not perfect. I'm not perfect. No streamer is perfect. Do every legal prediction I make come true?
Wow.
No. Some of them do, right? A lot of them do in some cases. If we talk about Johnny
a lot of them do,
everything's
really?
come true there.
A lot of them?
Right? But, and like
guy has a good
Disney, when I
track
covered that,
record.
I was
That's
spot
what
on that
he's trying
entire
to
way. Point of the matter is that these are still all real issues. And people out there, if you've got a court case, you want to be aware of all this stuff. This is stuff you need to be educated on. Because this is something that is very, very real risk in federal court and state court. Toast Burner says, Your Honor, I felt so threatened that I told her I was stalking her and followed her around. See how the judge takes that one. Artemis says, if someone is stationary filming, does that count? Once again, yes. Would it have been worse if he chased her? But if he chased her, yes, that would have been worse. That would have been way worse. Is this the worst case ever?
Would not have been worse.
No.
It might have been...
Let's be fair to Destiny. Is it the worst case ever?
Like,
was he yelling and screaming at her in a way to say, you're not going to testify? You're not going to do this. No, he wasn't. Did he handle it the best way? No, he didn't. And I think even the most fervent simp for Destiny has to admit.
It could set precedent on the Cardi statute on the continuous disclosure thing, depending on how rulings go, on how this shit goes. But that's all. That's all I was saying. Fuck me.
That he didn't handle it the best way. Was it the worst thing ever? No. No, that's true. I've seen way worse. But could a jury or a judge punish him for it? Absolutely. Absolutely.
They won't.
Would be within the scope of their power.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Bro.
Conclusion here, because we're gonna.
He's really hoping, but that's not happening.
Destiny keeps digging himself deeper. Destiny is already in trouble.
Did you change your stream setup personally? Why do you keep? No, it's just because I keep. I have a pedal that I use to pause the video as well, and sometimes I'll just hit the mute by accident, or Someone just mute myself when I'm not talking. Then I think I hit it, but I didn't hit it. It happens.
Without adding on,
not the first time it's
guys,
been happening.
The Rose stuff alone is a nightmare for him, and he is really, really sunk by that. That is something that, once again, he doesn't even have a digital forensics expert right now. He hasn't rebuked that at all. He is in serious trouble if he cannot handle the Rose stuff. Very deep.
The Rose stuff is what? What? Wait. What did he say about the Rose stuff?
Okay. Conclusion here, because we're gonna keep this kind of pithy today. Destiny keeps digging himself deeper. Destiny is already in trouble without adding on this public incident. Guys, the Rose stuff alone is a nightmare for him. And
what does he mean by this? Does he not know that the Rose stuff got completely like fucking fucked in the last thing? That their fucking expert witness already fucking admitted about the actual date, messages, and also like a person was deposed who said that her ex-boyfriend was impersonating her on Discord, and that appears to be, that was the quote-unquote Rose was admitting that that was not her actually, that was a solo person. So like, bro, what?
And he's really, really sunk by that.
He's not
that
sunk.
is something that, once again, he doesn't even have a digital forensics expert right now. He hasn't rebuked that at all. He is in serious trouble if he cannot handle the Rose stuff. Very deep trouble. Separate from the Pixie stuff, right? That's not good, right?
There is no Rose stuff separate from the Pixie stuff. There is no Rose criminal case or Rose case. Like, what? That is not a thing. I think got pedal stuff. Damn, that's a fancy mute button too fancy. It's not fancy. It's like a pedal I got from work that they had from like fucking 10 years ago. I had to find a software that would actually work with this old ass fucking shit. It's just a USB pedal. Funny enough, I think this pedal was actually used for taking depositions and for like controlling a recorder. But because it's USB, I can just plug it into my computer. But yeah.
And beyond that, the case in the long run still benefits Pixie. The edge is still on her. Can Destiny come out on top? Possible, but it's not looking good, right? And at a minimum, this is going to be investigated by law enforcement. This is going to be investigated by Texas and likely by the DOJ, by the feds, for a multitude of the potential crimes, for sanctions, etc. It's going to be brought up to the court. I guarantee you, Pixie's lawyers are going to bring this up. I guarantee you. And Destiny is now going to have to deal with all this additional BS. Why? For what?
First of all, they already brought it up, and nothing's happened.
What did he gain from that? Absolutely nothing. Zero. So that's my take on this, guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here.
You can do a lot. It's fucking funny. It's funny as shit. I laughed. That's the benefit. I laughed. Didn't you guys laugh too? I think that was a pretty good benefit. No?
I'm going to be back with some other topics later. There will be a fast facts on this. I'm going to get it edited. My editor's been doing a fantastic job. But until then, until next time, guys, stay based and don't be coping and seething like Destiny will be after.
Yeah, Destiny's the one coping and seething, bro. For sure.
You are coping.
What is this, man? What the fuck is this? Nah, bro. What the? What am I looking at right now? What the? AI coping and seething song plus anime cringe? Holy fucking shit! What is this? Dude. Holy shit.
And so that was it. Less slavery, yes. And then I got what I wanted. So,
did she already watch this video?
The Trump thing. Unless you are willing
to
take it to the edge, unless you are willing to destroy yourself, in a lot of cases.
Should I go in and talk to her about it? What do you think, guys? Should I interrupt her stream like she interrupted mine?
Will not listen to you. You have to be willing to do anything.
You'll harass by that song?
People will not take.
All right. Well, let's go bother food shops. Let's go bother her. Hello?
Yo, what's up? Hi.
Hi, food shop. Just came to say hi.
Yeah, what's up?
Finished that legal mindset thing. What a fucking retard. Actually, does he not know that the Rose shit was debunked in the last like fucking filings? Is he just not aware? He's just not retarded.
He does not know.
He just doesn't know.
No,
He's a fucking retard.
Yeah, he didn't even read. He didn't even read.
Yeah. Literally.
And he's a lawyer. He's supposed to be a lawyer, and he didn't.
Oh my
read.
god! Any
Yeah.
day now, the DOJ is gonna come knocking on Destiny's door. Like, dude.
Yeah, he says that Trump's DOJ is gonna go after him. That's crazy. That's crazy. Again, like I've said before, right? Like I've said before. Sorry, you weren't here to hear it, but like, I said that I wish Trump's DOJ would go after Tiny because that would be such good content.
Cinema.
Because
Absolute
I would
cinema,
love,
dude.
I would love to read. I would love to read. Pam
free content for
Bondi's,
us,
like,
you know,
fucking
like
papers. Yeah, like Pam Bondi's like fucking filings on Destiny instead of Pixie's lawyers. And
Imagine.
the updates to the case would be crazy, and it'll be so much fun. But you know, I wish Legal Mindset was correct. Okay, in
True.
that respect.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But yeah, and fucking, he's like really hung up on like, oh my god, this fucking witness intimidation, dude. There's no harassment, there's no witness intimidation, there's no stalking. Like, he's just actually bullshit. So many
Is
people in
Lauren
my chat
Taylor
were saying
gonna
that.
even a witness? Yeah, is Lauren Taylor gonna even a witness?
No, he's
though?
like, so he's
Yeah.
retarded, okay? Because he was saying that like, oh well, people are saying that she's not actually like, no. People were saying that she's not a witness because she isn't a witness. Okay, there are no witnesses right now. There are only deponents. A witness list gets created, and like, you can even see Lauren De Laguna was arguing with people about this on fucking Twitter.
Mhm.
A witness list gets created before the trial, okay? Like in between discovery and the trial. At this stage, there are no witnesses, they're just deponents, and you will get deposed if you have shit, whatever the fuck. But Lauren, like, hasn't even been deposed yet. She's just a subpoenaed possible deponent. She's just a subpoenaed person. That's it. A person of interest.
Okay.
In this case. And that's it. Either way, even if she was a witness, this doesn't reach witness intimidation, because where's the intimidation, right? Like when you think about witness intimidation, like what is that for, right? It's when like.
Well, I mean, why would Steven smile like that, dude? That's
Even like
intimidation.
exactly. So for one, yeah, true. he was very happy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Secondly, like think about
He
like
intimidated me.
in like media, like TV shows, like when does witness intimidation happen? It's when you don't want this person to say something about you. Destiny's lawyers are the ones who subpoenaed her. They want her to talk. He wants her to like say something. Witness intimidation is you don't want them to talk, but they do. So what is? It doesn't even make sense.
Bro, he comes up, dude. He comes up with such like crazy claims too, because he says something like, "Oh, this is gonna set precedent. This is gonna be unheard of in the streamer world. This is gonna set precedent. Yeah, this is gonna set." What?
It's funny because like he's
precedent? Like, what is going on? What are you talking about? Yeah,
he's a little bit right. This case could set precedent, but only like good for Destiny versus like not on Pixie's side. The only like. In theory, this could set precedent because the Cardi law is a new statute, right? It could set a precedent on the continuous disclosure argument thing, but that's it. Not like actually like set precedent on like, and Destiny's gonna get Omega fucked on. No, it's not happening.
No, I don't think so either. Yeah. But then, you know, I'm not a lawyer, okay? But you know, Legal Mindset is a lawyer, right?
For sure.
I'm
so
sure
he must know
he
so
knows.
much, right?
I'm sure he. You know, he knows so much more than I do. You know, so I gotta respect the opinion of a lawyer. I gotta know my place, right?
Yeah, we have two very smart lawyers on this, Lauren De Laguna, and fucking Legal Mindset. Truly the best of the best.
Don't forget esports Batman, litigious gamer.
Sorry, litigious gamer. I don't think he says if he's a lawyer.
Yeah.
He's just someone who knows law. He knows
I'm pretty sure I've seen a litigious gamer claim to be a lawyer, but I don't remember actually. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I recall like
he's retarded. So.
Litigious gamer, yeah. These like Humega laws who aren't even confirmed. Bro, wait, hold on. Okay? There's no way Legal Mindset is actually a lawyer, right? You could find his name on the bar search because that shit's all public.
He's
right?
a lawyer. That's me. So like, people get like mindfulness. Like they're retarded as lawyers. Okay, it's that simple. Like. Lawyers can be very retarded. If you work in law at all, or if you ever like come in contact with like people in the legal profession, like you will know they're retarded as people working in this field.
I feel black pilled. I feel black pilled because like, well, actually no, hold on, no, I'm not even that black pilled because No, I'm still black belt because I was gonna say that for every single winning lawyer, there has to be a loser lawyer. He's just a loser lawyer. But I don't even think I want my loser lawyers to be this stupid. I just don't think so. Like I don't even like even if a lawyer were to lose, because Kafka has lost before, right? Like even a lawyer were to lose, I want them to have Kafka's intelligence. I want them to have Kafka's Chad aura, okay?
Yeah.
But
the best of us.
But at the same and you'll never win your entire career if you practice for decades, right? It's impossible. There's no way. But he's just so stupid. I'm not even sure if I want him to win the case because that would show
people
that would,
like this, like Lauren and fucking retard mindset, like they and like I don't know all the details, but like they're fucking like shit. Like you can become like you can go through life as a lawyer and just not do anything that actually requires fucking skill, and you can still, you know, make a living. Like these fuckers, absolutely what they do. At least for Legal Mindset, right? He does like fucking immigration shit for like, and Lauren probably just does like contracts. Like if you just do contracts, you're fine. Like you don't you don't need your brain for that shit. You just review contracts and that's it. And with people like this, like they're lawyers, but they do like actually like hard fucking cases that require their fucking actual brain power. Like no, they're just retarded.
No,
Oh, sorry. Somebody in my chat said I thought Lauren was a public defender. Correct. She got fired from being a public defender. So.
Wait, do you know anything about that? Do you know why she got fired? Was she just not doing her job? Sure, being lazy.
That's what I heard.
Yeah,
fired,
I mean, like the snarky part of me probably says that, oh yeah, she's just really bad at her job. She's so bad at her job that like she got fired, right?
I that's what I think. I think it must have just been that.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say that I'm not even sure if I want like Legal Mindset or Lauren De Laguna to even win the case because that would undermine the system, in my opinion. Like I would be blackpilled on the system, right? That would allow them to win in the first place if they ever won a case. Because I think ultimately, like people like this, like really undermine the field as a whole. Like especially the Trump lawyers, especially as well. But especially like these people, right? Like these people are just unhinged. Like these people are actually just I just can't believe like these people exist. But yeah, I mean
they exist. Legal field is full of people like this, unfortunately, and that's just sometimes just how it is. As much as it's bad. Like if 50% of like what is it, like fucking 50% of doctors are below average doctors, and it's like, you know, that's how it is sometimes.
Median, right? Like 50% below the median, not the mean. And
it's like, what do you call the worst? The doctor who graduates bottom of his class, a doctor. It's like it really is that, like in every profession, but like in lawyers you will see it because for some reason, like even for doctors, and I mean it's kind of different for doctors, but also for lawyers, like, you know, there are standards, but also you can be a retarded lawyer.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess the saying wouldn't work as much for a doctor because a doctor isn't versing another doctor, right?
Also, doctors,
like,
if they're bad,
law,
they depending, right? The people die, so it's that. So.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. But for lawyers, it's like PvP, right? It's PvP.
Homer from my chat said, "At least Trump's lawyers are evil and stupid. These guys are just stupid." True. Like these are just retards. Also, they're not even evil.
Another issue that I kind of run into as well is that I don't feel as though people sign up for these jobs with the right mindset. I think that
what kind of mindset?
They all sign up for this job for like the social prestige and for the money alone, and they don't really care much about like making sure the practice looks good, making sure the medical field or the law field looks good as a whole. And I think that's also disappointing. Well, I mean, I'm not surprised, right?
Well, De Laguna is probably a literal
makes
nepo
me
baby.
sad. Yeah.
So that's like, you know, already.
Who? Wait, who? Sorry?
Lauren De Laguna is probably just a nepo baby.
Yeah, sure.
God, whatever the fuck, you know, she's not really worried about that shit. But I don't know shit about Legal Mindset, but like, yeah, some people people don't respect like themselves. Like I don't know how legal mindset can be a lawyer and say
Well,
such
I certainly
shit.
don't respect Lauren, of course. Yeah.
Of course, but like
yeah.
self-respect, like Jesus Christ, man. Like why would you? I don't know. It's embarrassing. It's shameful, and there's no shame.
Yeah. Are you still trying to go after a law degree at some point?
Yeah, I would like to. Yeah.
Okay.
Eventually.
Do you actually feel passionate about the field of law and not just for the money or social prestige of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
I haven't talked about it much, but like yeah. I think like legal profession is pretty fucking important, and like that's one of the reasons that I want to do is like for one thing it interests me, like, and another it's like you need people who care about this shit, and it's like seeing I mean I don't know if you remember a while ago, if you ever watched me crash out on fucking Gen Z lawyer one time on a Wiki panel, like
Gen Z,
these people are embarrassing, like they're an embarrassment to the profession, like
yeah,
it's bad.
Also, I can't believe, dude, professors are so scared of voicing strong takes on live streams and shit like that. But then you'll see all these like fucking lawyers who are like just flagrantly giving the worst fucking takes ever without a care in the world.
Not legal
right?
advice, by the way, and that's all I say, and that's it.
Sure, not legal advice, but even then, it's like very misleading, very flagrant.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
they just say, "Oh, it's not legal advice," and
know.
that is apparently supposed to fucking make it all okay.
Yeah.
Like not to like fucking like DMs or anything, but like me and Kafka, like we have a show together, whatever. But like he's very careful. Like none of this is legal advice. Like I'm not gonna say anything. Like he's very careful about what he says, even about anything that he's like working on or anything he's like involved. Like he's like Kafka's very professional, very incredibly professional about his actual fucking job, and it's like none of these people have any self-respect or any like reverence for the position they hold in society, which is like a lawyer. Like this is an actual fucking like thing. Like I don't know. I don't get it.
I think it's the same with any other job, where as long as you work in the field long enough, you're going to be very exasperated about it, no matter how like prestigious the job is, right? I think that's the way I kind of look at it. But yeah. I mean the same thing with a streamer, right? Like you stay in the streamer world long enough, you kind of forget about you kind of forget about you in the past who looked up to other streamers, right? And instead you flagrantly, like, that's why people do crypto rug pulls on their own fucking audience, right? It's the same thing. You're disrespecting the field in a way. Yeah, one day. But like in my opinion, yeah, you're disrespecting the fucking field. Like every single time a fucking streamer does something really fucking stupid, the more people like distrust streamers in general, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing. But
and also like
people do what they
do.
do.
Whenever I'm reviewing any of the like fucking Destiny case fucking filings or anything, like I get like one person in my chat like always says like, a case like that, like anytime there's like a fucking Me Too whatever that's like actually like a fucked case, it's like it makes it worse for women who were like actually trying to fucking like report on their abusers and shit like that. And it's like that's kind of how I feel about the Pixie case too. It's like, bro, this is not a real thing. Yeah. Why would you do this? And it's the same thing with it. It's like you're just making it worse for everybody else when you do some bullshit, and it's really true.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. No, for sure. And that's why there's so much. There's so many women like defending Steven as well.
True.
But like that's another reason why like self-policing your own like fucking group is like matters, right, in the first place.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
How's the I saw you're watching Asmund Swap. How's the Asmund Swap? What is he talking
about?
Oh,
it's painful. Like I'm trying to. The hardest part about watching Asmund Swap is, I'm trying to turn it into something funny. I'm trying to have fun with it. But it's more like it's really hard. It's really hard for me not to just crash out at him.
He's just so fucking evil.
Yeah, because he's so fucking exactly. It's because he's evil. Yeah, but like it's for me. I'm just like I have to hold it in. I have to hold it in because otherwise, like yeah, people.
That's why I
people
can't
are
watch
gonna
it. It's like I know I'm just gonna fucking
look upon
lose
it
this
a
guy.
little bit disfavorably. Yeah, because I just like there's just something visceral within me because I'm really good at like keeping myself from crashing out, okay, in general, these days, okay, but somehow when it comes to Asmongold, I can't do it. I just cannot do it. It's not possible for me to. Like, I wish I'm able to restrain myself, but I can't. Like, that's how I feel about it.
I haven't had a good crash
I
out
don't
since like since I crashed out in Gen Z Lawyer, but like that one viscerally triggered me. I think particularly because he was like fucking literally lying about me, but also just in general, like if I was ever on another panel with that guy, like I would lose it. So I get it. I also just avoid shit that will trigger me like that because
like you're talking about like him in his fucking like rich ass mansion looking ass place, like high and mighty, like talking about the rest of the plebeians on his high horse of being a lawyer. Oh my god, dude, he is like biologically engineered.
I couldn't get through.
Yeah.
I saw that he did a debate a little while ago against,
wait, when did you crash out against him? Did I watch it before?
That was months ago.
You know?
Like 2 or 3 months ago.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. I think it was Destiny was doing a panel with him. I think I called in near the end because I had just a few days before that I had been I called in to a panel that he was on, and we had stayed after the panel and like we were having a chat or whatever. I was just asking like, how the fuck can you still support Trump? And he was like talking whatever. It was fucking insane. He literally thinks Trump is like legally bad on like all of his fucking cases, but he still supports him. And like, Gen 6 was bad, but I'll still support him. And it's like, I can't. And then that fucking panel after, and like I come on and he's like, but we were talking. You were like, you didn't have any pushback on. I'm like, we were just talking. It wasn't a debate, bro. We were just talking. I couldn't, man. I couldn't with that guy. He actually triggers the fuck out of me. It's so bad.
Yeah, that's pretty damn bad, dude. Right, and Ryan McLoley, dude, he is.
Oh,
he is so dishonest. Like he's actually just straight. He's like, okay, you know how he always brings up that he went to the Supreme Court. You know what information he leaves out that is very telling about him. So he argued in the Supreme Court, but he never clarified whether or not he won. Because he probably lost. That's why.
I also wonder,
because
like, granted, you could. I'm sure this is something you could just look up, or somebody could, right? I don't give a fuck enough to. But like, since he just uses his name randomly, you could just look up.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder if. I don't think he. I don't like laws like his go to the Supreme Court and they're not like actually like whatever the fuck. I wonder if it was just like an appeal that got instantly granted, or it was like not like I don't know if it was some big thing, or. Like you said, maybe he could have just lost. Who the fuck knows?
No, he probably has lost because I've seen another lawyer on YouTube like talk about going up to the Supreme Court, and he's like, yeah, and I won the case. And I'm like, oh, cool. It seems like nothing's holding them back from mentioning that because there's no way. Lawyers have a lot of pride, right? Like they have a lot of pride. There's no way they wouldn't mention that if they won the case. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. Yeah.
Make a good point.
Yeah.
Somebody should ask him.
You should ask him.
Me, if I could.
Yeah.
I know Kafka.
Yeah, next time he hops onto a fucking Wik TV panel, you should ambush him like a dickhead.
For sure.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we could we'll try to get him on E-Core. I know Kafka debated him once, but also I think Kafka has I think he was debating Ryan Malali and Lactoid, and I think they both fucking hate him. I think Lactoid hates Kafka's guts. I don't remember why.
Why?
Me once, but it was like because he just fucking owned him in the debate.
But
yeah.
The way that lawyers are, I've noticed, is a lot like women. You know.
True. Not wrong.
Is that they have to be the best one out of the group.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of drama in the legal world. You wouldn't believe. It's all fucking.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's high school.
The way I kind of look at it as well is like. It's like the cosmetic industry, right? I will not elaborate further than that.
Okay. I was waiting for the elaboration. Yeah. Sure.
No. If you know, you know. If you don't know, don't worry about it. Okay.
I don't know. I will not worry about it. There you go.
Yeah.
Simple as.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I'll leave you to the Aspen slop, I guess.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for
see.
dropping in. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Yep.
Since you dropped into me, I'm dropping into you.
Based.
See ya.
Awesome.
Oh, Elmer
Alright, see ya,
Fudd
bye.
found a timestamp. You can link to food shops. Okay, I'll send you the link to my crash out on Gen Z
Oh.
Lawyer if you want to watch it ever.
I think I remember watching
I think
it. But
it
yeah,
said
you
it was
can
like
link
3
it
or
to
4
me.
days after Kirk. You probably watched it, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye.
All right, I'll
folks.
see you around.
ya.
Okay. Bye. See ya.
Food slops. Well, food shops. Let me get to. Somebody found the timestamp. There you go. Thanks, Elmer Fudd. Sick. Ryan pissed me off so much. I have to take frequent breaks from watching the debate so I don't crash out. Yeah, I get it, Last Stand, because holy fuck, he's the worst. It's so bad. Oh shit, Cryptic, you got AM modded. Lex is an actual piece of shit. Gotta hate that fucker. He's constantly telling Ukrainians that they need to surrender to Russia. Does he? I didn't even know that. Jesus. It doesn't surprise me though. He's fucking MAGA, even though he pretends like he's not. Like he's just fucking saying, "Oh, I voted Democrat my whole life." Yeah, good one, bro. Good one. You crushed her in that debate. Thanks, Harpo Quado. Yeah, I destroyed her. Beat the fuck out of food shops in that debate. I won. Thanks for agreeing. Harpo Quado. Where does that name come from? Harpo Quado? What does that mean? Curious. What was I doing before the food slumps?
He tried to force me to do the work.
We're watching this, and then we watched the legal mindset thing, and then we just had this stuff up on. Yes, he did. Lactoid debated Wick on Tim's Pool's show, and the low point of the debate was Lactoid trying to justify Russia mass kidnapping Ukrainian children. Damn. Oh, you mean Lactoid? Oh, yeah, I thought you meant Red Lolly. Yeah, Lactoid. Yeah. He's fully fucking MAGA. I thought you meant Ryan Lolly. I don't think I've heard Ryan Lolly say the fucking Ukraine thing, but yeah. Lactoid for sure. He will do that. Quota from Quetzal. Yeah, I assumed it was Quetzalcoatl, but yeah. Good shit. Good shit, Carpo Quota. I liked it. I like that name. Last Stand. Isn't being a Dem until Trump happened evidence of him being MAGA, not the other way around. Yeah, but he seems to not... he seems to not put that together. Also, his main fucking thing is that he thinks DEI is going to prevent his kids from succeeding in life or something, which is just... Bro. Like... You're on the verge of racist, bro. I don't know enough to say, but... Dude. That is... You're borderline. You're on the edge, brother. If that is seriously something you're fucking... Like... bro. I can't with that guy. I just can't. The words fail me, okay? That's all. They do. They fail me. The words are not there. It's just retarded. Purple is zoned to a herptile. What is herptile? What does that mean? Warlord asks, what will the next E-Corp be about? That's a great question. We're currently trying to find that out. We're trying to see who we can get for E-Corp. If you guys have any suggestions, or if any of you want to be on E-Court to litigate your own debates, let us know. But yeah, we'll have E-Court as soon as we can. We're trying to do ban appeals as a weekly thing, but it's also something that just, you know, I'd love to see how it works out. It's also, I think for me, I haven't talked about this with Kafka, but like I think E-Court should be something that is ideally something topical. Like whenever the fucking, like the one yesterday, or 2 days ago, I guess, since 2 a.m. About like tit for tat, like that we had scheduled out, like that's been a month in the making, like fucking, or like two, like or more. Just scheduling fucked it so hard. But like, yeah, man. I mean, yep, just means reptile. I like snakes. Oh, well, there you go. Good shit. Snakes are cool. Make it Sarky versus Dirt on movies. If DRT wants to do fucking movies on the E-Court, I would. We would be down for that. Why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? Sounds like good drama shit. Fuck it, we can find the truth. Who has the better movie tastes? What is the secret for these guys? I don't understand. Wait, what did... The fuck? What did I put it? Radish? Fuck. Did I misclick? Apple. Why is... Okay, whatever. Fuck it. What else did I watch? Something like the Aatrox shit. Is the Aatrox shit interesting? What is this about? The jobs numbers are great. Let's watch the Aatrox thing. I promised that we'd watch this after, so let's do that. Why not?
Oh, speaking of that, job update. I mentioned the yen carry trade is one reason why the stock market was a little jittery today, and the AI fears, second reason. But the third reason is ironic, which is that the economy is so...
I don't know how much longer I'm gonna stream. It's already 2 fucking a.m. What else is my food shops? I could rate food shops. Peach live? Peach is live, right? Peach is still? Peach is live, right?
Like, boss is like so fucking cool.
Oh, he's
he's
still alive.
actually so fucking cool. He's so cool.
You keep your promises you'll never make it as a
When that
streamer?
time comes, if I
You might
haven't
be
got
right,
my
actually.
hair done yet, I'm literally I am planning on telling him.
Oh, I'm not signed in. No, fuck. I gotta do it on my own fucking... my other browser.
You need to spot me when I need to get my hair done. I am not gonna take a picture for the fucking public like this. Are you fucking serious? I was like, I'll get company colors in my hair. I don't give a fuck. You do whatever the fuck you want me to do. You tell me. Drums too?
What's she doing?
But that's only if I can't do it until then. And then, once I do my hair, it's my nails. And then, it's one of
What's
those
she talking about?
Bet. I can't wait.
GC.
And then it's gonna
chat?
be snacks.
I'm back as foodie gone, blessed and 8. Fleck, are you a food shops hater? Wow. Oh, she left. Tune back in later. See what's going on.
Excited.
Let's watch the
Trade is
Aatrox
one
thing.
reason why the stock market was a little jittery today, and the AI fears, second reason. But the third reason is ironic, which is that the economy is so
How dare you,
excited about the
Fleck.
prospect of Jerome Powell cutting rates that good news is kind of bad news. And so even though that the jobs report came out and had a good headline number at 110,000 new jobs, now, I'm gonna call bullshit on some things here, but let's say a spade a spade. Okay, this is 110,000 new jobs. Don't ask where those jobs are, and don't ask if they're gonna get revised down. But usually the headline number like this would be good for the stock market. But instead, it's the opposite. Because there's good news in the job market, that means it's more likely that Jerome Powell might hold rates steady and instead keep them higher to help fight inflation. Again, it's a constant battle between fighting inflation or fighting the job market, or helping the job market. And if this is not a problem, then they're going to try to either keep rates steady or even raise them to fight inflation. And if the job market is a problem, then they'll cut. And so because they might not cut, the stock market also freaked out. It's ironic, but it's kind of reversed. Now, to go into this number, we still had rising unemployment rate. I think we hit 4.4. What we had, 4.4%. So it's rising. It's up. Highest it's been in a few years. And these new jobs, and I think they'll get revised down. But these
Skip
new
the
jobs are
Aatrox one is
entirely
bad. Is
in
it?
hospitality.
Fuck it.
and
I
healthcare.
promised.
That's
Okay.
it.
I'll watch
So
it.
if you are in those industries, healthcare. What's
going on here?
Writing. If you're in those industries, there is some job growth, probably low quality jobs, but everything else is still shrinking. So if you care for old people, you can make some money. That's a growth industry. Boomers have money and they need healthcare. But outside of that, we're seeing real deterioration. And again, the same day as announced, there was a massive layoff of white collar jobs at Verizon. I think like 30,000 jobs. I mean, we're seeing massive like
Damn.
white collar job layoffs regularly. So Please do not
30K?
believe the fucking headline here that everything's bad. I mean, nobody believes it anymore. No one believes it. And especially because they said we're not going to release the numbers, and they did release the numbers, and then there's something good. It all feels very massaged. But even the massage numbers show rising unemployment, only a few sectors of growth, and overall deterioration. Why can't the U.S. government just pull an Ubisoft and cancel reporting and hold trading? We may get there. We may get there one day. The monkey's paw might curl, brother. By the way, again, you can never time the fucking market. I'm not fucking saying anything. But a few days ago, we watched that video of Palantir CEO Alex Karp just having an absolute fucking dumbass answer to a basic question. And we said, man, maybe the fucking Michael Burry was onto something. The stock is down 7% since then. And what's crazy is every single day, I looked this up, Alex Karp is selling like fucking crazy. He's selling fucking, what is this, $95 million worth of fucking Palantir stock. And it's just fucking crazy because he gets out there and he's like, fucking short sellers are against the mission of the greatest company of all time. And then he goes home and he mashes the sell button every day of his company that's worth 500x what it's actually making. It's crazy. His public and private actions are completely asynchronous. Is it scheduled selling? It's always scheduled selling. They've never once in the history of insider sales ever said that it was a choice. It's always, every single time.
Does he have the Ludwig laugh?
15 years I've followed any of it, they always say, and possibly true, but
he has it, you know what I mean?
Timing is crazy. They always say it's a scheduled sale that we had well in advance, part of our normal cost of doing business. And
who knows what I mean?
Selling. It's a choice. I mean, you can choose whether it's to make that scheduled sale. And he's doing it every day, bro. He's just fucking spamming the sell button and printing money off this heavily overvalued company. Is it public information? Yeah. All executive sales of public companies is public information. Anyway, interesting day. Definitely interesting fucking day. Yeah, I think the best performing stock today was Walmart, which is crazy. Yeah, Walmart had good earnings. But I think that was because, I mean, I'm not kidding. So, you know how we've talked about the K-shaped economy?
Maybe Ludwig has the H-track left? You might be right. Could
it's
be.
Like this side was always going down,
So
and now this side's
that.
kind of going down too. I don't know how you describe it, because there's still some people doing great. So it's like an R with a fucking swoosh at the top. But the number of people, Walmart and TJ Maxx are drawing the cash-strapped and the wealthy. Like the bougie tier above Walmart is getting wiped out, which is like the Targets. Target's gotten destroyed, and people are just they're trading down to Walmart. Even the people who are supposedly at the top end of the cake, people that are kind of well off. So yeah, we're seeing more people shop at like the bargain stores, even if they have decent money. They have savings. And so that's causing a huge return for Walmart and a huge downswing for Target. I go to Target for the hot moms, not the prices.
Bro.
What I'm saying is they might not be showing up. You might even have to find them at Walmart now. I'm seeing way more
Damn, the hot moms aren't even going
I think that's the trend. That's the trend, bro. You know, there's that K shape, right? But now the weaker gazelles of the quote unquote rich are trading down. It's working for fewer and fewer people as prices keep rising and jobs start disappearing.
It's even the point.
Thoughts on the recent trade deal with Australia in regards to rare earth minerals?
Yeah, friends for years, maybe just known as a Ludwig left as a video streamer.
The West broadly is trying at full speed. This is Europe, Australia, America, Japan.
I assume that's what it was. It's just like, oh, they're friends. They will have similar mannerisms, but it's funny to me. Yeah.
Japan, fucking everybody. I know Japan doesn't sound like the West, but it's part of this Western coalition. To get a rare earth metal pipeline that's outside of China. It took China decades to do this, so the fact that we think we're going to do it in a year is pretty fucking crazy, but we're trying. We're throwing money at it. We're making deals. There is attempts to make rare earth refining, specifically rare earth magnets too, outside of China. It's one of the major stories right now. It's one of the major things that are happening. Do you think it's a good deal for Australia? I don't know the specifics. Probably. It's a win-win, right? Australia if there's one thing Australia can make money on, it's mining. Their economy is mining and then a housing bubble. I'm not being rude here, but if you look into the Australian economy, it's actually the only real thing they're exporting is minerals and shit they mine out of the ground. And then the GDP all comes from housing growth. And then, yeah, I guess universities and tourism. There's more to it, but they export laughs as well. True. They export good vibes. They do export good vibes. That can-do Aussie spirit. I'm in my early 30s in Sydney trying to buy a 2-bedroom unit in my area. Lows of 1 million, average sale of 1.2 mil. I don't think there's anything that makes Gen Z happier than the thrill of like saving for a house they can't afford. I think it like kind of gets you guys riled up, bro. Gen Z and young millennials. He's not Gen Z, I know, but he might be able to afford it. I'm talking about people that can never. No, you guys are thinking I'm talking to that guy Gen Z. That guy's talking about buying one. I'm talking about people that are Gen Z who can't.
Yeah, I don't remember who linked this.
Oh, yeah.
I'm be real,
files, bro. Epstein files.
Not that interesting.
The bill was signed by Trump, and so now Pam Bondi has 30 days to release the files, and she is already saying that they're gonna. I mean, they're clearly trying to find some fucking loophole. But that's why I've been so impressed with Thomas Massie, bro. Thomas Massie, despite being Republican, is every day out there doing speeches with the survivors and saying that we will not rest until we get all of the files that name everybody, not just a fucking redacted part. Not just
they won't rest.
So I'm impressed by his candor on that.
that. Madam Attorney General,
For
the
sure.
DOJ statement earlier this year saying that the files would not release mentioned the fact that the review of the documents and the evidence did not suggest that any additional investigation of third parties was
Well, I
warranted.
apologize. I
What
took
changed,
gamble and lost for
since
that.
then
Oh, was
that
it
you
you,
launched
Fleck?
this
Oh,
investigation?
damn.
Information
Sorry,
that
Fleck.
has come for
Not that
information.
interesting.
There's
be real.
information that new information, additional information, and again, we will continue to follow the law to investigate any
Bro,
leads. If
additional
there are any
information.
We
no
found some
straight-
new
are you
information. We think
serious?
Epstein, he might have been a pedophile. he might have been a sick son of a bitch connected to other rich people. Wow. We thought for sure that
Might
dog
have been.
wouldn't hunt. That was a dead route. But we're finding out some crazy new information. Now, this new information wouldn't be the fact that you guys were about to lose a vote, almost assuredly, and so you last second flipped into supporting the vote, and now have to pretend like it was all part of the plan.
You had one more on wedding.
Sure. CBC, you mentioned a Canadian lawyer. If you can tell us more about it, the extradition of a Canadian lawyer, and also a question for Commissioner Michael Duhem on.
So Mir, did that reporter sound like Kafka? I don't think so.
Plan.
You had one more on wedding.
Second flipped into support.
You mentioned a Canadian lawyer.
Crazy rich people.
Information.
Change did not suggest that. Mentioned the fact that the review of the documents and the
Wait a
evidence
minute.
did not suggest that any additional investigation of third
I see
parties
what you
was
mean.
warranted. What changed since then that you launched?
You're onto
this
something,
investigation?
Number 5. It's not identical,
that has
but
come for information.
you're onto something.
There's information that new information.
Also, yeah,
Canadian
Patel
lawyer,
always
if you
looks
can tell us
cracked
more
out.
about it, the extradition of a
He's
Canadian
got
lawyer,
the
and
fucking
also a
crazy
question
eyes,
for
always.
Commissioner Michael Duhem on 7 other.
Always.
I just want to watch the Epstein stuff. Sheesh Louise, bro. She looks stressed. I hope that she's not feeling any kind of stress over this protecting the people in the Epstein files. Because I would hate. Like, obviously, I want him to release, but I don't want anyone to feel.
From Kafka's big brother? Yeah, maybe. Conceiving that. Oh yeah, that was not that great a video. Okay, what else we got? We finished the President video. We got this Brian Taylor controversial reveals why he attacked Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay.
Chief Congresswoman Taylor Greene. Forgive for what? No, I just disagreed with her philosophy. She started backing perhaps the worst Republican congressman in our history, just stupid person named Massey. And
okay.
I said, go your own way. And once I left her, she resigned because she would never have survived a primary. But I think she's a nice person.
What was the point of that video? A great question.
That was Trump being asked if he'd be willing to forgive Marjorie Taylor Greene, which he immediately shuts down, before revealing the real reason for the feud. He explains that she aligned herself with someone so reviled as Thomas Massey in his effort to release the Epstein files. That is why Donald Trump was so incensed. That's why he was so quick to abandon one of, if not the most loyal foot soldiers that he had, because Trump is hell-bent on suppressing whatever is in those files. And because Greene wouldn't be an accomplice to his efforts to cover up a pedophile ring, he threw her under the bus.
I was called a traitor by a
Whoa,
man that I fought for 6 years for. And I gave him my loyalty for free. I won my first election without his endorsement, beating 8 men in a primary.
It was for
And
free, bro.
I've never owed him anything, but I fought for him for the policies and for America first. And he called me a traitor for standing with these women and refusing to take my name off the discharge petition. Let me tell you what a traitor is. A traitor is an American that serves foreign countries and themselves. A patriot is an American that serves the United States of America and Americans like the women standing behind me.
What a fucking retard.
And I want to tell you that this only became possible today because the American people,
She does it for
who
free. Yeah,
we
she
serve
literally did it for free. Like, why would you
as
ever
representatives here in
admit
Congress,
that? Holy fuck.
demanded that this vote happen, and they put more pressure on every single elected politician in this city than has ever been put on them. And today you are going to see probably a unanimous vote in the House to release the Epstein files, but the real fight will happen after that.
In fact, Greene literally invoked Trump's attacks against her for daring sign the discharge petition to force a vote on the Epstein files in her resignation video.
Standing up for American women who were raped at 14 years old, trafficked and
14.
used by rich, powerful men should not result in me being called a traitor.
and threatened by the
Well,
President
they
of
did,
the
though,
United States,
because
whom I fought
you aligned
for.
yourself with the
However, while yes, hurtful,
clanker
my
as
heart
fought. Wait, did you say
remains
something that got AI modded? What did you say? She hates Jews for the love of the game. Oh, well, yeah, true.
filled with joy. My
She does.
life is
She
filled
got Art
with
of the Deal.
happiness, and my true
True.
convictions
She did
remain
get Art of the Deal.
unchanged.
You're not wrong.
Because my self-worth is not defined by a man, but instead by God, who created everything in existence.
And to her credit,
He's
she's
so
been
full of
consistent
shit.
on this issue.
Today, he called it a hoax while these women were speaking out and they were saying, we're not a hoax.
Wow.
We're human beings. And I think we need to see something turn around there.
You know,
and I'll say this, Eric.
He can prove it's a
Yeah.
hoax by releasing it. Let us decide if it's a hoax or not. I mean, I don't. I love everything they're doing. I'm MAGA through and through.
Well, I just want to finish up on one thing.
Yeah.
It's not a hoax because Jeffrey Epstein is a convicted pedophile. That takes away the whole
Wow.
hoax things. It's not a hoax. It's not a lie.
We should be at work on our committees. We
So
should
true.
be doing investigations. And you want to know something? We should be passing the discharge petition that Thomas Massey put in to release the Epstein files. Those are the things that we should be doing. And we,
Wow.
most of all, Tucker, we should be passing our appropriation
Most
bills
of all.
to actually fund the government and fund important projects that taxpayer dollars, these people pay their taxes. This is how taxpayer dollars come back to your districts. We should be doing that, but no, we're not.
But what do you say to people, perhaps people in your own district, who feel like his administration isn't being transparent on this issue,
shit,
and
this
it brings
is
a
right.
lot of questions up for them?
I don't really have to explain it. It's pretty much everyone across the board agrees, release the Epstein files. So this is something that I get calls into my office almost every day about. We track all the calls that come into my office, and I think that's extremely important, whether they come from the district or out of district, and it's all over the country. People just want this information released.
So if you're wondering why Trump turned on green, it shouldn't come as a surprise. What that
Yeah.
should also do is debunk this fallacy that Donald Trump in any way wanted transparency on the Epstein files. The only reason that he ultimately deigned to allow Republicans to vote their conscience in the House is because it was already clear that he was going to
It was a
lose
done
the
deal.
vote. His announcement that Republicans should
That's
vote to
why.
release the
He's not
Epstein
wrong.
files was like him giving permission for Monday to turn into Tuesday. A very generous sentiment, but completely and utterly meaningless. The reality
True.
is that if Trump was willing to bail on Green over the files, there is a clear reason why. It is the same reason that he spent 10 months refusing to release them himself, the same reason that Pam Bondi suddenly went back on her.
Seeing Tucker is always rude to me because it's crazy he's in behind bars for Dominion Machine's lawsuit. Yeah, I mean, all of Fox News kind of, you really wonder why they didn't give absolutely fucked me ass for that shit, but, you know, it's just how it is. Just how it is. That's why we count on the next Democratic administration to do what needs to be done.
Promise to release the files that were supposedly sitting on her desk, the same reason that the FBI put countless agents on this mission of flagging Trump's name in the files, the same reason that Trump had Mike Johnson adjourn the House early, the same reason that Trump had Johnson refuse to swear in Adelita Grijalva when it became clear that she would be the 218th vote on the discharge petition, the same reason that Trump frog marched Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room, to get her to remove her name from that petition. Clearly, Trump has something to hide. And if Green wasn't going to help him do that, then she was persona non grata as far as Trump is concerned.
True.
And I've said this before, but I'll say it again. This is how he treats everyone who loses their usefulness to him. The moment that you no longer become convenient, Trump will cast you aside. He did it with Ronna McDaniel, the former head of the RNC, who
He'll do it
he
with
used to
fucking
scapegoat
anybody.
Republican election
Not
losses.
give a
He did it
fuck.
to Michael Cohen, his longtime lawyer and fixer. Did it to Gordon.
Idea if Disney's original judge is still in the case, I should give it to the other guy because they're busy, but is that for the rest of the case? Doesn't mean like stuff. Yeah, the magistrate judge will be usually, my understanding is that they'll be on until like actual trial, and then the trial will be here. Because obviously judges have a lot of shit to do, so they can't always be like handling like every random fucking hearing, especially when, you know, Pixie's lawyers are doing just a million fucking things for no fucking reason, so it ends up being like they'll assign it to a magistrate judge and then they'll handle it until something actually needs to come before them that's like important enough, you know? It's usually how this. What else we got? Slopification of food. What's this? Should we watch this? I want to put on a short video. I'll probably in stream. You seen Trump stand up for Mamdani during an interview in the White House. I feel like I was dreaming. Yeah, we watched that earlier at the start of the stream. Pretty fucking crazy. The leftists are glazing Mamdani even though he was talking to Trump, and MAGA's fucking pissed that he was fucking being nice to Mamdani. It's fucking crazy. I don't even know. Let's watch the solidification of food. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick, so you guys don't have to tell me what happens in this one, but let me know. I'll be right back. You guys watch this.
Humans are the only animal that went beyond just needing food. And I mean, a cow has 10 times more taste buds than an adult human, but at no point has a cow decided, hey, if I can just scooch over here, yep. I am fully grown, but would it be weird if I take a swig of your milk, ma'am? Because this stuff looks delicious. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Hey, you think I could keep like a couple of you around for this exact purpose? I will feed you in exchange. No, cows stuck to eating earth carpet all day. But the truth is, humans would not have risen to the top of the food chain had they not learned to cook everything else in it. You know, less chewing, more nutrient, bigger brain. And then we not only discovered a way to get infinite food, we optimized food. Made food that makes you funnier, food that you just chew on, and food so decadent it has to be eaten under a tablecloth. But for something so important and almost synonymous with culture and life itself, why does food kind of suck now? Well, today we find out. The slopification of food started around lunchtime. Specifically, the invention of lunchtime. See, humans went from Ooga Booga eats if Ooga Booga finds and kills food, and Ooga Booga eats if it is the will of the Ooga Booga gods, to Ooga Booga has to hop in quick Zoom call. Maybe eat on desk if appropriate for camera to be off. Okay, if we can all have our cameras off for this one, please.
Oh, Ooga Booga should be on paleo diet anyway.
But and that's because before the Industrial Revolution, there was one main meal eaten around midday, and that was called dinner. At the end of the day, there was a lighter meal called supper, and breakfast wasn't something everyone had, since only godless gluttons ate before church. Problem was, in the 18th century, all those new and highly sought-after factory jobs didn't allow for people to leave work and have dinner, so having a luncheon was essential to sustaining any healthy growing 12-year-old during a grueling 14-hour shift at the textile mill. Yes, it was the demands of the Industrial Revolution that gave birth to the first industrialized food. Pre-made
Okay, I'm back. What did I miss? How's food getting slopified?
So did the various stalls that had set up shop around factories. And I should mention, a lot of businesses had worker canteens that provided free lunches. But you know, around the time the saying there's no such thing as a free lunch came about, those canteens were already becoming rare, the last ones being privatized by the 90s. At least in the West, giving rise to casual dining restaurants and eventually fast food. So, to sum up, the Industrial Revolution accidentally created a meal industry that entirely depends on you having a demanding job that prevents you from eating or cooking at home, as evidenced by the huge drop in profits from Tesco's meal deals during COVID. Yeah, nobody cooking at home eating this shit. And a lot changed with the industrialization of food. We got ice cream shops, dried milk, this. And just to give you an idea of how fast the food industry was
There's a need for
growing
factory
and
workers to
changing.
eat lunch. I
Early
see.
19th century, chocolate was still considered medicine. But by the end of the century, Nestle will already be plotting how to annihilate as many infants as they can, and then have the ones that do make it out alive be put to work. So we can have this. Which, by the way, a lot of people
Wow.
say modern food could kill a medieval child,
I love
but
Hot
a medieval
Pockets.
child would literally be eating hallucinogenic rye bread, dirt from the ground, and bones on a daily basis, so it's all a step up, don't get me wrong.
Based.
Now, going into the early 20th century, every housewife was going gym helper on the fridge, but also refrigerated railroad cars made it possible to have oranges
Wow.
in the winter, and
But this
immigration
person
made
claims
it
there was only
possible
dinner
to
around
have
midday and then
spaghetti
supper, which
for
is
the
a light
first
meal.
time like ever. And even though rationing would
Maybe.
be what dictated the next few years of food trends, well,
I don't
apart
know.
from
I
the
wouldn't know.
invention of sliced bread and the rising consumption of sugar,
true?
things were looking good. Up until the World War II economic boom, that changed everything. This era brought about many innovations. The only problem was, in order to expand on commercial innovations, people were encouraged to keep buying, so that, you know, others can keep innovating. Which made sense, of
Yeah,
course,
that's
until the goal wasn't
capitalism.
innovation and it wasn't making something that lasts. No, the goal became
Well,
making a quick buck. and buying jawbreakers or something. I don't know. I didn't go to business.
Don't buy it.
But I do know this shaped a
Duh.
toxic and easily manipulated consumer culture that
Stupid.
doomed dining, among other things. This is
don't
around
buy
the
it.
time when fast food, aggressive marketing, and spectacle became the main forces
Did she
that
even
shaped
consider
modern
that?
dining experiences. And this was the next big step towards the great slopification of food. Because much like the slop you're watching right now, I believe a lot of the foods you think you enjoy are slop. Not like cartoon cafeteria
Oh,
food
wait a
slop.
minute. You're saying this
More
is slop?
testicles mean
No
more
way.
iron. Like loud, obnoxious, zero substance, made to be briefly profitable and then forgotten. Slop. Think about it. Do you really enjoy any of the billboard, trending, or limited edition food items?
I don't know. I'm not looking at
of
anything
these
up that feels
last
like
few
cheating.
months?
True.
Or were you
I just believe
excited
everything this
by
person
them?
says.
Because I have no idea how restaurants
Simple
have
as.
brainwashed so many millennials into seeing a blob of cheese encase the most mid-$25 whiskey bacon-infused burger and have them lose their shit over it. Oh my god, where's my shit? More of something doesn't mean there's more flavor. It just means there's more of the thing, damn it. I've still to understand how cereal on a donut or a corn dog makes it taste better. And like really, does the shape of a back charm that smiles at you like a Mr. Beast thumbnail really do anything to enhance your dining experience at the $15 tourist trap bubble waffle place? Enough gimmicks. Man cannot live on gimmicks alone. By the way, I need to let you know, I don't think of myself as morally superior. I fall for food psyops all the time. You know, like when a food is a
Love the
seasonal
food
shape or
psyops.
color, or oh my god, when it's exactly the same, just smaller. Heck, I even get like that when I see a vegetable that's a different color. It's like an all-dark
Vegetable?
Magic the Gathering card. Plays the same, but having it
MTG.
makes me feel really good. So being excited about
better
fun
MTG.
foods isn't the issue. Restaurants, companies, and chefs that want you to get excited without wanting to make good food, that's the problem. Like Epic Mealtime called,
Problem?
they want their swag back, you filthy con artist. The internet makes excitement just way
What
too
if I like
I've
slop?
seen so
Does this
many
person
food
even
trends,
consider
and I
that?
don't just mean to buy chocolate and have your daily
What if I
caloric
crave
intake
the
cookies.
slop?
I mean ones that affect the marketing of already existing food items, like protein has become so popular. And I don't mean actual
Okay.
protein, I mean the word. And I guess that's because when diet culture was big, everything was low-cal, sugar-free, or vegan. Now it's protein, fermentation, probiotic. Because it's all about wellness now, even though we all know wellness culture is just diet culture wearing a Lululemon trench coat on its way to Pilates, instantly shit yourself drink in hand. Instantly shit yourself drink. I'm literally obsessed. Link in bio. It's always that your body is a temple bullshit. Yeah, sure, it's a temple.
It's good food.
but
Most
to
people
what
just don't
God
think it's worth the effort of
yourself.
making.
And if
Yeah,
you choose
true.
to be a cruel and vengeful god, hey, not everybody's gonna want to visit, but it's your temple and not the sad shrine to vanity. Which leads me to my next point. I asked you if you like the thing or you were just excited by it. Now I want to ask you, do you like the thing or do you just want others to know you like it / have it? Apart from the internet, another
Shit.
significant shift in food and dining was during the 2007 recession, which proved that something from
Holy
the
shit,
past
okay.
is still true today. Food is status. And status tastes good.
The
I'm
recession
talking about the
did it?
2007 recession in particular because consumer findings that came out during that time are completely counterintuitive. Here's what I mean. Big chain supermarkets in the UK usually have a premium store brand and a Savers store brand. Why am I giving UK supermarket chains as an example? Well, stores like Walmart and Lidl did the fun thing and offered people
talking about loss
alternate universe
leaders?
versions of snacks that Bread and Link would be proud of. You know, the bootleg Oreos and fruit rounds. The packaging can get pretty surreal, but it's stuff that still
I
looks
love
like a
the
product.
off-brand.
Meanwhile, as the cheaper option, UK chains offer actual communist rations. And they did make them look like that because they don't actually want you to buy them. Like, can I get a price tag for a super cheap middle lower class can't afford the good stuff discounted council cookies with chocolate product? Many agree that they do feel bad buying them. So during the biggest recession in recent memory, the sales of premium store brand products rose by a third, in contrast to the sales of Savers items which remained the same. Not to mention people were buying more free-range organic eggs than ever before. And I understand it. When you have less money, you want to spend more money on things you can actually afford. That's
Less is
just
more.
treat culture. And funnily enough, even after the rebranding of
I love
Savers
my
items
treats.
as essentials, the products still make you feel like you're in some simulation made by aliens. I'm scared I'll reach for the bag
Simulation.
of nondescript chips, and next thing I know, I'm getting probed. But anyways, while I understand and enjoy treats, treat culture for me evolved into people tricking you into thinking overpriced things are treats. I remember being too young to drink coffee, but seeing pictures of Starbucks on Tumblr and wanting to try it. I also know the bar is higher now. It's
Too
almost
young
like
to
the
drink
more a health
coffee?
costs, the more a treat does.
Never too
Because
young.
it's not really Starbucks cups I'm seeing anymore, it's Air One smoothies. And the UK doesn't even have a fucking whatever that is. But it does have a Starbucks. And I did recently get a pumpkin spice chai latte. I was excited. It was a
Whoa!
treat. But a few sips in, I realized, wow, I do not believe a pumpkin spice this latte. This sucks. I'm a big foodie. I like cooking.
don't get
I
it
like
then.
trying out new foods, and I've gotten pretty
Well,
good at sussing out when a new food is a spectacle.
just
Trust
don't
me,
get
for
it.
the last 5 years, my
No
go-to
one forced you.
McDonald's order is hamburger, large fry, and Coke dessert. But it did take 10 seasonal limited edition items for me to get there. For me to understand they're just making shit up. And none of the shit they're making up is worth it. I guess I'll end it all by saying it's
Okay.
not all bad, but there will always be hustlers trying to trick you, so it's your job as a consumer to not get too excited. Okay, now
That's
who's
always the
ready to
case.
get excited? By Gamer Subs. Oh yeah, this is you before Gamer
My
Subs.
God,
This is you after
Gamer
Gamer Subs. The
Subs?
only drink that you can game and sub.
What
Buy some
the
Basic
hell?
Hope for 10% off. Because the only gimmick I'll ever allow
No
is
way.
anime boobs. Plus, it has all the essential ingredients I require for doing my work, like caffeine, vitamin D3,
boobs.
and meat canyon.
That's all you have to say.
Than your average energy drink and
What
offers
the?
variety of
Yo,
flavors,
hey,
all zero
yo,
sugar.
hey, hey,
So,
yo,
Hope
hey,
Hope,
hey.
10% off. Go get some. Okay, bye.
That's all you have to say, homie. I love the Starbucks pumpkin spice latte, and I hate this YouTuber. Understandable. I don't think I've ever had a pumpkin spice latte. I'm not a woman. But maybe you're right. Is it good? I don't even know what it tastes like. What would it taste like? I can't think of. I don't know. Is it good? Is it bad? Should I try it? Do they still have it? I don't know. If you guys want me to try a pumpkin spice latte, sub to my channel and Kick, YouTube, whatever the fuck. Give me money. I'll get a pumpkin spice latte. I mean, you are what you eat, so if you are pumpkin spice, you become, or if you eat pumpkin spice, you become the pumpkin spice. Oh shit. You're onto something there. Anything else to watch? Much is on stream. It's already 2:30, 2:40 almost. Anybody got anything? Most want. I'll give it a couple minutes if anybody wants to a final link. Otherwise, might just be ending. Final call. Let's go to bed, you degen. Yo, what the? Yeah. Yo, you're awake? You're a degen, aren't you? Address the allegations of being a degen. Last end 456. One else fell asleep watching this shit stream. Whoa! Whoa. It's a bold claim right there. Calling this just shit stream? Well, you're watching it. Does that make you, right? A shit stream watcher? Literally a gray skin? Whoa! We call it knife ears, okay? How dare you? How dare you? Knife ears would be the proper slur. How dare you? Unbelievable. Okay. Nobody linked anything. I'm gonna stream. Thanks everybody for watching. Who's still hanging out. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for watching. Follow on Kick, YouTube, Twitch. Give me a sub if you want. I think I set up Twitch. You can sub now. Apparently I didn't have this set up before, so yeah, go ahead and do that. So everybody for following us would be 7 followed. Fanboy followed. And also I think a couple people followed yesterday from Fuji Stream, Nocturne 47, Periwinkle Warlords, Random Chance 5000, Johnny Taglips, Ghost Switch Ups reacted to Equart. But yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks for being here. See you at Harbor Quartal. Thanks for hanging out on YouTube as well. I'll see you guys next stream. Ready to go watch Peach. Baby Peach. Go I'm gonna host Peach. Go watch her. Alright, bye y'all. See you.